Sean Hill is joining us here. A couple of more quick things, then we'll let you go. The Stankoven line, people are still amazed by it, and I guess there's reason to be amazed by it. It's his first full year in the NHL. Not first full year here. Second full season in the NHL. He's a remarkable player for his size. He's a remarkable player for any size. But the way he is able to do what he does at his size is mine just blows people away. What do you like most about that line right now?
Probably their attitude. Just like you said, they're obviously him and Blakey are undersized. Halsey plays heavy, but just the fact that they're, everybody said all year long they can't be a second line. They can't, play in big games, and they can't play in heavy games. And I'll tell you what, it's been a physical series, and they're leading the way. And you look at Logan Stankoven, and I can't remember down the stretch if it was Columbus we were playing, and the puck went in the corner, and him and one of Columbus's D, like a big guy, I think I'm pretty sure it was Columbus, but it was a guy that was probably 6'3" or 6'4". And him and Stanky sized each other up, and Stanky held right in there, bounced the guy into the wall, got the puck, and I don't know if he gave it to Blakey, and Blakey ended up hitting him back, and he scored, but it was such a great example of how Stankoven can play and his attitude. Like, he looked at that guy, and he wasn't thinking, oh, this guy's big, I'm in trouble. He's just thinking, all right, let's do this.
Yep.
And bounces him off the puck, then gets creative with his hands, makes the play, goes to the net, scores a goal. It's like he's not tall, but he's not small. When
right.
You look at his chest, you look at his legs. He's not a tall guy, but I would never call him small, and he's shown that he really isn't. And Blakey's playing with some good fight too, and I think maybe the most skilled guy in the series.
Yeah.
Just the stuff he does with the puck, creating time and space, and then you got Halsey who can throw a saucer pass over 3 sticks, and he can bulldoze you if you need that done too. So I love that line right now. They're proving that they can play in any type of game, and they're going great for us.
All right, final thing for Sean Hill. Freddie Anderson really didn't have to do a ton last night. People were like, why isn't Anderson one of your 3 stars? I'm like, well, I only can remember 2 big saves that he had to make in the entire game. It was I thought Carolina's team defense was spectacular last night. It was a low-event game. There weren't a lot of great scoring chances really for either team. But the save he makes on Batherson on the 5-on-3, low near the post, and then the save he made on Tkachuk when he was all alone, just a very simple pad save and made it look easy. We're seeing the Freddie Anderson that Carolina wanted to see all year.
Right. Yeah, I think, he deserved a little bit of a break after the last game when all kinds of big saves. And, I think the efficiency was a big thing, in Game 3 as far as our defense. And like you said, he had a bunch of routine saves. And then the best thing about it was when he had to make the big save, he did. And extinguish the chances. And next thing you know, we're going the other way. So, I think last night was just a game, like kind of a game manager type of thing. If he's a quarterback, he's a game manager in that game and did what he had to do and set us up great for Game 4.
I love talking to Sean Hill. And by the way, Logan Stankoven, where's the right number? All right, sir. I appreciate your time always. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. I'll talk to you very soon.
All right, go Canes.
You got it. Sean Hill here on the Adam Gold Show. First of all, and I said this on the podcast last night, I want to give Caniacs credit because here's what I'm not hearing anymore. I'm not hearing Freddie shade. I know it's out there, but y'all being quiet now because Freddie is doing this. Look, none of us expected this. There was no reason to expect this after we watched for, 82 games. We saw somebody struggling almost game in and game out. And yes, there was a bad goal in Game 2. But as we said after Game 2, I don't even remember that bad goal because it got lost in a sea of great game-saving saves. And in Game 3, Anderson was just steady. And then when you needed him, he was there. And he made the Batherson save 5-on-3. Was it an elite scoring chance? No. But at 5-on-3, low, right near the post, I mean, there was room there. That's just a good save. It's not a great save. It's a good save. And then the save on Tkachuk in the second period also. It was after the 5-on-3. I mean, that's arguably the better of the two saves. And he made it look easy. I said before the series that if you told me the Hurricanes would have a 900 save percentage throughout the playoffs, I'd tell you they were going to the finals. I mean, honestly, to make statements like that is kind of silly, and I apologize for it, but it's really an illustration of if Carolina gets good goaltending, they're going to play a lot of hockey. And I believe that to be true. If they get good goaltending, I think they have the best roster in the East. So goaltending, to me, is the one thing that Carolina needs to make sure stays good. And I'll say this as we go to break, and Chris McLain is going to join us on the other side. We go back to the Panthers. I'd start Freddie in Game 4. I've been calling for Brandon Bussey all the time, but nope.
No,
I don't think Freddie's workload last night was stressful enough to change anything.
Don't fix what I broke.
About Game 4.
No.
I love Brandon Bussey. Bussey will have an impact in these playoffs, promise. But I'm giving the net back to Freddie Anderson tomorrow afternoon. All right, we'll break. Chris McLain, Mac and Bone in the morning in Charlotte. We'll talk about Monroe, Freeling, and where the Panthers go next.
His Zamboni is bigger than yours. The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Hey, Carolina Panthers fans, it's Dennis Cox from 99.9 The Fan. Join me and my co-host Chris Lee from WRAL TV as our podcast Panthers Playbook rolls on this offseason, presented by Wake Orthopedics. In every episode, we'll keep you up to date on Carolina Panthers news as we break down the NFL draft, insights on free agents and prospects, plus all the inside information on the offseason. Follow and subscribe to Panthers Playbook wherever you discover your favorite podcasts or watch on YouTube.
20 years, the North Carolina Education Lottery has been creating winning moments where dreams become a reality and where hundreds of winners are made every day. Moments that add up to billions of dollars in wins. And we're nowhere near finished. Seize your winning moment with the new 20th anniversary scratch-off and digital instance game. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning on the scratch-off are 1 in 3.45. Approximate overall odds of winning a prize in the digital instance game are 1 in 3.75. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
To some, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much, but that's not true. They're testing out vowels and consonants and trying different sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on meaning, especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Learn more at autismspeaks.org. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. All kinds of beers and thousands of wines. Guys in the know when price is so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Make the most of this beautiful spring Saturday morning by coming out for the PanCan Purple Stride Walk to support the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. Tomorrow morning on NC State Centennial Campus, Raleigh. We'll be celebrating survivors, honoring those we've lost, and raising funds for life-changing programs and services. Your participation helps support folks dealing with the world's toughest cancer. Learn more about the effort and how to support the PanCan Purple Stride Walk at purplestride.org/Raleigh.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This is Adam Gold.
Well, if I'm watching the Panthers game and it's going real bad, many times it does.
I punish them by not watching
I'm
them.
a disappointed mother.
Yeah.
Like, what are you what are you doing? So, yeah, I realize it's not going to change the game, but it makes me feel better. And, you know.
There were other factors at play there, but for the most part, I punish them. I will not watch you.
The Adam Gold Show.
Just what it takes to make it pro-blush. All the boys think she's a spy. She's got Petty Davis eyes.
This is actually me singing.
Yeah.
It's the Adam Gold Show. I'm Adam Gold. Victoria producing the program.
The song was teamwork today.
Jim Kelly, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Jim Kelly, who's the music director over at Mix 101.5 here in Raleigh, and we share a building.
You might hear me there on the weekends.
That's right, exactly. I was walking down the hall, and he goes, "Yeah, your voice sounds better." I said, "I feel like Kim Carnes."
Yeah, there you go. So there's Betty Davis.
It's slowly coming back. The body has felt better.
Yeah.
I feel fine. The voice has been a fight, and I'm not used to that. I have a very resilient, to my wife's chagrin, a very resilient voice.
Hey, you lasted all 3 hours yesterday, and it's getting better today.
All right, Chris McLain, Mac from Mac and Bone in the Morning at WFNZ in Charlotte. Talk to me, man. You guys have to feel good about how smart the Panthers were about the draft last night.
Yeah, I think it was a smart adult move that they made.
You don't seem excited by it.
Which is probably why it disappointed me a little bit initially. Adult, responsible, smart. You know, those things maybe they're not top on my how to do things list.
Right.
But yeah, how are you going to get upset about them, taking the premium position of left tackle, prioritizing that. Once again, Dan Morgan prioritizing the trenches.
Yeah.
And doing it with a guy whose athleticism and trait set is pretty damn tantalizing. Like the upside and the potential of Monroe Freeling is pretty exciting. There's no doubt about it.
All right, so tell me because it's clear that you were hoping for something else. So I want to find out what that was, and then we'll get back into why this was the right move.
I wanted them to take Dylan Thieneman.
Okay.
I thought he's central casting for what they need at that safety spot next to Trayvon Merrick. Merrick can handle the box work, the blitzing, the run game, policing, and Thieneman would be that dude that's your center fielder back there. And I just thought he was perfect for him. That's what I was hoping for. I would have loved Casey Concepcion too. This offense needs a little more juice.
Does.
But by the same token, this offense probably needs some rookie contract, cheap, good offensive linemen, with what they're paying the guards. So, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, what did my man Bone say this morning? Bone compared it to buying tires. You don't get excited when you buy tires. Maybe you're more excited when you get the new car stereo system pumping or whatever. But you need those dang tires. So maybe that's the best way. Like, it makes sense. I can't scream about it, Goldie,
Right.
but I was initially a little bummed.
All right, here's why I thought it was great, and this is, and I don't know if we've talked about it or not, but every time I have talked about the draft here, I have said the first thing going 2 months back of left tackle of the future is where I wanted to go. The only thing that would have gotten in the way is if Kenyon Sadiq was there, because I thought that dude checks multiple boxes for Carolina, and it gives Bryce Young something he has to have, which is another dynamic piece, but primarily one that could operate in the middle, which they don't really have. So I still think they need to check that box. But when I look at them, and I don't look at it as this year, I look at it as you're still trying to build year to year. Ike Ekwonu, I've never looked at him as a top tier left tackle. I think he's probably better suited to play the right side. Taylor Moton's career is going to come to an end, probably by the end of this year, at least here, not to mention his price tag. So Ekwonu coming back from an injury, slide him over to the other side. Rasheed Walker, 1-year deal. Left tackle of the future just made the most practical sense to me, and you might be set up for a long time on the offensive line now.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt. There's no doubt that the long-term play, like I have a feeling they got better at left tackle, which is interesting because Freeling got taken 13 spots behind where Icky got taken.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I actually think Icky has improved a bunch over the last couple of seasons. I think he's gotten better. I think if it wasn't for the injury, he was about ready to get paid, which is the interesting aspect of this. So I'm very curious about the Icky piece of this. The Panthers are treating it like a CIA secret, like what their projection is for when he's going to come back. So I am very curious. Do they have plans for Icky? There's a lot of data out there about guys trying to come back from these torn patellar tendon injuries.
Tough one.
And just overwhelmingly, most of them never being the same player again. So I wonder, too, the right tackle one is something that's definitely interesting. I wonder, too, if they're fearing that they might just not even want to re-sign him again. Moton's got 2 years left on his deal. It'll be interesting to see how he holds up this year. But, yeah, I mean, ultimately, I feel like I'd be a dummy if I'm going to – like, we have people ranting and raving today on our text line here in Charlotte. Not many, but some. And it's kind of like I don't think you can make sense about ranting and raving when you get that dude with that potential at that position. I don't think you can. I looked at it this way, too. If he stayed in school, Goldie, and started another full year at Georgia at left tackle, I think he'd be a top 10 pick. I think the only thing that had him drop to 19 is the lack of experience, which affects technique. You know what I mean? Some people got caught up on technique issues on tape. Well, that's because he only started 18 games. You can work on technique. Joe Gilbert is a hell of a coach with the tackles here in Charlotte. So I think something like that. Also strength. There's more room to grow into that body, but like you can put on strength. So, like, to me, I really think he'd be a top 10 tackle next year. So I think that's another way to look at it positively.
Yeah, not only that, and you get NFL strength training as opposed to, having to deal with college. And obviously his body, he's 21 years old. I mean, in 3 years, he might be 6'7", 245 or 345 and faster. So, yeah, I think the upside of this pick is ridiculous. And you get a year, as long as Walker is healthy, you get a year of no pressure. He doesn't have to be your guy right away. He can get some reps. He can get a series here and there. And by the time he takes the field next year, maybe you have an absolute monster at that position, and it takes the offense to another level. So 19th in the second round, 19th in the third round, Chris McLain, WFNZ in Charlotte. What are you looking at? Are you looking at there are safeties there. There's tons of receiving options. What are you looking at number 19 tonight?
Yeah, those are two spots that I would not oppose being filled at all. Whether it's a safety like A.J. Halsey, who they had a visit with out of LSU. They also have talked to some of these nickel safety hybrids.
Sure.
A guy like Traydon Stoops out of Arizona is very interesting.
Yep.
Then there's a straight nickel back like D'Angelo Pons. I think they could stand to upgrade nickel over Shaw Smith-Wade personally. And then the weapon options. I still think that they could use more help for Bryce as passing game weapons. I was with you on Sadiq. That would have been freaking amazing.
Yep.
Oscar Delp's interesting. You know, they've shown him a good bit of interest. Had a visit with him. I think at Georgia, he's a guy that I don't think we realized how athletic he was because they used him as a blocker so much. I don't think they truly, used the full skill set of him. He's a 4'8" dude at that size. You know he can block because he played at Georgia and was asked to do it. He's a guy that's interesting to me. Zachariah Branch is interesting. I don't know how the Panthers view that little standoff with the Athens cop.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how they view that. That's a weird one. Step off the sidewalk. No, I won't. Oh, you're arrested the week before the draft. But, he's the type of guy that, like Casey Concepcion, could take a crosser and turn it into a 40-yard play.
Mm-hmm.
But that's interesting. Linebacker is good in that second-round area. Would they want to give Devin Lloyd, a long-term running mate, depending on how they feel about Trevin Wallace? And I think center. I think center might even be fourth round, but third or fourth round, it seems like most of the draft analysts think there are long-term starting centers that are going to be in those rounds. And with Luke Fortner only on a one-year deal, shoot, if they Goldie got their long-term left tackle center or starter, whatever I'm trying to say, and their long-term center starter in the same draft, I'd be pretty sweet,
Yeah, and then the text line would blow up because it's not sexy to keep taking offensive linemen. But it's the root of, every good team, every great team is built that way. The teams that do it right understand what's important. Again, I always say this. Sometimes when you don't have an emotional investment, and I don't have one in the Panthers, I look at them very, very objectively. I love what they have done. I think that Dan Morgan has done a phenomenal job identifying, free agency was chef's kiss good.
Yeah,
I'm not even a huge Jalen Phillips fan, but it addressed a major need, and he's a good player. I don't know how great he is, but he's a good player. And I love the future of a guy like Scout. I can't even pronounce his name. I don't know why.
Nick Scorton. Yeah.
Scorton.
Oh, yeah.
I love his future. So I think that they have covered themselves to the point where they could have gone anywhere in the draft. I get you with a safety, and I definitely think they need a more dynamic player to go alongside Tedero and McMillan, who I think is going to be a star. They need another one to take some pressure off of Jalen Coker, who I think probably is ideally suited to be a third, not a second wide receiver. But they definitely need a tight end. Look, maybe they get tight end tonight. I have no idea. But what do you think about the linebacker Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech if he's sitting there at 19?
Yeah, how can you not like him? If you don't like Jacob Rodriguez, you don't like football. That's what I'm telling you. That dude is, first of all, he's Luke Kuechly's favorite linebaker in this class. I don't even need to say anything else. I could just drop the phone, right now. You could see him being a Dan Morgan type player too.
Yeah.
If Luke loves him, you can see Dan loving him. He's got that dog in him. He forces turnovers. Loves ball. And, if he's there at 19, I think if you pair him up with Devin Lloyd, what a duo that would be. What a change that would be from last year's mess at middle linebacker. But I don't know if he lasts that long. And I know there's some fans here in Charlotte that are like, man, trade up and get Rodriguez. Fans really love him. But I don't know if I want to part with, you know what I mean?
Don't trade up.
I kind of like having the shots to fire rather than, I like throwing, a few more at the target and seeing what sticks. But he's a hell of a football player, man. I'd be curious to see how far he drops tonight.
But I'm looking at ESPN's best available. They've got him as the 18th best available player. So maybe he'll be
right
there.
In the neighborhood if that's right,
No doubt about it. All right, Mac. I will talk to you Tuesday. I appreciate your time, Chris.
Goldie, you are the man. I'm glad to hear you're feeling at least a bit better.
I feel great.
Appreciate you. Go Canes, by the way. I will go Canes. What a start to the series.
It's certainly been a good start, man. I'll talk to you later.
All right, brother. See you.
You got it. Chris McLain. Mac from Mac and Bone in the Morning on WFNZ in Charlotte. When we come back, one-timers. You ask questions. I will hoarsely answer them.
Delivering more hits than the Canes forecheck.
Shoots, he scores!
The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Distracted driving kills. Every glance away from the road puts lives at risk. Eating and drinking, texting, changing the music, or checking your phone. It can all wait. Behind the wheel, your only job is to drive. Buckle up, stay focused, keep your eyes on the road and your hands on the wheel. Protect yourself, your passengers, and everyone around you. Every seat, every time. This message is brought to you by the Governor's Highway Safety Program and the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
You know the only feeling sweeter than opening a college acceptance letter? Knowing that you'll be able to pay for tuition however far you go. The first step? Completing the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA for short. Find out how much money for college you qualify for. Grants, scholarships, and other opportunities are waiting. How far can you go? Find out at cfnc.org/FAFSA 101.
Have you ever considered a career as a public power line worker? Public power line workers use a variety of specialized skills to build and maintain a locally owned and operated electric system. As a public power line worker, you can expect a career that allows you to work close to home, a safety record superior to other energy providers, and training and apprenticeship opportunities. Learn more about public power and careers in public power at electricities.com.
This April, join North Carolina Realtors in celebrating Fair Housing Month. Fair housing means everyone deserves a place to call home, regardless of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, or disability. NC Realtors are committed to fair housing for all North Carolinians and ensuring that everyone has access to safe and affordable housing. Let's work together to create communities where everyone can thrive. Visit ncrealtors.org to learn more about fair housing. Paid for by NC Realtors.
Measles is spreading in North Carolina. It's highly contagious and can make infants and children very sick. Pneumonia, brain swelling, long-term health problems, hospitalization, and death can occur. Protect your child with the MMR vaccine. It provides lifelong protection. Serious side effects are extremely rare. Millions of children are safely vaccinated each year. Insurance covers the cost and free vaccines are available. Make sure your child is up to date. Talk to your doctor or visit ncdhhs.gov/measles. Paid for by NCDHHS.
Hi, I'm Cherie Sample Hughes, Women in Government Board Chair. Alzheimer's disease often starts subtly with a memory slip, lost word, or forgotten appointment. For patients experiencing memory and thinking issues, there are FDA-cleared blood biomarker tests that can help detect the buildup of proteins in the brain that can lead to the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. That's why early detection and diagnosis are so important. Sharing details about your memory and thinking issues with your doctor can help determine if testing is right for you. Find more at womeningovernment.org.
The North Carolina Healthcare Association invites you to listen to this month's podcast, Conversations on the State of Healthcare. This month we examined the Thrive 5, developed by Thrive OBX. The Thrive 5 is a way to bring the community together using outside partnerships to stay healthy as you age. My guest is Amy Montgomery, Executive Director of Operations at Outer Banks Health.
So Thrive OBX is about inspiring well-being and longevity through a community-wide cultural movement. The goal is simple: to help people thrive. Research shows that only about 30% of our longevity is tied to our genetics, and 10% depends on access to health care. So that leaves roughly 60% is determined by daily lifestyle choices, like how we eat, move, manage stress, sleep, and connect socially.
You can learn more and join our latest Conversations on the State of Healthcare wherever you listen to your favorite podcast, and find out more by visiting nchealthcare.org.
This is Adam Gold.
Steve Bettman take all that time to walk out, then to see the pick bro hug no less than 20 guys on his way up there. And then this draft house, they just moved this wall like The Price is Right. I don't know.
It's a showcase showdown back there.
I know.
That would be great. So we should spin a wheel,
yeah,
right? Exactly.
The Adam Gold Show.
It's the Adam Gold Show. I am Adam Gold, Victoria producing. Game 4, by the way, Hurricanes and Senators tomorrow, a 3 o'clock start. So a little day game 2 days after a night game.
I love that they did that so I could watch my UFC tomorrow.
It's exactly
That's
why they
why
did it.
they did it,
Yep.
obviously.
No doubt about it. Also, they don't want to put the Hurricanes in prime time if they don't have to. All right, one-timers.
Okay, so I'm going to kick today's Friday one-timers off with Mindy because she has a great one.
All right, Mindy, let's go.
She says, Friday one-timer for both of you. What's
Friday.
the... I know.
Come on,
I love
Mindy.
my people. No, Mindy, don't you ever change. She wants to know, what's one smell that instantly takes you back to your childhood? Hers is the smell of honeysuckle because it reminds her of being outside, which I also agree with, but I have a different one.
Wow.
Do you need to think about it?
Yes, you go.
Okay. Because I've already thought about this. Anything outside, because I'm a North Carolina native, so we've actually had seasons. So when the seasons change, it reminds me of a kid because I lived my life outside as a kid. But bayberry candles during the holidays, in my family, every Christmas, we burn them. And so the smell of those candles, I'm like, boop.
All right, this is, I was trying to think. This is weird. A bakery smell.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking about a legit old school bakery smell. As a kid in the summers, we used to go to a place in the Catskills. I get it. There are people going, no way, Gold. But they had a bakery like where we were, and it just takes me back to that time. I love the smell of a good onion roll.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
leave it there.
Yeah.
All right.
Delicious. Let's see here. So you'll like this one for sure from Jake. What do you think?
So ethnic, by the way.
What do you think about Wrexham making the top 6 this weekend for playoffs in the championship?
Yeah, okay. Wrexham's last 2 matches are against, one is against Coventry, who's running away at the top, and maybe that'll be okay because Coventry has already clinched the championship, already won promotion to the Premier League. But Wrexham's going to have to probably get minimum of 4 points and probably all 6 to stay in the top 6. They really let some matches go. So I'm excited, but they've got work to do. I don't make them, by any stretch of the imagination, a favorite to make the championship playoff. But it's going to they will have an opportunity, but Coventry City, that is not a good match to play.
No. Well, next up from Thin Hollow Spirit. That's his or her's name on
Okay,
YouTube.
that's fine.
I've been sitting on this question, afraid to jinx the Canes power play production, but maybe now we need good juju. I love bringing the good juju. Should we start referring to the Canes power play goals as Bowberry goals?
I don't know. My Earl would love it.
Yes.
Earl loves a good Bowberry
Man,
biscuit.
I love a Bowberry biscuit and bow rounds. Whew.
Yeah, Earl's a freak for it.
Oh, man.
He knows.
He's got good taste.
When he sees the Bojangles bag, yeah.
Does he get mad if you forget or if they leave it out?
He sits there and goes, "Where is it?"
Yeah.
Like, hello,
I'm looking at you.
Where are they?
Yeah.
I'm not worried about Carolina's power play, not a single bit. Again, game 1, Carolina's power play looked good, it just didn't score. Game 2, one opportunity and it scored. Last night, awful.
Yeah.
Awful. Okay, Ottawa's got a great penalty kill. I ain't worried about it. I'll worry about it if we're talking about this like in the next series and it's still not firing. Or it's not firing because I wouldn't go it's been one bad game. I am not worried. I'm not worried about the top line, or I should say the Aho line, because the top line is the Stankoven line. So let's just get over it, people.
Right.
I'm not worried about Carolina's, offense at all.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the way they're playing.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And last but not least, who is this? Doobie Dave wants to know, should the Panthers take a wide receiver with pick 51?
I mean, it depends on who the wide receiver is, but they can take best available. I don't think there's a wide receiver you have to take at 51. And again, I've been saying this for a long time. You could take wide receivers later in the draft. You can take them in the 4th round. Or guys who are undrafted free agents, Jalen Coker, Adam Thielen. Outliers. But I do believe that You don't have to do that. Best player, man. I don't mind a linebacker either.
Because your fantasy football team needs all the help it can get, the Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Need more Stanley Cup chatter, Canes fans? Listen afternoons with Adam Gold in the Drive for our Cup Check-In, served up by Carolina Ale House. We talk with hockey's best, past and present, bringing you the latest insight on the chase for Lord Stanley's Cup. It's the Cup Check-In on 99.9 The Fan, served up by Carolina Ale House. Come to Carolina Ale House for the official Carolina Hurricanes viewing parties throughout the playoffs. Visit CarolinaAleHouse.com/Canes to see the schedule.
You've got rhythm, your heart's got rhythm. Then one day your rhythm's off, and you've got AFib, atrial fibrillation. The good news is you've also got an AFib center, where specialists in AFib have multiple treatment options for you. Want more good news? Most of them are minimally invasive. Learn more at wakemed.org. And what do you say you and your heart get the band back together?
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
It's bow time. There's something special about the first bite of a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Like an edible alarm clock that slaps you awake with bold Cajun flavor. The moment you sink your teeth into that soft, fluffy, made-from-scratch biscuit, then strike gold with a juicy piece of fried chicken, you'll know. Nothing beats the first bite. Except the second first bite. Get a Cajun Filet biscuit combo today at Bojangles. It's bow time.
It's bow time. Time to satisfy your craving for Cajun with a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Enjoy a Cajun fried filet tucked inside a hot made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. Make it a combo and add your choice of fixin' and legendary sweet tea. And remember, Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuits are served all day, every day. Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Why did I wait so long to see a retina specialist?
Retinal disease can steal your eyesight, but it doesn't have to. Patients who seek care from a retina specialist have the best chance of preventing vision loss due to age-related macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy. AMD symptoms to look out for are distortion or warping of straight lines, as well as blurred or loss of central vision. Patients with diabetic retinopathy should seek treatment if they notice the appearance of spots or floaters or blurred and distorted vision. Visit seeforalifetime.org.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel neglected or unloved? If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Workers' comp can be tricky, but my law firm will be on top of all the complicated paperwork and sneaky deadlines so that all of your I's are dotted and T's are crossed. If you've been hurt on the job, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
Well, I was actually, and this is the truth, I was just trying to get a hold of Paulie, and because I knew that I give you guys credit, you didn't ask that out of the gate. I was like, but I didn't get to see him because he was having lunch, so so you guys are going to have to sit on that one.
Freddie, when did you find out you were going to start game one?
You can ask Roddy when he told me. I don't want to get...
get implicated in all that type of stuff. You guys talk to him.
See, that's Frederick Anderson joking, believe it or not.
Right.
That is Anderson.
Yeah.
Like, it's not great comedic timing.
Right.
But that is
It's
Anderson
there.
joking. You could tell. He's like, I'm not going to play your little games, but I know what you're doing.
May not be getting a smile out of him while he's
Oh
doing
my
it,
gosh,
but
Freddie
it's a joke.
He is just so, there's just like nothing. It's like milk toast. There's
Yeah.
nothing there. It's awesome. And honestly, whatever works for Frederick Anderson is fine.
That's just him. Like when he was getting his award last season and he was on the ice and it just looked like he was walking through the park.
Yep. Hello. Hello.
Oh, thank you. I'll take this picture. Okay.
3-0 Hurricanes with a, one game away from advancing. The team that they will play in the next round is in the same position. Philadelphia, 1 win away. I think that game is, game 4 in that series is tonight. Flyers are awesome. I think that will be a fun series. You can always tell when there are people who are rooting against Carolina, by the way, and that's fine. I got no problem with it. 0. It's interesting that in many cases, the Hurricanes are we got to get rid of them. I mean, that's probably putting it too harshly. But there are people that are confused by their success. How is this possible? I was listening to the NHL channel on Sirius this morning as I was driving in. And they were like, well, I don't know. They do this every year. Maybe it's Rod Brindamore. Well, yes, of course it's Rod Brindamore. He's one of the best coaches in the sport. But riddle me this. Maybe they just have a great team. Maybe the players, while maybe they don't look like the players you're used to, maybe they just have a great team. I think we need to maybe explore that. Maybe Jordan Staal is better than all of the national people have given credit for a long time. Yeah, he's not a 100-point guy. He's not even a 50-point guy. But I don't know. He seems to do a lot of things that help winning. Jordan Martinook, same thing. And the Stankoven, Blake Hall line right now, I mean, they have touched the sun. So, again, no 100-point guys there. How did they make it work? Okay. The NFL draft last night, round 1. Obviously, the Panthers did a great job. I mean, I'll talk about this forever. I love when organizations do the smart thing. Did other organizations do smart things? Will Brinson, senior NFL writer, CBSSports.com, sorts the Sunday pile. We'll get to the Panthers eventually because I've already talked about them a lot. What organization was the second smartest to the Panthers last night?
I mean, I thought the Panthers were really smart. So, I mean, and you and I talked about it, several weeks ago, and how with Issy Equanu's injury, the Panthers needed to look at offensive line for the long haul, and maybe when Icky comes back, I think we basically laid out the Panthers draft plan for them several weeks ago, and said what they need to do is get an offensive lineman who's thought of it for the future. But I think, I'll give credit to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Who, you sit where you are. You see how the draft shakes out. Maybe an idiot team up top without, a great quarterback situation or offensive line situation or really a great football team drafts a running back 3rd overall. Who knows?
Exactly.
Sometimes it happens. Back-to-back years it's kind of happened like that. With the Raiders and Ashton Jeanty and then the Cardinals and Jeremiah Love, and then you let good players fall to you, and that's kind of what if you're a team like the Cowboys that needs help in the secondary, and you go get a stud, versatile safety like Dallas. I mean, I think that's the exact type of move that can help you get in the mix in a division where the Eagles are consistent, but there are definitely questions around the Eagles. Whether Jalen Hurts and the long-term future there, you hear a little buzz about that. And of course, like Nick Sirianni, I know he won a Super Bowl a couple years ago, but man, in Philadelphia, it doesn't last long. And I think we saw a lot of good things from the Cowboys last year, particularly on the offense. If they'd had a middling defense, or even just Micah Parsons last year, they're probably a playoff team. And so now I think you look at what they've done in the offseason, you have to feel a lot better about their chances to make some noise next year.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt. I'm surprised that I felt the same way. I'm like, wait a second. Did the Cowboys have a smart first round? And I'm like, I think the answer is yes. Look, Downs is a dynamite player. And I know they've been sort of comparing him to Darren Woodson. I don't know if those comparisons are accurate or not, but that's what I have read. I just think that the guy is one of the best. I thought he was one of the best players in the entire draft. I could argue that he was a top 5 player in the entire draft. Ohio State had 3 incredible defensive players in this draft. To your point about the Cardinals, I don't understand. I don't. A great running back, like Saquon Barkley, is a generational running back. I think we'd all agree. And the Giants screwed up by taking him number 2. Has nothing to do with the injury. You're just not going to go from bad to good with a great running back. You're going to go from bad to bad, but boy, you have a great running back, which is what the Raiders were. And even if Ashton Genty never becomes great, I don't know. But I just don't understand why these teams look at that and go, yeah, that's what we need. Let somebody else take him and then sign him later.
It's crazy because, Ashton Genty last year was good.
Yeah.
He was good, but he averaged like 3.3, he averaged like negative 3.3 yards before contact. Like the Raiders stunk. And as a result, Ashton Genty couldn't do what he did. You made the point about Saquon Barkley. Let's look at Josh Jacobs and the Raiders. Let's look at Derrick Henry and the Titans. There was this whole talk about the running back renaissance and how, running backs were getting their flowers now because they were performing well. Well, they were performing well on good teams. Like a team like the Ravens, that was, and I realize that things didn't go perfectly, according to perfect plan for any these teams, but for the Eagles, it did. I mean, it won the Super Bowl. So you have a good team, and you go out and you take Saquon Barkley. It is, if a team is a dessert, right? The running back is the cherry on top. You don't want just a bowl full of maraschino cherries, they're fine. Like one's good, but you need the ice cream and the other ingredients that go along with it. And the Arizona Cardinals, when you're picking 3rd overall, I get it. Like you need to take the best players, and that's important. But the lifespan of running backs and your ability to get the most out of them on a bad football team, it just doesn't line up. Like by the time the Cardinals are theoretically good, Jeremiah Love is going to have like 600, 700 NFL carries, on his, tallied up. It doesn't typically work out well. And the Raiders are a prime example. And for the Cardinals, like a team that, feels like they're constantly rebooting, move on from Kyler Murray this offseason. I love Jacoby Brissett. I think he's great. I hope they give him some more money. I think he's a starting caliber quarterback in the NFL, but he's a mid-tier starting quarterback.
Yes.
And that roster is not even mid-tier. So now you're going to ask a running back simply does not turn a bad team into a good team overnight. It takes a good team and turns a great running back takes a good team and makes that good team great.
Yes.
It doesn't usually bring you up from the bottom and turn you into a playoff caliber roster.
Here's the way I look at it. First of all, not a cherry, it's whipped cream. A great running back is whipped cream. Because it can enhance something good. But ultimately, you can keep the maraschino cherry. It does nothing for me. Running back for me is a great closer. If I have a bad team, okay, I've got a guy who's going to save maybe 40 of the 65 wins that I've got in baseball. It ain't making me great. You don't need a great running back on a bad team. That was a bad draft pick. To the Eagles, Will Brinson, senior NFL writer, CBSSports.com. I think we knew all along that they're going to trade A.J. Brown. But when they trade up to get Lemon, the wide receiver, doesn't that basically guarantee that they're about to trade A.J. Brown?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's kind of a fait accompli when it comes to A.J. Brown being dealt. And, I mean, if we're being honest, it feels like kind of a fait accompli about where he's going to be dealt, right?
Right.
I almost think that you could argue that the Eagles may be delaying, whatever it is they want to do out of like a public relations type of situation. Because, I mean, like, seriously, don't you think that, everybody involved already knows how this is going to go down, but they kind of want to let things cool a bit before they make that move? And look, the Eagles the Eagles have been a really good team under Nick Sirianni for the most part. Now, I think that he's kind of more of a hype guy and aggressive sort of play caller than he is necessarily like a schematic genius, but I think he's good at that too. The issue for the Eagles is that they just have quite a few personalities, whether it's the coach, the quarterback, A.J. Brown, I love A.J. Brown. But
I do too.
He is a vivacious personality. They have Jalen Carter, who you hear, kind of whispers about, and it just feels like, for the Eagles, they need to probably move on from one of those personalities at a minimum, especially with the way that the quarterback and the wide receiver clash. Quarterback's always going to win out in that one, and then I think this is I mentioned it before, but it's kind of weird. It's like a make or break year for the Eagles. I mean, they're 2 years removed from a Super Bowl, and yet it's like if they don't, if they don't win the division somehow, then go out in a bad way in the first round of the playoffs, I don't think it's out of the question that they can make some changes. So, knowing that and knowing that you do have to get the most out of Jalen Hurts, you do have to, you want to add that wide receiver, and you eventually plan to move on from A.J. Brown. But, I think fait accompli feels like a done deal.
All right. Will Brinson, senior NFL writer, CBSSports.com. Two more teams I want to address. The first is, was it the most obvious thing ever that the Rams were going to draft Ty Simpson? I didn't know they would trade up to 13 to get him, but I thought it was pretty much a done deal that was their their plan to move on after Matt Stafford.
Yeah, it was interesting too, right? Like Sean McVay's press conference, he didn't sound like he was necessarily completely on board. I don't think that Les Snead would have pulled the trigger on a quarterback in the first round if, one, they didn't believe that he was the guy. I guess let me phrase this differently. I think you have to at least wonder, will Sean McVay stick around post Matt Stafford? Because there were thoughts about him retiring several years ago.
Yes.
He decided to come back. They ran it back, and he and Stafford have had tremendous success. Reigning MVP. I know I talked ad nauseum about the Rams last year. If the Steelers were the best team in football, and I'm fine saying that, I think the Rams were the second best team in football, and that the NFC title game was the real Super Bowl. For Ty, I think Ty Simpson's a winner here, though, because whether Matthew Stafford plays 1 year or 2 years, he's going to get a season or two sitting behind Matthew Stafford, Stafford's a great dude. He's going to mentor him. He's not going to go full Aaron Rodgers or Brett Favre in the Packers, I don't think. And you're also getting a year where the pressure to start as a rookie isn't on you, and you're learning in Sean McVay's system. So I think the setup there is really smart. If the player has to be right, and then again, as long as you got McVay and he's coaching Ty Simpson, then I like the setup. I a little bit of a red flag when it comes to was McVay on board completely, or did he want somebody who could have a win now? Is he just sort of posturing for the benefit of Matthew Stafford? Was he surprised with the move up and then where they drafted him? I think those are questions that can be reasonably asked. But in terms of slotting somebody in behind a veteran quarterback, and in that system, you can't ask for a better landing spot. And I trust McVay kind of blindly. So if they like Simpson, I think it's a little rich for my blood where they took him. Yeah. But I back McVay, and I think it has a decent chance to work out.
All right, final thing, and I don't know if it's a good draft for them or not. Certainly, it's a great draft in volume. The Jets take David Bailey, edge rusher from Texas Tech, at number 2. They take my favorite player in the draft, Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon, at, I think, 16? And then they trade back into the first round and get Omar Cooper, who might be the best after-the-catch guy at wide receiver in the entire draft, late in the first round. Did they do as well as it appears?
Yeah, I mean, I think they did well. You know, this wasn't the perfect draft, in my opinion, to have, you know, to end up with 3 selections in the first round. But, you know, like beggars can't be choosers, and the Jets are certainly beggars, especially with all the trades out that they made. You know, whether it's Reese or Bailey at the edge rusher, I think, you know, Reese probably has more upside.
I like Reese.
I thought the smoke screening was kind of stupid by the Jets. Like, why do you cancel the top 30 visit with David Bailey when you're picking second overall? Like, you know who's going 1 overall? It's Mendoza. Like, you don't have to play mind games with other, you know, front offices and NFL teams. Just take the guy you want at number 2. But yeah, like I'm fine with Bailey or Reese, depending on what your, you know, again, like ice cream analogy. You know, what's your flavor? Pick your flavor, and I think either one's fine. I probably shoot for a little more upside, but I have no issue with Bailey there in that Aaron Glenn system. And then I think, you know, they're going to have to figure out the quarterback situation at some point, right? I mean, Gino's not the long-term answer. And I would anticipate that, you know, you go get a tight end, you go get a wide receiver. They're at least trying to do the thing where you build out some infrastructure before you get the quarterback, which is something that they have not done for the last couple of quarterbacks. So, like, if these 2 guys, your new tight end, your new wide receiver, are players, all of a sudden you have a much more quarterback-friendly environment in which to draft from next year, when they will almost inevitably be drafting at the top of the board.
And that's what I believe in, and I've said this for years. Smart organizations do it that way. Don't reach for your quarterback, right? Don't do that, because ultimately, I remember getting in fights with other Jet fans when I was a Jet fan. I was just like, just keep Geno. Don't worry. Don't be reaching for these guys. Just let Geno Smith be your quarterback, and then address it when your team is better. Jets still have offensive line issues, but I thought that was a pretty good start. I just don't know how great it is, because nothing is great when you're the New York Jets. Will Brinson, senior NFL writer, CBSSports.com. My man, thank you very much. Have a great weekend. I will talk to you soon.
All right, buddy. Talk to you soon, man.
You got it. All right, we got breaking news. A little surprised, I think. Henry Vesar staying in the NBA draft, not returning to North Carolina. Said this before about Vesar. Basically a 7-footer who is a good shooter. Those guys play in the NBA. The difference, Pat Gongba might be a better player than Henry Vesar. Okay? But Pat Gongba doesn't, to me, look like he has the profile to be, at least now, a better NBA player than Henry Vesar. I always thought that there was a good chance that he would stay in the draft. I had almost assumed that Vesar would go, and it did look like there was a good chance he was going to return. But it's clear that NBA teams have told him, "Yep, you're going to be picked somewhere in the first round." My guess is late teens, maybe. He's not super strong, but he's a good shooter, really good shooter. He can defend the rim. He'll get better too. So North Carolina has lost Henry Vesar. They still have done a very good job constructing a roster. Keep building. All right, when we come back, we will get into, if you haven't heard it, the phone call from the Panthers to Freeling, the kid.
It's
so funny. Wait for the end, because the end is the best part.
Listen close.
So we'll let you listen to that. We'll let you hear from him, and then Lee Steinberg, one of the all-time great player agents, will join us next.
Still arguing whether hockey or golf has the tougher dress code? The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Don't care what you got, just give it up. One goal.
Nikishin, Ehlers, shoots his scores! Oh, the power play!
For Dean, wide open, rebound, and what a save by Anderson!
Hoist Lord Stanley's Cup.
Sebastian Aho in, short hit back in, scores! Oh, talk to me, Shorty! Carolina!
The Triangle's official home for the Carolina Hurricanes. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle's sports leader.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
$30 concert tickets, all your favorite artists. It's Summer of Live, presented by Live Nation. $30 tickets to over 4,000 shows throughout the year. See Kesha, Kid Cudi, Luke Bryan, MGK, the Pussycat Dolls, and so many more. Make it a summer of live music. Tickets are on sale 1 week only, April 29th through May 5th. Go to livenation.com/summeroflive.
It's time for the Coastal Scholar Athlete of the Month.
Hello, Creighton Blackwell here from Coastal Credit Union and 99.9 The Fan. And today we are at Middle Creek High School, where we celebrate the next scholar athlete, Eli Johnson.
He's a hard worker, and he always tries to lead people. He always checks for his teammates. And if they're down or anything, he'll make sure they're okay.
Seeing him develop over the last few years has been great to see.
He's a dedicated individual. He puts in the work both on and off the field, and it really can show in the classroom a lot and on the field. He's just always a nice individual to have by your side.
So it's not hard to follow a guy like Eli Johnson. And I think Eli's just one of those guys that you can depend on to be at the right place at the right time. Over the course of the last 4 years, he's been our most gifted academically and athletically football player, one of the gifted ones in our football program.
And I put in a lot of work to keep a good GPA in high school, and I think that's rewarded me, and I'm really happy to receive this award.
Congratulations, Eli.
For over 20 years, 99.9 The Fan and Coastal Credit Union have been recognizing scholar athletes at Triangle area schools. If you'd like to nominate a high school athlete, text AWARD to 919-860-5326. That's AWARD to 919-860-5326.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. He sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
For many military veteran caregivers, their caregiving journey starts earlier in life and lasts longer. Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
This is Adam Gold.
We're going to have Seth on the show next week when he gets back from vacation. He was by a pool.
What are you doing? Get off Twitter. It's nicer to be on Twitter when you're by a pool anyway.
No, just stop engaging with people.
The Adam Gold Show.
It's the Adam Gold Show. I'm Adam Gold. Victoria producing the program. Dan in Texas says the dulcet tones are back. I think Dan is being kind, but I'm getting into a little bit of a rhythm, and that's good.
Exactly.
Starting to feel a little bit. The voice is starting to feel a little bit better. That's good. I feel fine. Victoria's here. I'm Adam Gold. We're live on YouTube. Go to YouTube, search Adam Gold Show. You can find us. You can watch the show there. So lots to do. Lee Steinberg is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. One of the all-time player agents, the inspiration for Jerry Maguire. All that. He's a multiple author. He is also Patrick Mahomes' agent.
Oh.
Yeah. So, like, I'm not going to ask him about Patrick Mahomes. That's not the point. He didn't have anybody in this particular draft. He's kind of, winding down that portion of his career. But, I mean, he has advice, I'm sure, for players who have either been drafted, haven't been drafted, who might have thought that they would have been drafted. So we're going to talk to him about this dynamic. But first, I mentioned this before. If you haven't heard it, this is the NFL draft tradition. You get drafted by team, whatever team that is, and then general manager, owner, head coach get on the phone, and it's sort of a little, hi, how are you? Are you excited? Mm-hmm. Yeah, duh. Of course. Lifelong dream. And here is the phone call from the Panthers to Monroe Freeling.
Monroe, Dan Morgan, how you doing, man?
What's going on?
Hey, how would you feel about being a Panther, man?
It's amazing, actually.
Let's go, man. Hey, we're excited to have you, man. Super excited.
I'm a Dolphin, man. I'm telling you.
Hell of a player, man. We're jacked to get you. I'm going to hand you off to our owner, David Tepper, okay?
All right. Sounds good.
Congrats, man.
Hey, Monroe, you doing good? You doing good?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing really good.
Well, you sound happy, so that's a good thing.
I'm doing really good.
No, that's great. Hey, welcome into the Panther family, okay?
Y'all keeping me in state, man. Right there.
All right. I'm gonna hand you over to the coach right here, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Cool.
Monroe, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, brother, this is a great day. I'm glad it played out this way. We're so fired up to get you here, man.
I'm also fired up, man. Fired up.
We're gonna have to teach you what keep pounding means, though. Okay, so we'll get you initiated on all that.
I'm glad you didn't hold that against me.
Well, awesome. Hey, have fun. Enjoy this time with this moment with your family and your friends.
I will.
All right, brother.
All right, love you.
What?
Congrats, man.
What?
We've all been there. We've all done it.
I love you.
If you didn't catch it, wait, here we go. I'll play this again in case you didn't catch it the first time because he's very quiet.
All right, love you.
Love you too.
Congrats, man.
And then everybody goes, love you too.
That is so funny. The end is so funny. First of all, he said, thanks for keeping me in state.
Yeah.
No, he's from South Carolina. But again,
not the same state.
It's not the same state, but it's whatever. Like, the excitement that we could talk about the life-changing money for a lot of these kids, right? And I don't know Monroe Freeling's family existence. I have no clue. So maybe it's not life-changing money for him. But it's a life-changing experience, and it's a lifelong dream that these guys realize. And all I could think of as I'm listening to that is Monroe Freeling is having the greatest day of his life.
Yeah.
To the point where he can't stop either laughing or crying.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're overwhelmed with the emotion of achieving this because it is an achievement.
Yeah.
It is just awesome.
He's so genuine and sincere, and you can tell that he's humble because he's doing that. Like, some guys don't, and they express it differently, but there's no doubt he's excited.
He is thrilled. So good for him. And like Dan Morgan, wait, I love you.
I love how they're all like, love you too.
No, exactly. Everybody just acting on instinct at that point. All right, that was just absolutely fantastic to hear. And look, I said before, I think it's going to be a great move. I think it is a great move. We don't know how it's going to work out in terms of how good he's going to be as a player long term. Remember, Ike Ekwonu was the 6th overall pick, and we all love that draft. We all love that pick. I did. But he never really materialized into being a great, pass protection left tackle. You need that at that position. And I do think that Ike Ekwonu, as long as he's healthy, and if he comes back fully, maybe his future is on the right side. And there's nothing wrong with that. He's a dynamite human being. That is important. Speaking of which, Lee Steinberg, one of the all-time player agents, not only in the NFL, but other sports as well. Latest book's called The Comeback, and he joins us on the Adam Gold Show. I know you have been busy. I saw you at a Mahomes family function, I guess, over this week so far. So how are you, sir?
Doing great. I love draft day, my favorite day of the year. And yesterday, Randy Mahomes, Patrick's mother, hosted a luncheon for the mothers of the top draft picks that were going. So she had me give them a talk about how to be a great mom to your athletic son.
That's awesome. So what are you telling clients? Lee Steinberg is joining us here. What are you telling clients as they approach the draft?
So hopefully you've been able to interact with a whole series of franchises and understand what their true intentions are. They'll be pretty open as long as you don't cross-fertilize the information. So you're trying to figure out who the hot teams are that will have a present intention to draft your player. You don't care about the rest of them, and hopefully you're preparing the family. If they're back at their home site, there's an incredible number of people that are present in that room, and preparing them for what's going to happen on draft day. So you don't have someone sitting in Pittsburgh with the case of the plummeting draft pick,
right,
where it becomes a storyline. So you're trying to get that. So we've been pretty successful in isolating the teams that have been open, that if the players available when they pick, they're going to take him, or they'll trade up to try to get him.
Lee Steinberg is joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. There's an athletic side of this and preparing your client athletically for what's about to happen. But I know you have been very much a proponent of a lot of the other things. How much focus do you put on that? Did you put on that when you were basically in your heyday, with multiple clients?
So I still have about 15 clients, and one of them is Patrick Mahomes. And what you're trying to look for is character. Someone that understands the power of role modeling, will go back and retrace their roots to the high school, collegiate, and professional activity and set up scholarship funds and charitable foundations. And you're looking for someone who's a self-starter, who's going to have a pristine practice ethic and will always be prepared. And athletically, you're looking for someone who, in adversity, because it will come upon every player, quarterback's thrown 2 interceptions, the crowd is booing, the center's looking at him like he's on hallucinogens for play calling. What does he do now? The game's getting out of hand. Can he compartmentalize, adopt a quiet mind, tune out everything extraneous, and elevate his level of play in critical situations so take a team to and through victory?
Lee Steinberg is joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. Just specific to a guy like Patrick, what do you like the most about him?
First of all, he was grounded, so that everything was swirling around him, but he didn't change the basic way he related to people, and he would always ask people how they were doing. So he was not totally self-absorbed. Second of all, he's very bright. Third of all, he has incredible vision. And fourth of all, I've, represented Hall of Fame quarterbacks like Troy Aikman and Steve Young and Warren Moon. I've never seen anybody throw the ball that way. At Pro Scouting Day, he sat on about the 15-yard line of one side and threw it into the other end zone. And so he's got all of that. Plus, he's a natural leader, and he takes responsibility for himself.
Lee Steinberg is joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. It's such a different world now in the NFL with the I don't even like to call them rookie salary cap or the rookie salaries because to me it's a first salary. Not maybe half of these guys will get a second contract from the team that they got drafted by. But because we know what the slot is, what is your job now? When you have a client in the first round, like I don't even understand why there are holdout situations. So what is the job?
Yeah, there really aren't. Cap has eliminated holdout. I'm not a big fan of it, but that's one positive thing it does because a team is allocated a certain amount of maximum money it can pay minimum, and instead of long, contentious, drawn-out negotiations, the team will move immediately to the top offer. So when you're asking about the negotiating process, it's a far cry from what I've done over my 52 years, which were very often contentious with players sitting out. Now they're all on time and get signed with no problem because the team's offering the most they can ever offer.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen all the time. Are there organizations that you don't have to name them if you don't want to. Are there organizations you'd like to avoid?
Well, my particular cross in life was the Cincinnati Bengals. I had their first-round draft pick in 1987, 92, 94, 95, and 99. And if I've represented astronauts, Mike Brown would be commissioner of the moon.
That is funny. That is outstanding. Lee Steinberg is joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. How much of your work also deals with the parents? I know you obviously have a close relationship with Pat Mahomes' mom. So how much of your work also deals with families?
So it takes a family to produce an athletically successful son, and you need to make them part of the process. So we educate them as to every aspect of the scouting system, where the player will go train, what he'll do at the combine, what will happen at pro scouting day, and then give them the best information, explain to them the salary cap and what goes into a contract, a 4-year contract for every rookie. So you want to make sure that they understand that because they can be very supportive in the process. And I emphasize to mothers on health and wellness that they need to be a champion of their son because the athletes are all in denial. They'll play under all circumstances. And I've been campaigning for 30 years on the concussion issue.
Yep.
And so I told the mothers yesterday, you have to keep track of how many times your son is hit in the head and when he's unconscious, and at a certain point, whether it makes sense to play the game.
Lee Steinberg is joining us. Now I got to ask you about the book. I know Troy Aikman wrote the foreword for it. So talk to me about the comeback, what your goal is with this book as we have to say goodbye.
The way I looked at it was that I struggled with alcohol 20 years ago, and life will invariably set someone back. It could be health issues or financial or marital, or it could be substance abuse. And so I detail my struggle, the crash, how I came back, and then it also tells the stories of Warren Moon and Steve Young and Troy Aikman and Rolf Nerska and Patrick Mahomes and situations they place. So it's designed to be a playbook for people that are looking for practical ways when they hit a reverse in life to be able to see the light at the end of the tunnel and display resilience and come back.
That's awesome. Lee Steinberg, one of the all-time greats. Show me the money, the whole thing. I appreciate your time, sir. Good luck with the book. And I know, are you hanging around Pittsburgh for the next 2 rounds, or are you headed back to California?
Back to California. The first round was enough. And I want to do a shout-out to the best PR group in the world that's right there in Raleigh. It's French West Vaughn and Charles Upchurch.
Shout out noted, and I agree wholeheartedly. Thank you so much, sir.
My pleasure.
You got it. Lee Steinberg here on the Adam Gold Show. Yeah, they are. They are the best. I got no problem with that. As a matter of fact, Victoria, you know one of the people that Lee just shouted out. The Vaughn.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
So,
True.
I'm sorry, the French, the Vaughn.
I knew where you were going.
Yes, thank you very much. Wow. I apologize for that, Rick. We talk music with Rick all the time. All right, when we come back, we're going to stretch, and we will place bets. I have to look and see if I won yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, I know I did. Got Stankoven.
There you go.
Finally.
Why would you change?
I know, I'm not.
Why would you change at this point?
Nope.
All right, that's coming up next.
Questioning goalie interference calls since day one. The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Introducing Bluebell Pro, a dessert with up to 12 grams of protein and 110 calories or less per serving. Low fat, no added sugars, and gluten-free. Dig into a pint. It's more than just protein. It's Bluebell Pro. Never has high protein tasted so good.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream in your local grocer. If you can't find it, ask for it.
Every day, people battling addiction suffer in silence. Because of stigma, they fear judgment. They fear being labeled, and too often, they don't get the help they need. But you can help change that. Join the Governor's Institute and be a superhero in the overdose battle campaign. Learn how to break the stigma, support those in need, and save lives. Visit governorsinstitute.org/superhero to get involved. Be a hero, fight stigma, save a life.
Are you struggling with your Medicare drug costs? The NC Department of Insurance SHIP program may be able to help. The extra help in Medicare savings programs are available for those who qualify, but you have to apply. Contact SHIP today to see if you qualify. Visit ncshiip.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212. SHIP provides free, unbiased help in all 100 counties.
Project supported by grants from the Administration for Community Living. Contents do not necessarily represent official views of, nor an endorsement by ACL, HHS, or the U.S. government.
The North Carolina Healthcare Association invites you to listen to this month's podcast, Conversations on the State of Healthcare. This month we examined the Thrive 5, developed by Thrive OBX. The Thrive 5 is a way to bring the community together using outside partnerships to stay healthy as you age. My guest is Amy Montgomery, Executive Director of Operations at Outer Banks Health.
So Thrive OBX is about inspiring well-being and longevity through a community-wide cultural movement. The goal is simple: to help people thrive. Research shows that only about 30% of our longevity is tied to our genetics, and 10% depends on access to health care. So that leaves roughly 60% is determined by daily lifestyle choices, like how we eat, move, manage stress, sleep, and connect socially.
You can learn more and join our latest Conversations on the State of Healthcare wherever you listen to your favorite podcast, and find out more by visiting nchealthcare.org.
Distracted driving kills. Every glance away from the road puts lives at risk. Eating and drinking, texting, changing the music, or checking your phone. It can all wait. Behind the wheel, your only job is to drive. Buckle up, stay focused, keep your eyes on the road and your hands on the wheel. Protect yourself, your passengers, and everyone around you. Every seat, every time. This message is brought to you by the Governor's Highway Safety Program and the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
Your child's doctor shares your goals, a healthy future for your child. Doctors recommend vaccines throughout childhood because they protect what matters most: your child's future from preventable disease and serious illness. Discuss any questions you have and check that your child is up to date, and talk about any concerns. You're right to have questions. Get real answers. Start a conversation with your doctor today. Visit vaccinesforkids.nc.gov. Paid for by NCDHHS.
This is Adam Gold.
I told Tim, who does the afternoon show, I said, I'm about to turn this game around. We need Cheez-Its. So I went to go get magical lucky Cheez-Its, and guess what? Boom. Period 2, tied it up. And then at the end of the game, I still had like 8 Cheez-Its in the cup left, and I said, lucky Cheez-Its.
There you go.
The Adam Gold Show.
It's the Adam Gold Show. I am Adam Gold. Victoria producing the program. Welcome to your Friday.
Or Friday. I know you love it.
It's fine. Fine. It's all good. Before we stretch and do all of that, according to reports in Ottawa, Jake Sanderson, concussion, will not play Game 4. Artem Zub, their other best defenseman, will also not. He got knocked out of the series in Game 1. He will not play in Game 4. And I hate it for the Senators because you want teams, just for the game itself, you want teams at full strength. But without those two guys, they're just getting guys back. They just got Tyler Clevin back. Oh, I love the future of that player. He had, I think he took a puck to the face like a few weeks ago, and he had a broken jaw. He's playing with like a football helmet on. Mm-hmm. So they just got him back for last night's game. I didn't think he was particularly super effective last night. But that's a big blow to not have Jake Sanderson. Yeah. Now, the reason he's out with a concussion, Taylor Hall, the check to if you're looking at the goal, to the right of the goal, sort of in the corner. There was shoulders. He hit him in the side of the head. And there was no leaving your feet. There was no targeting. Yes, nobody is denying first point of contact is to the head. And I know the NHL earlier today said there would not be any review for supplemental discipline because they saw the play. And they were like, well, we don't need to do anything like that. Travis Greene said, the head coach of the Ottawa Senators, he's shocked that there isn't supplemental discipline for Taylor Hall's hit on Sanderson. It's awful that Sanderson is hurt. Don't want to see that. In the grand scheme of things, what Brady Tkachuk did, skating past Jordan Martinook, spearing him in the midsection with his stick, is way worse because it was clearly intentional. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what bothered Travis Greene last night, was that they called that a 5-minute major, then reviewed it, and then dropped it to a 2-minute minor, which I thought was proper.
Yeah, no, it's smart. For
right?
people who don't know, you need to do it as a major. That way
right.
you can review it and put it back down if you need to. It gives you that leeway.
Right. And because of the way it happened with Hall and Sanderson behind the net, the reason you would call it a major is that there might be an injury. Mm-hmm. Well, Sanderson, his first reaction was not to go to the ice. His first reaction was to punch Taylor Hall in the head.
Yeah.
Which I have no problem with. I'm not arguing.
All right.
Right? So there's no reason for the referees to go, well, I wonder if Jake Sanderson is okay. He stayed in the game. In fact, that Hall penalty became, I believe, I think Sanderson was still on the ice in the 5-on-3. So there was another penalty after that, because that was the second of Carolina's run of penalties. As a matter of fact, the third penalty was the Andrei Svechnikov, too many men on the ice. Did anybody see that?
Right.
Right. So we're talking about several minutes later in the game. So the Hurricanes killed off the Hall penalty, the one where he checked illegal check to the head. Then Carolina has a long shift, and to the point where they're changing lines. And Carolina got a little overzealous. Svechnikov jumped on the ice too soon, and they nullified their own advantage by getting too many men on the ice. He goes to the box. Jalen Chatfield hooks down, forget who it was. Doesn't matter. Chatfield, 30 seconds into that penalty kill, hooks somebody down. Now it's a 5-on-3. Sanderson is still on the ice. So that's not to say that he wasn't concussed, because these things can happen the next day. They can happen a little bit later on. Maybe he thought he'd be fine, and it turned out he's not. I am not doubting that he has a concussion. I'm just saying, if you watch the play, there's zero indication that that was an intentional move on the part of Taylor Hall. Zero. Plus, he has no history of it. Anyway, I feel bad for Jake Sanderson. I'm not saying that I want Ottawa to win so he can come back in the series, because I don't. I want this series to end. But he's an awesome player. And if he ever wants to play here, I'd endorse that. All right, it's time to stretch.
Okay, so not only is this one of my favorite times of the year because it's playoff hockey time,
yes,
and literally the NHL playoffs are probably my favorite playoffs of all of them, but it is also time to buy concert tickets. Because Live Nation has started their Summer of Live promotion, and this is basically where they sell tickets for a cheaper price, and they don't have all the garbage fees and extra crap that you gotta pay for all the other stuff. Now, I will say, I've been doing this long enough. I remember when the promotional price was more like $25. Now it's $30, but it's back. It's still cheaper than waiting or, getting a regular price, I guess. So over 4,000 concerts will be available to choose from in certain areas, and tickets will go on sale Wednesday and end May 5th. So start planning if you're like me and you're a concert junkie. I love concerts because when I'm gone for a week, that's what I'll be doing.
All right, awesome.
So,
You already have your plans?
Yeah, in May, I'm going to be gone for like a whole week.
Where?
I'll be in Florida.
Concerting?
Yes, all week.
Awesome.
It's a 4-day event, so I'm super excited. People, if you know, you know.
I won't know the names of any of the bands.
It's a lot of them. It's all of the bands. So
right,
the event's called Rockville, and you can look it all up.
Sure.
Which I'm sure you will. You know what else you can look up? How to place a bet.
Place your bets. Place your bets. Here we are. I bet you slice into the woods $100.
Gambling is illegal at Bushwood, sir, and I never slide.
Okay, you can owe me. I owe you nothing.
All right, let's rock.
Oh, man. Well, we have more playoff hockey, but we also have UFC Vegas 116.
Knock it out of the park.
So I'm super excited for it. Norma Dumont versus Jesseline Edwards. You know what? Norma, she's a favorite, but I think she's going to win by the points. It's probably going to go to the judges. So give me Norma to win by decision. That's minus 140, but I know there's boost, and you put it in a parlay.
Say booze? There's booze?
Boost. Well, there might be booze while you're watching it.
Either way, that's fine. All right, Montreal, Tampa tonight. In Montreal, give me the Canadiens. Under 5.5 plus 278.
Yeah, exactly. We also have Ryan Spann versus Marcus Buchecha. And I think Ryan, he's an underdog in this one, but I don't know. I like him in this fight. So plus 115.
All right. We're going to go out west. Vegas playing in Salt Lake City against the Mammoth and the Zammoth.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Vegas will take a 2-1 series lead over 5.5 plus 215.
Last but not least, our Canes. Next time they're playing, why would
Just
I change?
do it. Just do
why
it.
would I change the hot hand? So let's go Stanky. Logan Stankoven plus 240. Yesterday it was plus 290. What are we doing? Why is he plus 2 anything?
Why are you even messing around? Just go first goal.
I know, I should. I don't want to jinx it.
I mean, it's a given.
I know, but I hope third time wasn't the charm.
3 in a row. First goal of the game. All right, we're going to go to the Premier League. Stadium of Light. Sunderland still has a chance. They were just promoted. Still has a chance for European football. Nottingham Forest, halfway decent chance of going down. Give me Sunderland at plus 175 to win at the Stadium of Light, and a Brian Brobby anytime goal, by the way. Love that. All right. When we come back, Wall of Sound and the Roundtable coming up.
Delivering more hits than the Canes forecheck.
Shoot, he scores!
The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Listen every afternoon for The Drive with Tim Donnelly.
In the transfer portal world of college basketball, every answer asks another question. NC State gets a point guard, but he's 6'1". They need more size. Carolina gets a new coach, but he's got NBA experience. Will the college kids listen to him? Even Duke needs a little bit of size and goes to a Belmont transfer. Everybody still has questions.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 3 to 6 on 99.9 The Fan.
What is a pancreas? What does it do? Hey, this is Steve. I worked for Mix 101.5 for 22 years. But last year, I get hit with a gut punch. Pancreatic cancer. There's a great walk this Saturday in Raleigh called Purple Stride, benefiting pancam.org. They're an organization that helps pancreatic cancer patients fight through this, just like me. So please join us for Purple Stride this Saturday, the 25th of April, downtown Raleigh. Go to pancan.org.
It's bow time. Sometimes the craving for Bojangles Supremes is so strong you just gotta have them. Even when your gas tank is on empty and Bojangles is still 10 miles down the highway. Nothing beats the flavor of Bojangles' juicy golden Supremes, especially when they're part of a perfect combo with 4 boldly seasoned chicken Supremes, a made-from-scratch biscuit, fixin', and some legendary iced tea. The only thing that can satisfy your hunger is that delicious southern flavor. So when the craving is supreme, put the pedal to the metal. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that one-of-a-kind Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole breast tenderloin fillets, choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles' legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Hi friends, this is Mark Pons with Chapel Hill Tire. Spring break is here. Whether you're heading to the beach, the mountains, or just getting out of town for a few days, make sure your car is ready for the trip. At Chapel Hill Tire, our team of ASE certified technicians can help with brakes, oil changes, and the routine maintenance that keeps your drive smooth and stress-free. With 13 locations across Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill, Carrboro, Apex, and Cary, there's always a Chapel Hill Tire close by. Schedule your appointment today at chapelhilltire.com and drive happy.
This is Ray Womble Jr. from J.E. Womble & Sons in Lillington. Spring is here and lawn mowing will be in full force. Our new lineup of Bobcat zero-turn mowers are bringing tough to turf. Built to give you a professional edge, engineered to last longer and work harder. Come check out the Bobcat ZT 2000 series at a discount of $1,200 with 0% financing. And remember, if J.E. Womble & Sons doesn't have it, you don't need it.
Canes Hockey is back. Grab an ice cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Canes. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Official hard tea and lemonade of the Carolina Hurricanes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Getting hurt in a car wreck comes with all kinds of stress and frustration. But when you call me, I'll be on top of all of it. So all you need to worry about is getting better. If you've been injured in a car wreck, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
You're listening to The Adam Gold Show.
Skylar Brindamore will be surrounded by Josiah Slavin and Eric Robinson. There you go. On defense, Keandre Miller and Shane Gostisbehere. Alexander Nikishin and Sean Walker. Mike Riley will go with Charles Alexis Legault. Earl, a huge Charles Alexis Legault fan. I'm telling you, Earl is a huge Caniac.
I can tell.
A huge Caniac.
I thought I heard "Let's Go Canes" in there.
Oh, yeah. That's what he says.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He's the best.
And then he says, "Harriet, stop stealing my toys." I feel like he
doesn't happen. She takes whatever she wants. She's a spoiled little sister.
Ah.
Is what she is. All right. We're going to have the round table in just a few minutes. But right now, it is time for the Wall of Sound.
The Wall of Sound is a function of this studio. There's no doubt about it.
If you haven't heard it, you need to hear it. Every NFL team does it. You make the draft pick, and then you call home. You call the kid. You call the family, especially if he's not there. And in the case of Monroe Freeling from the University of Georgia, he was not there. Here's the phone call.
Monroe, Dan Morgan, how you doing, man?
What's going on?
Hey, how would you feel about being a Panther, man?
Amazing, actually.
Let's go, man. Hey, we're excited to have you, man. Super excited.
I'm a Dolphin, man. I'm telling you.
Hell of a player, man. We're jacked to get you. I'm going to hand you off to our owner, David Tepper, okay?
All right. Sounds good.
Congrats, man.
Hey, Monroe, you doing good? You doing good?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing really good.
Well, you sound happy, so that's a good thing.
I'm doing really good.
No, that's great. Hey, welcome into the Panther family, okay?
Y'all keeping me in state, man. Right there.
All right. I'm gonna hand you over to the coach right here, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Cool.
Monroe, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, brother, this is a great day. I'm glad it played out this way. We're so fired up to get you here, man.
I'm also fired up, man.
We're gonna have to teach you what keep pounding means, though. Okay, so we'll get you initiated on all that.
I'm glad you didn't hold that against me.
Well, awesome. Hey, have fun. Enjoy this time with this moment with your family and your friends.
I will.
All right, brother.
All right, love you.
Love you too.
Congrats, man.
That is the best. The end of that is
so
the best.
Great.
I love you.
Know. Love you. And
love
then
you.
they were like, love you back.
Sure. Why
okay.
not? I mean, all of us have been in that situation, right?
Everyone.
You've said, because maybe just talk to your significant other and you say, I love you at the end of the phone call.
Or even just like if you go to a restaurant and the waitress or waiter is like, enjoy your food, and you say, you too. Like, they're not eating. Whoops, sorry.
We're not always locked in. Man, you could tell, man, how excited he was for this day. So good for Monroe Freeling. I think great for the Carolina Panthers. Now, for Dan Morgan, how did the board fall that allowed you to make this draft pick?
I think it was falling our way. I think as the picks kept coming off, I think we were getting a little more nervous. We had a couple guys that we had our eye on, and it just so happened that Monroe was there at our pick, and again, he's just too good to pass up. To be that big, long, and athletic, and young, it was something that we weren't sure if he was going to be there. We thought he might get taken a little sooner. So when he was there, it was easy pick for us.
All right. What about? Did they ever think of trading up?
No, we didn't. We wanted to sit there and just keep our picks and let it come to us. Of course, we'll have our little conversations about should we or should we not, but at the end of the day, we just wanted to stay put and let somebody come to us, keep our picks, and keep drafting.
All right, now to Monroe Freeling himself on getting to stay in the Carolinas.
I mean, it's actually insane because my older brother, he went to school at Charlotte, so he went to school at Queens in Charlotte, so it's like that's like a cycle almost. I'm going up there too, and I'll be up there with him, so it's like I was up there with him, I guess. But I mean, it's kind of incredible. I mean, I didn't imagine this, and I'm so happy that this is the case. It's like I get to stay up 3 hours from the home, and I get to basically stay at home, and I didn't do that through the college recruiting process. So I guess I owe it to my Carolina fans.
Well, I mean, Georgia's not that far from South Carolina, I don't believe. But whatever. He was excited to stay in state, as he said.
Yeah.
Of course, he's from South Carolina.
Which is not the same state.
It's all right. It's okay. There's a reason why they're the Carolina Panthers.
Barf.
Right? It's the reason why the logo is shaped the way it is.
There's too many letters to call us the North Carolina Panthers.
I totally understand the mindset there. What will teammates notice about Morgan Freeling?
Man, my energy. I think I bring the energy every single day, regardless if it's a practice, a walkthrough, or a game. Man, I bring the energy every single day. So I'm going to get on that team, and I might be a rookie, but I'm going to bring the energy every single day just because I don't think I can go out there and play offensive line without it. So definitely my energy.
I love the pick. We're going to talk about it when we do the roundtable, but it's not so much that I love Morgan Freeling, because I'm not going to lie and could tell you the difference between Morgan Freeling and any of the other tackles that were taken in the first round. I love the idea of taking your left tackle of the future. We've talked about it a lot over the last several weeks. All right, Dave Canales, because he's only had 18 starts. We criticize when quarterbacks have only had a handful of starts. Dave Canales, is there an advantage for taking an inexperienced player?
You'd always like guys to have more games, more experience that way. I just know different scenarios happen in the game. But to your point, having a guy that, has limited starts, when you get them, you really do have a chance to imprint on them just our style, philosophy, and techniques and drills and all those things. But so there's a give and take there.
All right, now let's get to the Carolina Hurricanes. Not sure you know this, but the Hurricanes are 3-0 in this series. Yeah. Real quick before we play sound from the head coach from last night. Really, in all three games, I mean, Carolina was the better team. Less so probably in game 2 than in games 1 and 3. And I've talked about this before. Just go back to 23, when the Hurricanes first time Canes met the Florida Panthers in the conference finals. And we had that 17 overtime game. And then the next game went to overtime. And it was a very, very close series, even though Carolina got swept. Carolina could have won any of those games, any of them. And they didn't. And my takeaway from the series was there was a reason. Florida was better, even though Carolina could have won any of those games. And you could argue should have won game 1. Fine. I think this series is very similar in that Ottawa could have won game 1, tied the game, goal chalked off game 1, remember? In the third period, Carolina ends up winning it 2-0. How many chances did they have to win game 2? Didn't. Carolina ends up winning it twice. And then last night, Batherson scores. It's 1-1. Second period. And then Jackson Blake. And that line happened. A minute 23 later. Second shift after Ottawa ties it. Carolina just has an it about them. And it's not like, oh, this is the year. Nah, man, this is the team. This team does this year in and year out. I have very, very good vibes in running through me about this group. All right, here's the head coach. By the way, Carolina won the face-off battle last night.
Yeah, I guess we were better. I didn't check the numbers, but it was a point of contention there for a little bit, but we had to be better, and I guess we were.
Yes, you were. You won almost 55% of the face-offs last night after losing about 65% of them in game number 2. Jackson Blake's goal, 123 after Drake Batherson's goal. What did that do?
Yeah, everybody always talks about those shifts after goals and things. Every shift's important, but it just took. You're right. The momentum kind of was going the other way, and then that settles it down a little bit. And obviously, it turns out to be the winner. So, they were very good.
Yes, they were very good. How good is that line, Rod?
They've been real special. Obviously, it kind of doesn't take much to see that they're contributing and putting goals up for us and playing very, very well.
All right, when we come back in the roundtable, it's a perfect NFL draft combination. Jeremy Greene and Josh Graham is back. We'll talk to them about the draft next.
Because your fantasy football team needs all the help it can get, the Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Listen every afternoon for The Drive with Tim Donnelly.
In the transfer portal world of college basketball, every answer asks another question. NC State gets a point guard, but he's 6'1". They need more size. Carolina gets a new coach, but he's got NBA experience. Will the college kids listen to him? Even Duke needs a little bit of size and goes to a Belmont transfer. Everybody still has questions.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 3 to 6 on 99.9 The Fan.
For 20 years, the North Carolina Education Lottery has been creating winning moments where dreams become a reality and where hundreds of winners are made every day. Moments that add up to billions of dollars in wins. And we're nowhere near finished. Seize your winning moment with the new 20th anniversary scratch-off and digital instance game. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning on the scratch-off are 1 in 3.45. Approximate overall odds of winning a prize in the digital instance game are 1 in 3.75. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
When sleep isn't working, everything feels harder. Your health, your patience, your focus, even your relationships. I'm Megan Giggling with Parkway Sleep Health Centers. Too often, people are told to wait months or even years just to talk to a sleep specialist, but untreated sleep problems don't wait. At Parkway, care begins within weeks with home sleep studies and fast coordinated support so people can move forward instead of staying stuck. Better sleep changes everything.
Parkway Sleep, your fastest path to better sleep. Start today at parkwaysleep.com. Sound sleep, sound health.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 919-205-9800. That's 919-205-9800.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
This is Adam Gold.
He doesn't have many years to choose from.
No, and part of that was COVID. Nobody's picking COVID.
COVID was a great year.
Yeah.
Look, if you invested in Zoom,
oh, that was a good year. Yes.
You had a good year during COVID.
Yep.
The Adam Gold Show.
It's the Adam Gold Show I am Adam Gold. Hype.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be exciting. I love these guys.
I mean, we're hyped because it's 3-0 Hurricanes, but we're
That
also
too.
we're also hyped because it's Friday, and
Or Friday.
and it's time for one of my favorite combinations on the Roundtable.
Camelot. It's only a model.
And we have Jeremy Greene, ESPN Asheville, ESPN Draft Nerd on Twitter, and Josh Graham, Westwood 1, who changed his Twitter name. It's Josh Graham's show now. And I thank both of these gentlemen for joining us. So, Mr. National, I'll start with you. In one word, describe the Panthers' first-round draft pick. Or not the pick, but their move. In one word.
For the first time ever, the New York Jets burned somebody in the NFL draft for their own benefit. They wanted Sadiq. I'm convinced of that. And then they got on the – look, this class is weird. I believe Carolina had first-round grades on, let's say, 16 guys.
Right.
And Monroe Freeling was the one that was left. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me because I don't know where he plays. If Iguanu's going to be the left tackle, which is what every Panther fan tells me, everybody around that team says that's our guy. I don't know where Monroe Freeling's going to play because he's a left tackle. Now, if this is to move Iguanu into guard a year from now and you're going to pay him to be the guard that I've said he was for 4 years, I'm all in on this. But I'm going to need to see all the steps before I love it.
All right, hold on one second, because nobody answered my question. So I'm going to start over, and I'm going to start with Josh Graham. All right, give me one word to describe what the Panthers did, Josh.
Adequate.
Adequate. Okay.
It's fine. It's an offensive tackle. Those don't grow on trees. It's a premium position. I agree with what Jeremy said. Much of across the league, then I sat and listened, and this is hell. I don't recommend this for anybody. Listening. I listened to at least 28 of the press conferences that these GMs give prior to the draft, and consensus seemed to be that in a normal year there are 16, 18 guys that you have first-round grades on, true first-round grades.
Right.
This year it was a smaller number, 12, 13, maybe 14, and based on hearing what the Panthers brass had to say, I believe Monroe Freeling to be one of those 13 or 14, what they feel was a first-round grade. So even if it wasn't an air quote position of need, you take the best player on your board that you have a first-round grade on. That's exactly what they did a year ago with Teteroa McMillan. When a year before that, Xavier Legette was a first-rounder. They didn't need a receiver. They had Jalen Coker, and obviously that turned out pretty well. So it's the same logic they're applying this year, and I'm fine with it. Figure it out later with Icky when he gets back from injury and what you just did with the former Packer tackle as well.
All right, I'm going to assign a word to Jeremy's answer, and that word will be confused or confusing. And both
I
of
was
you
just going to go question mark like I was
Right.
Prince and just be identified by a symbol.
And both of you, I have mad respect for both of you. And I am confused and perplexed that you guys can't see the brilliance in what the Carolina Panthers did. They drafted their left tackle of the future before they needed their left tackle of the future. Ike Ekwonu isn't a left tackle of the future for this team, on top of the fact that he's coming off an injury that he might not ever be able to recover from fully. It's a very devastating injury, a patella tendon injury. I think this was a great move because now, if Ekwonu can come back, he becomes an option for you at right tackle. Forget about interior line, maybe, but he becomes an option for you at right tackle because, look, Taylor Moton isn't the same guy that he was anyway, and he's 31 and expensive. I love this move. Rasheed Walker's a one-year guy. He's only got a one-year deal. I think this is a phenomenal draft pick because it sets them up. It's thinking ahead. It's not just thinking about this year. I love it. All right, Josh, and now respond to that.
Well, it tracks with what Dan Morgan's done now in all the drafts that we've seen from him, where a big part of what he does, he looks at position groups that have 1 year left, and this sounds like general manager 101, but not a lot of GMs do this because not a lot of GMs operate with job security. You might not have expected me to say something nice about David Tepper here, but I will. It seems that he has given this group enough security to be thinking about the future with the way they approach the draft and the way that they plug picks in. A good indicator, a good guide is to see who has 1 year remaining on deals, and then generally you're filling in those spots and thinking about the future. It sounds easy in practice, but again, if you're feeling like you have to look over your shoulder and be fearful that you're not going to be in your job at this time at the end of the year,
right,
which was a fear in the early years of Tepper's tenure with how quickly they turned things over, you're not operating that way. But it seems Carolina is, and that's the sign of a stable organization.
I said this last year. It looked like David Tepper was becoming a good owner, and it takes a while sometimes to learn how to do that. But it does look like Tepper has turned the corner in that regard as well. All right, Jeremy, because I believe the Panthers have done the right thing here, and I am no Panthers fan. People know this, and I am loath to heap praise on them, but I think they did. What is this? Who was the second smartest team at the draft last night?
Oh, it's for the first time I've ever gotten to say this. I've been a Jets fan for 30 years.
Gosh.
It was the New York Jets.
My gosh, what is wrong with you?
Unequivocally, without a shadow of a doubt. They got two of my top 7 players. Bailey was my 3, and Sadiq was my 7.
Right.
They got Omar Cooper trading back into the first round. So you get 2 legit weapons for whoever your quarterback's going to be in 2027. Because the Jets did that thing, and I love what Josh said about working from a position of job security. That's what Darren Mucci did. That team's not going to be good next year.
Nope.
I'm well aware of that. Geno Smith will lead that team to a sweet 4-13 season where you look at them and go, a year from now, with a quarterback, they're going to be a problem. They're not a problem now, and they know that. So They took 3 players that need a year to develop. They're going to get as many snaps as they can physically handle. And when Arch Manning or Julian Sayin or Lenora Sellers lines up at quarterback for the Jets next year, they're going to have weapons. Because the thing that nobody ever says when it comes to taking quarterbacks, it's not how good is the quarterback. It's how ready are you for a franchise quarterback. Because if you don't have that left tackle, you don't have 2 legit weapons, a running game that can at least take a little pressure off him, and a defense that can keep you out of shootouts, that quarterback is doomed from day one. I said that about Mendoza last night. I don't dislike the kid. I hate the fit because there is not a weapon on that team not named Brock Bowers that I like at all. The Jets, Adam, I can't believe I'm saying it. I know all the words, and in this order, it feels like I'm saying something incorrectly. The New York Jets were the winner of night 1.
It's a shame you said that, but you might be right. I also, the only player in this draft, because I'm not even telling you that I loved Morgan Freeling, Monroe Freeling, because I frankly couldn't recognize him in a lineup. But the only thing I would have done differently is Kenyon Sadiq for the Panthers if he were available at 19. That was my favorite player in this draft for a team that needed an offensive weapon. Now let me move to the other end of the spectrum. What was the dumbest move in the draft, Josh?
Arizona drafting Jeremiah Love, and it's not close.
Thank you. There's no second place.
It's not close because, to make the analogy here, running backs, they are not premium position players, and you certainly this is not a knock on Jeremiah Love. I think Jeremiah Love's a fantastic player.
Might be the best player in the draft, but it doesn't matter.
Kansas City, right. If a good team that was a player or so away took Jeremiah Love, that makes all the sense in the world. But Arizona had premium players available to them and premium needs, and they don't have a shot at winning right now in the most difficult division in the NFL to win, and they know it. Jacoby Brissett's their quarterback right now, and he's not even showing up to off-season workouts, which might lead to the funniest holdout in the history of the NFL.
That's funny.
And yet, you're operating with picking a running back. To make the analogy whole, this would be like buying a Porsche when you're struggling to pay the mortgage. It's, wait, we need help on the edge. Well, there's Arvell Reese, and there's Ruben Bain right there. Hey, you have a ton of needs. Maybe you want to move up. Maybe you want to move back. It seemed Kansas City was interested. Arvell Reese was the fifth pick. You don't think the Giants want to guarantee they get their guy? They don't know what the Titans are going to do it for. You can't do what Cleveland did and move back just a few picks and gain some more capital? Heck, you need help at corner too. If Kansas City felt it was worthy to take Monster Delane and move up a few picks to take him, that's a better pick than taking a running back at number 3. It was absolutely maddening. And you know what? If you didn't hear Monty Ossenfort last night, this is probably affirmation. It should have been a sign that they do something different in the moment. It seemed the football gods were trying to help them. They said last night there was a delay in picking Jeremiah Love because they had the wrong phone number.
That's so funny.
They tried to call Jeremiah Love. They had the wrong number. Somebody in the room should have said, but wait, is this a sign?
Yeah.
And no, they still make the call, and they take Jeremiah Love, and it's crazy.
Jeremy, is there another answer to this question? Because it's catastrophically stupid what Arizona did.
Oh, Arizona. I mean, look, you got to understand a lot of stupid things happened last night. I'm in Pittsburgh. I was there last night. Jeremiah Love was terrible. That was, I mean, I gave that an F as we were grading it today.
And we all agree he's a great player.
Oh, he was my number one. He was my number 2 player in the class. I had down to 1. I love him as a player. I hate him there. What Josh said about Jacoby Brissett, the comp I gave last night was this was like giving a key to your office to the night janitor. The only key you had to your office, you gave it to the night janitor so they could sweep up and things, and they locked you out of your office, and now they're holding you for ransom. That's the Jacoby Brissett holdout in a nutshell.
It's so funny.
Now, as for the worst pick, I must say I do not agree with you on Jeremiah Love. Here's why. Jeremiah Love was he's still a great player.
Yeah.
There was another one last night. This is my 4th draft on site. There was an audible and complete silence when the Los Angeles Rams took Ty Simpson at 13. And then what broke the silence on Radio Row was me laughing like Ted DiBiase so loud that everybody in the room turned and looked and went, he said the quiet part out loud. That's the single dumbest thing I've ever seen an NFL team do, and I've been doing this for a decade.
What made it dumb?
Okay, let me next year, no matter how you look at the quarterbacks,
right?
Unless revelations happens or the aliens come take us over, there will be no less than 6 first-round graded quarterbacks in next year's class.
I think
Julian Sayin,
right?
Julian Sayin, Arch Manning, Carr from Notre Dame, Lenoris Sellers, and then the other 2 you can kind of pick your poison. Those first 4 I said, they're first-round grades. It's happening.
We said this about Arch Manning and Lenoris Sellers last year, though. We said this a year ago.
Awful. South Carolina has one receiver. His name's Nick Harbor. He's built like a defensive end. He runs a 4.3 40, and he has 11 thumbs.
Dan Orlovsky says that Ty Simpson was the best quarterback in this draft. I am not endorsing that. But if the Rams felt like Ty Simpson is an NFL quarterback that they believe they can, with a year of training, develop into being one of those guys, then I have no problem with it. Maybe 13's too high for it, but I'll give them
73 was too high for it.
Wow.
I love Dan. I know Dan.
Okay.
I love him. His takes on Ty Simpson make blood come out of my ears because they don't make any sense.
Okay.
I watched Ty Simpson in the biggest game of his year. I was on the sideline in Atlanta, and I saw a kid that didn't just not know what he was doing. He was clueless as to what to do next.
Right, it was year
against
one.
The Georgia defense that's nowhere near what it usually is.
Right, but
That
it was
team
year one.
Young and a year away from being a good defense. And Ty Simpson looked like a little kid who had peed his pants in the sandbox and was waiting on mommy to come pick him up and change him. If that kid's the 13th player in this draft, we should cancel Saturday because those picks don't mean anything.
The only thing I'll push back on is, again, the idea that there's going to be 6 first-round quarterbacks next year. We do this every year now, where last year I remember being told, hey, the Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart class, it's bad, but next year, get ready. You've got Arch Manning, Lenora Sellers, and Dante Moore. And now I have to hear the same crap a year later that these guys are going to be amazing when, in fact, they were not this past year.
Well, in fairness, none of those guys are in this class. Okay, so answer me this.
They were eligible. They were eligible, and people talked about them, and then they just didn't play good football.
Arch Manning would have been the second pick in this draft, undeniably. No doubt. If you don't believe me, I have worked with the Jets for a long time. They'll tell you the same thing. Arch would have been 2.
I'm right with Dante.
Lenora Sellers would have been in the top 10. Dante Moore would have been in the top 5. Ty Simpson next year.
Dante Moore might have been the second pick in the draft.
I thought he would have.
If Ty Simpson had come back to Alabama and he was in that class next year, because I didn't buy in. I said all of those things about the quarterbacks. They didn't come out. They're making $7 and $8 million to play high-level college football. I don't want to go to the Arizona Cardinals. That team is dead. The team we just killed for 5 minutes, that's what I'm leaving $8 million on the table for. I'm good. I'll go back and be big man on campus. They're all out of eligibility. They have to come out next year. Ty Simpson, and I want this on record that I said it. If Ty Simpson was in next year's class, he would not have gone in the first 2 days. He would have been 100 plus.
Wow. I love having Jeremy Greene on. We always get something maybe a little bit outlandish, but I love it. And he tries to back it up with facts, unlike the last time. All right, Josh Graham and Jeremy Greene, you guys are awesome. Thank you very much for your time, gentlemen, and we will do it again very, very soon at Josh Graham Show, at ESPN Draft Nerd. You can find them all. Thank you, guys.
Go Canes. Appreciate you guys.
You got it. All right, when we come back, speaking of Canes, Sean Hill on the Canes 3-0 series lead. Next.
Because your fantasy football team needs all the help it can get, the Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
No matter your struggle, you are not alone. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is free, private, and always available. If you feel lonely, isolated, anxious, or overwhelmed, help is here all day and night. Call, text, or chat 988 without cost, without judgment, and without waiting for an appointment. You'll get support that can make a difference. Brought to you by the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services.
Merlefest 2026, presented by Winter World, delivers music, moments, and memories each year. Hear Allison Krauss in Union Station featuring Jerry Douglas, Old Crow Medicine Show, Charles Wesley Godwin, Blackberry Smoke, Molly Tuttle, Railroad Earth, the infamous String Dusters, Joyalata Coon, Maggie Rose, Sam Bush, Peter Rowan, Steep Canyon Rangers, the Costellos, the Creekers, and more. Join us April 23rd through 26th in Wilkesboro, North Carolina. For the full lineup and tickets, visit merlefest.org.
Carolina Complete Health, from neighborhoods in Charlotte to families in Greensboro, Raleigh, and Durham, all the way to Asheville and Wilmington, and everything in between. We are here for communities across North Carolina, connecting you to the care and support you need. We are here to make healthcare easier to access and understand. We are here to bridge the gap, because your health matters. Your community matters. You matter. We are here for your health. Visit hereforyourhealthnc.com.
This April, during Line Worker Appreciation Days, we celebrate our hometown heroes, the public power line workers who keep our communities powered and connected. From powering homes and businesses to restoring service after storms, public power line workers show up every day, rain or shine, to keep the lights on in the communities they serve. Join us in saying thank you to these dedicated, skilled professionals by visiting electricities.com/thank-a-line-worker.
From the food we eat to the clothes we wear, agriculture touches every corner of our daily lives. I'm Lee Ivey, director of the Agriculture Institute at NC State University. With the world's population growing, we need people equipped and trained to meet the needs of our future. In our program, we rise to meet that challenge every day, and our students are engaged and invested. Invest in yourself and learn more about our program online by searching NC State Ag Institute. Deadline for fall enrollment is June 1st. 2 years, 1 degree, endless possibilities.
Distracted driving kills. Every glance away from the road puts lives at risk. Eating and drinking, texting, changing the music, or checking your phone. It can all wait. Behind the wheel, your only job is to drive. Buckle up, stay focused, keep your eyes on the road and your hands on the wheel. Protect yourself, your passengers, and everyone around you. Every seat, every time. This message is brought to you by the Governor's Highway Safety Program and the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Introducing Bluebell Pro, a dessert with up to 12 grams of protein and 110 calories or less per serving. Low fat, no added sugars, and gluten-free. Dig into a pint. It's more than just protein. It's Bluebell Pro. Never has high protein tasted so good.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream in your local grocer. If you can't find it, ask for it.
We got a higher home appraisal after we put away our African art and family photos.
Has this happened to you because of race or national origin? Contact HUD at hud.gov/fair housing. A message from HUD and the National Fair Housing Alliance.
This is Adam Gold.
You know, soap attracts dirt, right? That's what soap does. It attracts dirt. Right now, Bill Belichick is soap. That's what he is.
Yeah.
He's soap.
Yeah.
He's attracting all this dirt.
Or he's like an overripe banana and it's attracting all these gnats.
The Adam Gold Show.
All right, let's get to last night. 2-1 Hurricanes win. Sean Hill, Hurricanes legend, joins us on the Adam Gold Show. So, Senators came out fired up. They were hitting everything that had a pulse in the first 5 minutes, and then Carolina scored. Again, by the way, it was Logan Stankoven. All 3 games, he has scored the first goal of the game. How much starch did that take out of Ottawa at that point?
Yeah, I think that's a real kick in the shins for them. They came out and had a great push. Obviously couldn't score, and then for us to come back and get one early, it really is an uphill battle mentally, much more than just the score, you know?
Oh, no doubt about it. And, you know, through 2 games in Raleigh, I mean, Ottawa could have been and they would have been very justified to think that, man, we could be 2-0 ahead as opposed to down in the series to 2-0, even though I think Carolina was the better team. They had more than enough opportunity to impact the game. They had the goal call back in game 1 that would have tied it in the third. Carolina wins the game 2-0. They had so many chances to score in the third period and early in the first overtime in game 2 and didn't. Freddie Anderson probably played his best hockey there. And then you go and you think you're going to do it at home, and then the other team takes the lead. When you take the steam out of the building like that, can you feel the team that you're playing? Can you feel them deflate? How does that work?
Yeah, you can definitely sense a little bit of a change in energy. Ottawa's got some players that are young that don't have a ton of playoff experience, and it's they're probably thinking we played very well, and like you said, they could have had a different fate as far as the first two games, but that's what's so hard about the playoffs. It's such a mental battle. Everybody thinks it's such a physical battle, and it really is, but it might be more of a mental battle than a physical battle, especially when you get in situations like this where I wouldn't say they've played as well as they could, but I think the second game they played really well. Yep. And there was times in the second game where they were taking the play to us a little bit here and there. And, I definitely could see it going back 1-1, but that's hard. That's what playoff hockey is. And that's what you're going to be up against when you're playing against the number one seed. So hopefully we see more of the same.
So let me ask you about the Taylor Hall hit on Jake Sanderson, which, I thought was just a play. Unfortunate. It was, I guess, shoulder to the head, and Sanderson left the game eventually. I'm not going to get into the Travis Greene says this and whatever. It didn't look to me like it was a targeting situation. He didn't leave his feet, but it was a hit to the head, and it was a properly called penalty, I thought. Do you anticipate any pushback from Ottawa towards Hall in Game 4?
I'm sure when guys get the chance to go after him clean, they will. I would doubt there'll be anything malicious. Obviously they want to hit hard, but I don't think Taylor Hall's ever been accused of being a dirty player.
Right.
I think he plays heavy for a guy with so much skill, which I think is awesome. He's got a great bit of edge. You can see when things get rugged, he's not afraid to go in there and lay the shoulders. And I think it happens. I don't think he targeted him. Unfortunately, you don't like to see guys get hurt, but it's part of the game, and the game's so physical. It's tough to tell. Sometimes you go shoulder to shoulder, and then your shoulder slides up and hits them in the chin or in the cheek, so it's hard. I think the refs that have done a pretty good job. I would say it was a penalty, and they fortunately their power play isn't really clicking. I don't know if it's that or I think it has a lot to do with our defense.
Yeah.
Not our defense, but our PK and our defense are playing well on the unit as our forwards. That the second period was, what a display of penalty killing.
It's funny. There's two ways to look at it, and I see it, in my Twitter timeline as Hurricanes fans are screaming about how bad Carolina's power play is, but how great Carolina's penalty kill is. And the truth of the matter is that those things probably impact one another, right? Carolina's penalty kill impacts how bad Ottawa's power play looks, and Ottawa's got a great penalty kill too. So it was certainly not a good game for power plays, but it sort of made the game shorter because all those penalties did was kind of take the offense out of the game.
Yeah, for sure. There was a lot of times that they weren't getting set up, weren't getting shots, puck down the ice, bring it in again.
Yeah.
Fumble it around, great defense, great sticks, goes down again. So there wasn't a lot of rhythm at times, which is, sometimes makes it harder to create offense as well. So, that's fine with us at this point. We're not afraid to play it in the mud with the way things are going. So, I just think that the way we're playing, the way we got four lines going, I think sometimes teams don't play their fourth line a whole lot in the playoffs. I think our guys are getting out there. I don't know if they played, I would guess, just under 10 minutes.
Yep.
But it's like when you throw them out there, there's no break. It's not like they're playing in their own end a lot or they're stuck in their own end. They're down low in the zone. They're banging. They're creating offense down low, working the cycle. So, like what I'm seeing for sure.
Sean Hill is joining us here, Hurricanes legend. The fact that Rod Brindamore definitely, you can tell, is doing the best he can to get Jankowski's line out there with Carrier and Robinson. They played a role in the first goal, the Robinson blocked shot that sent the play the other way. But Carrier is like the body blows of this series because when they're on the ice, they keep the puck in the offensive end. and they get you in the corner, and they just soften you up. It is wild to watch how effective that line is.
Yeah, they're definitely playing well. I think the other team might look across when they get out there and think they might get a little bit of a break, and next thing you know, they're in their own zone for 40 seconds, and they've absorbed 7 hits from the guys. You know, so I think it's a great advantage. I don't know if we've always had that, but I think this year it's really nice to throw those guys over and know that not only can they hold their own and not get stuck in their own end, but they create offense, and they can play in the other end, and not only that, they can beat you up. So I think it bodes well long term for sure.
Sean Hill is joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. Real quick, you talk about the second period where Carolina had to kill off, for the most part, 5 Ottawa power plays, including almost 90 seconds of a 5-on-3. They had more shots, more shot attempts in the period than Ottawa did. How demoralizing is that for an offensive team?
Yeah, that's just a mind game. It's hard when your power play is struggling and you're going out there and you're getting 4 or 5 shots out of a period. You hope that you're going to get one break that might turn it. But on the other hand, when your penalty kill is rolling and you're getting reps and reps and reps, and you're just going out again and doing it and blocking a shot and getting it down and getting momentum, it can be a really confidence builder on the other end of it as well. So unfortunately for Ottawa, they're fighting it right now, and our penalty kill is humming, and we're building momentum off of that, which is something that's hard to do, but the good teams can do it, and that's what you're seeing.
I gave credit to Ottawa for killing their own 5-on-3. They forget about just not getting shots through. They cleared the zone themselves twice in a row. And then great stick by Sean Walker. And then Jordan Stahl gets the puck out and basically finishes off most of the rest of it. I think the captain was tremendous last night, and I know he didn't get on the score sheet, but for me, I thought he was a tone setter. He won. I think they credit him only with 17 face-off wins. They took a win away from him at one point, but I thought he was Carolina's most important player last night.
Yeah, he's a beast. Playoff time when he's really digging in and playing the type of game that he loves to play, which is win the face-offs, play heavy, create some offense, and tell the boys to I'll lead, you follow, and this is when he plays his best hockey. So it's great to see it happening. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ottawa possibly decline a power play maybe next game.
Sean Hill is joining us here. A couple of more quick things, then we'll let you go. The Stankoven line, people are still amazed by it, and I guess there's reason to be amazed by it. It's his first full year in the NHL. Not first full year here. Second full season in the NHL. He's a remarkable player for his size. He's a remarkable player for any size, but the way he is able to do what he does at his size is just blows people away. What do you like most about that line right now?
Probably their attitude. Just like you said, they're obviously him and Blakey are undersized. Halsey plays heavy, but just the fact that they're, everybody said all year long, they can't be a second line. They can't, play in big games, and they can't play in heavy games. And I'll tell you what, it's been a physical series, and they're leading the way. And, you look at Logan Stankoven, and I can't remember down the stretch if it was Columbus we were playing, and the puck went in the corner, and him and one of Columbus's D, like a big guy, I'm pretty sure it was Columbus, but it was a guy that was probably 6'3" or 6'4". And him and Stanky sized each other up, and Stanky held right in there, bounced the guy into the wall, got the puck, and I don't know if he gave it to Blakey, and Blakey ended up hitting him back, and he scored, but it was such a great example of how Stankoven can play and his attitude. Like, he looked at that guy and he wasn't thinking, oh, this guy's big, I'm in trouble. He's just thinking, all right, let's do this.
Yep.
And, bounces him off the puck, then gets creative with his hands, makes the play, goes to the net, scores a goal. It's like, he's not tall, but he's not small. You know, when you look at him, look at his chest, you look at his legs. You know, he's not a tall guy, but I would never call him small, and he's shown that he really isn't. And you know, Blakey's playing with some good fight too, and I think maybe the most skilled guy in the series.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, just the stuff he does with the puck, creating time and space, and then you got Halsey who can throw a saucer pass over 3 sticks, and he can bulldoze you if you need that done too. So I love that line right now. They're proving that they can play in any type of game, and you know, they're going great for us.
All right, final thing for Sean Hill. Freddie Anderson really didn't have to do a ton last night. People were like, why isn't Anderson one of your 3 stars? I'm like, well, I only can remember 2 big saves that he had to make in the entire game. It was I thought Carolina's team defense was spectacular last night. It was a low event game. There weren't a lot of great scoring chances really for either team. But the save he makes on Batherson on the 5-on-3 low near the post, and then the save he made on Tkachuk when he was all alone, just a very simple pad save and made it look easy. We're seeing the Freddie Anderson that Carolina wanted to see all year.
Right. Yeah, I think, you know, he deserved a little bit of a break after the last game when he all kinds of big saves. And, you know, I think the efficiency was a big thing, you know, in Game 3 as far as our defense. And like you said, he had a bunch of routine saves. And then the best thing about it was when he had to make the big save, he did. And extinguish the chances, and you know, next thing you know, we're going the other way. So I think last night was just a game, like kind of a game manager type of thing. You know, if he's a quarterback, he's a game manager in that game, and did what he had to do, and you know, set us up great for Game 4.
I love talking to Sean Hill. And by the way, Logan Stankoven, where's the right number? All right, sir. I appreciate your time always. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. I'll talk to you very soon.
All right, go Canes.
You got it. Sean Hill here on the Adam Gold Show. All right, so Carolina can close the series out tomorrow. For all that they have done in the last 8 years in terms of the playoffs, the one thing they have not done, sweep an opening round series. I don't think it's necessary. But that's the one thing they have not done, is sweep an opening round series. I don't think you hold that against them, but Carolina has a chance to do that tomorrow. Ottawa is still a very good team. And again, we talk about constantly that they could have won Game 1, could have won Game 2, could have won all of that. So the Hurricanes, a good start is important. A good start in this game is important. And what they did yesterday, not weathering the storm, but going toe-to-toe. In fact, I know Ottawa was maybe the more physically aggressive team, but they were, I thought Carolina was the better team early. And while Ottawa was trying to run Carolina through the wall, which I get, I thought Carolina played better. And then when you get the goal and you just completely suck the air out of the building, now all of a sudden Carolina's on top. And that's what they're going to have to do again in, I think, in game number 4. You have to get off to a good start. I don't think you have to score the first goal, but if you do, holy mackerel. And I think Ottawa is, pretty discouraged by, and I think all you need to know is how they went about, how Travis Greene went about the game. For my money, they were like lost. They didn't know like what line combinations they were putting together. They changed, it seemed like every other shift. Like nobody was taking the same line combinations. And I thought that Carolina defensively, Carolina's stability, their structure, took Ottawa out of a lot of things they wanted to do. And we saw very little impact from Tim Stützle. Brady Tkachuk was not great. And even Travis Greene said about his best players, they were average. And if I had told you before the series started that Seth Jarvis wouldn't have a point, Andrei Svechnikov wouldn't have a point, Sebastian Aho would have a goal through 3 games, you would have thought, well, Carolina's probably struggling. No, they're not. Depth, defensive acumen, which they've got. Freddie Anderson has been great. And Carolina, to me, has just shown to be just a little bit of a better team than Ottawa, on top of the fact maybe winning the moments as well. And that's what you got to do. You got to win the moments in games like this, and I believe the Hurricanes have done that. Victoria, thank you very much. By the way, game 4 tomorrow. It's an afternoon game, don't you know? Have a good one. See you Monday.
Questioning goalie interference calls since day one. The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Listen every afternoon for The Drive with Tim Donnelly.
In the transfer portal world of college basketball, every answer asks another question. NC State gets a point guard, but he's 6'1". They need more size. Carolina gets a new coach, but he's got NBA experience. Will the college kids listen to him? Even Duke needs a little bit of size and goes to a Belmont transfer. Everybody still has questions.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 3 to 6 on 99.9 The Fan.
This is the sound of Jack, buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
It's bow time. There's something special about the first bite of a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Like an edible alarm clock that slaps you awake with bold Cajun flavor. The moment you sink your teeth into that soft, fluffy, made-from-scratch biscuit, then strike gold with a juicy piece of fried chicken, you'll know. Nothing beats the first bite. Except the second first bite. Get a Cajun Filet biscuit combo today at Bojangles. It's bow time.
It's bow time. Time to satisfy your craving for Cajun with a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Enjoy a Cajun fried filet tucked inside a hot made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. Make it a combo and add your choice of fixin' and legendary sweet tea. And remember, Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuits are served all day, every day. Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
This is Ray Womble Jr. from J.E. Womble & Sons in Lillington. Spring is here and lawn mowing will be in full force. Our new lineup of Bobcat zero-turn mowers are bringing tough to turf. Built to give you a professional edge, engineered to last longer and work harder. Come check out the Bobcat ZT 2000 series at a discount of $1,200 with 0% financing. And remember, if J.E. Womble & Sons doesn't have it, you don't need it.
What is a pancreas? What does it do? Hey, this is Steve. I worked for Mix 101.5 for 22 years. But last year, I get hit with a gut punch. Pancreatic cancer. There's a great walk this Saturday in Raleigh called Purple Stride, benefiting PanCan.org. They're an organization that helps pancreatic cancer patients fight through this, just like me. So please join us for Purple Stride this Saturday, the 25th of April, downtown Raleigh. Go to pancan.org.
If you see a student being bullied, be supportive. Ask if they're okay and invite them to join you. You'll be an ally and you can make a friend. Friendship! Visit StopBullyingSpeakUp.com and join Cartoon Network to redraw your world without bullying.
Find what you love what you find. A total wine and more. There's so much waiting for you. All kinds of beers and thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
5.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
This hour of the Triangle Sports Leader is powered by Ritchie Law Firm, injury lawyers. Ritchie Law is on top of it. Go to ritchielaw.com.
That's ritchielaw.com.
They score! Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Elizabeth Gardner. It's a toasty afternoon out there, a high of 90 degrees. We do have a couple of pop-up showers in our area from the Triangle area northward. We'll be seeing that until around sunset. 60 degrees for the overnight low, and then tomorrow's high 88, so it stays hot. But we'll have a good chance for rain mid to late afternoon on Saturday through Saturday night, and even more chances of at least a few scattered showers next week.
3 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones down 112 points to 49,197.
The drag shoots. Low save by Omar. He kept on here. Going across the score! Oh, red hot Logan Stankoven. Now a chance. Kachuk comes it back in. Anderson gets the pad to it. Oh, a huge save there with the right leg. Sent across, looking for it up front. They score! Jackson Blake on a beautiful pass from Keandre Miller. Blake knows it, and he puts Carolina up 2-1.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on a 99.9 The Fan. It's Friday, everybody. Canes won last night, everybody. NFL draft was done before 11, everybody. It deserves some applause. It was cranking. This is The Drive. I'm Tim Donnelly. Dennis Cox producing the show. We start the show with something we call the Big 3 at 3.
Number 1.
Before we get to number 1, and I'm sure you can guess what it is, the Big 3 at 3 is presented by Maynard Service Company. Heating, cooling, plumbing, electric, whatever you have going on in your house. If something's not running right, not running the way it should, check them out. MaynardServices.com. MAYNOR Services.com. Canes won Game 3 last night at Ottawa, 2-1. Somebody once said that a series doesn't start till somebody wins on the road. Well, start your engines.
Might be over just as fast.
Well, let's play a game here, Dennis.
Okay.
We're time traveling. I'm sending you back specifically to before the series got started. If I were to tell you at that point, right, Ullmark's going to have a .933 save percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Aho, Svech, Jarvis, Ehlers are going to combine for 1 goal and 2 points.
Mm-hmm.
The Canes' power play would be 1 for 10.
Mm-hmm.
And the Canes would have their hearts ripped out with an overtime game winner from Mark Jankowski, overturned, we'll call it 7 minutes after it is scored in overtime of one of the games. If I were to tell you that's happening, that's fact, okay? This series coming up, those 4 things, I can't tell you anything else, but those 4, what would you say the series record would be?
I would say they'd be lucky if they were 1-2.
They're 3-0.
Yeah.
How you like me now? Do you know what they're doing exceptionally well? And if you listen to the show, we need to make a dictionary of all the weird terms that I've created.
Okay.
They are Max Scherzering unbelievably.
Okay.
Right? Max Scherzer, the pitcher, still out there, right? Still pitching. I always think of him as like a national. But he was the king at his best, right? When he was at the peak of his powers of showing up and just not having his A game, right? He'd be talking to the catcher a bunch, and you could tell he'd just be going, I can't locate the slider today, but I'm gonna throw it in the dirt a few times, see if they'll chase. I don't have it today. And then he'd walk off the mound having thrown like 8 1/3 and given up 2 runs. Just pure grit and will, not wit and grill, pure grit and will. That's kind of what the Canes are doing, right? They're showing up and going, yeah, our fastball, that top line, Hard time locating it right now, right? Hard time scoring, hard time finishing chances. At times, hard times finding even shots on goal, right? You have Ehlers firing away with shot attempts and got to at least put them on net, right? The fastball not there. But guess what? Some of their secondary pitches, he's like, I don't know, I got the changeup working, right? Today I woke up, the slider's feeling good. That'd be Logan Stankoven. He's striking out the side every single time. He's walking out there and going, first batter, 3 fastballs, I'm throwing 103. That's Logan Stankoven. Freddie Anderson, right? He was the one everyone was worried about. He's going out there playing lights out. There's so many different things to highlight. So many different, if you do all of the little things right, it adds up to big things for the Canes right now. Do you know what I'm really enjoying about this series, Dennis? I'm really enjoying seeing the Ottawa fans on social media that I don't know, right? But I know that they're Ottawa fans because their profile picture is the logo, or their name is, Sens for Life, something like that. There's some B. Kachuk in there with numbers at the end. I'm really enjoying seeing the progression of those Senators fans. Where game 1, wow, look at that. Kane, they're kind of all over the place, aren't they? By now, it's like every time we touch the puck, there's 2 of them there. Just the progression of them going like, I guess it's one of those you have to see it to believe it things, because everybody says it about the Canes. Oh, that system. Oh, those guys. Oh, they play well together. Oh, Rod Brindamore. But then when you face it in a series with your favorite team for the first time, by like game 3, you're waking up to go like get a drink of water in the middle of the night, and you're expecting to get poke checked. Like you're just it lives in your brain. And just my algorithm has found out that I like to. I guess I'm soaking in their tears or something. It just keeps sending me all these Senators fans going like, was that Keandre Miller again? I'm like, yep, that was him again. Uh-huh. Was Sean Walker there? Yep, he was there the whole time. You missed him. What's your biggest takeaway, Dennis? I could talk about this game all day.
That Stankoven line.
Yep.
It's just scorching hot. I mean, like, the Suns are like, cool down, buddy. Like, that's how hot that line is right now. It's insane.
Well, what's the Chuck Norris memes where it's like, they aren't doing push-ups. They're pushing the earth down. They're just they're just making things happen. It's the second game the Canes won scoring exactly 2 goals, and both goals were scored by that line. That says, in a playoff series, that says something. That's number 1. Let's get to number 2.
Number 2.
The Carolina Panthers drafted from the University of Georgia. Standing 6 feet 6 1/2 inches tall, 315 pounds, Monroe Freeling with the 19th overall pick. It's not flashy. I get it. If you wanted sizzle, fine. You're allowed to be slightly underwhelmed. But taking a solid offensive lineman is always a good idea. You can never have too many. No such thing. Okay? You guys are, and when I say you guys, right? What do you mean you guys? Carolina Panther fans are making me change one of my truisms. Right? I've always said if I became a GM, it's becoming less and less likely by the year, but if I ever become a GM, one of the first things I would do, if I had a high pick and I was a little nervous and I didn't love a quarterback or something, I would just take the best offensive line available, because my assumption has always been fans just go, all right, yeah, the trenches, run the football. The trenches got to dominate the line of scrimmage, right? Because nobody knows how good offensive linemen are, right? You
protect our QB.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. Blindside. I saw the movie. Like you just that's what I assumed. Turns out not true. There are some people really upset with the Monroe Freeling pick. And I don't know how. I don't know why. I'm confused. I get if you talked yourself into another player, you may have wanted that player. May not be your number 1 choice. But there's a difference between like, oh, that wasn't my favorite, and what are they doing? They're missing the opportunity to He's a left tackle. And by the way, this is not a joke. Objectively, okay? This is not my opinion. I'm using numbers. he might be the best athlete to ever play offensive tackle. Trent Williams pretty good, right? Some of these guys out there are pretty, they got some bend, some quick twitch. But based on what he did at the combine, his relative athletic score, which takes into account size, all the measurables, and I'll give them to you in a second, he is 9.99 out of 10 in relative athletic score. The highest possible score is 10. He is 9.99. His score came in second best out of 1,645 offensive tackles measured between 1987 and 2026.
One more time for the people in the back.
His athletic score, which takes into account size and all of the things measured at the combine, shuttles, jumps, sprints, all of it, came in at 9.99 out of a perfect score possible 10.
Oh, okay. All right.
That ranked second best all time. Actually, I shouldn't say all time. The scoring only goes back to 1987.
Yeah, I think that's we can count that as all time.
Second
I was
best,
born in 86.
Second best out of the 1,645 offensive tackles scored between 1987 and 2026.
I mean, as Austin in our YouTube Live points out, the RAS score, 99.9.
Beautiful. 6'6.5", 315 pounds, jumped just under. Oh, sorry. His I want to make sure I get this right. His arms are just under 35 inches, 34.75 inches. That's upper range for even people of his size. 4.3940. Anything that starts with a 4 when you're in the 315 range is crazy. 33.5-inch vert. This dude is catching alley-oop dunks. Like, he's that kind of athlete. 9'7" broad. 9 foot, 7-inch broad. He's an athletic freak. Dancing bear. Giant guy, quick feet. He's an oxymoron. And he's on a rookie contract. Take that to the bank. We'll discuss that pick throughout the show. By the way, if you listened to the show yesterday, it wasn't who I wanted them to take, but it is who I predicted they would take.
That's very true.
Monroe is safe. It's like I don't what's like a blue chip stock? It's like Apple or Amazon or something. Sure, you might not become a billionaire like investing in a risky startup, but there's a pretty darn good chance you're going to be making money. There's a pretty darn good chance you're going to look at your portfolio when you retire and go, wow, look at that. Compound interest. Like, you're just going to be happy. Compound growth, whatever it is. You're going to just be happy with the progress.
By the way, I think you missed what Austin was doing there. His score, 999.
Oh, I did miss that.
Yeah.
I was actually just excited about the number. He's making a 99.9 the fan joke.
Exactly.
We got to get that on a T-shirt.
We should.
Relative athletic score, 999. Or 99.9. Huh? Depends. It all just depends how you say it. You know what I'm doing there.
Yep.
Put it on a T-shirt, everybody. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 the fan. That is number 2. Let's get to number 3.
Number 3.
The NBA draft declared deadline for college players who have put their name in the draft or are going to is tonight at midnight. It was first by Matt Norlander of CBS Sports reported that Henry Vasar is leaving UNC and going pro. Henry Vasar leaving UNC, going pro. I'm not going to say it's the exact same, but Dennis, hear me out on this comparison. I'll try to make it quick.
All right.
Do you remember when Bo Atkinson went into the portal from the UNC football team? He led the team in sacks the year before Bill Belichick showed up. Edge rusher, people were high on him. He went in the portal and committed to Ohio State, and he's at Ohio State now with one more year of eligibility. And that was the first head scratcher where I was like, wait a second. Defensive player wants to play in the NFL, edge rusher doesn't want to play for one of perhaps arguably the greatest mind in defensive football history. Oh, maybe that's not going to play the way I thought it would in recruiting, right? That was like the first one. Well, guess what? A European center that can shoot, pass, and rebound didn't want to stick around for a year to play for the guy that took a center from Europe that was drafted in the second round and coached him into a 3-time MVP and a pass, shoot, rebound, triple-double machine. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't. I think they would have loved to have him back. I don't think it's some big detriment, but I'm wondering if we don't look back on this and see it as either a turning point where UNC started ramping it up because now they do have a bunch of money to spend elsewhere, or it could be the first where it's like, that's the first time I was queasy. Only time will tell. Duke got the opposite news. Dame Sarr is returning to Duke. I don't know how – John Shire is an unbelievable recruiter. That's now 11 players committed to play for them next year, both freshmen coming in and returnees and transfers. I'm just going to give you their recruiting rankings real quick. Blackwell, 3rd overall transfer. Caleb Foster, 23rd overall out of high school. Dame Sarr, 32nd, but that should have been higher. It was a weird entry coming out of high school. Cameron Williams, 4 coming out of high school. Gungba, 21. Boozer, Caden, 23. Sharnowski, 31. These are all borderline 5-star recruits. I'd say 9 of the 11 are borderline or absolute 5-star recruits. And they can still add in the transfer portal. And Cam Boozer technically hasn't announced his definite going to the NBA, although I don't even know if he has to announce it. It might be that obvious, Perhaps. That's the Big 3 at 3 here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan, brought to you by Maynard Service Company. When we come back, the Canes won Game 3 at Ottawa 2-1. What were our favorite parts about that win? Stick around.
Hey, hockey fans, it's Trip Tracy. If you're ready to upgrade your outdoor living space, look no further than TimberTech Decking and Railing. TimberTech is the #1 premium composite decking brand, and it's tough enough to handle anything. It looks just like real wood, but without the costly maintenance of a wood deck. It won't rot, warp, splinter, or peel, ever. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck will last year after year. Connect with a local contractor or order free samples at TimberTech.com to see the TimberTech difference for yourself. TimberTech, everything wood should be.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code VALUE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code VALUE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code VALUE to borrow up to $10,000.
He'll pick it up. He's got Robinson, middle lane drive. Oh, drag, shoots. Low save by Omar. He kept on here. Going across the score! Oh, red hot Logan Stankoven from the sharp angle, and the Canes take a 1-0 lead. It quiets the crowd.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. What's the theme of the music today? You've been theming it up.
Oh. The theme is I like this song.
Okay. Okay. There you go.
Disarmed by Smashing Pumpkins.
That works. That absolutely works. It is, today's Earth Day? Arbor Day.
Today's Arbor Day, actually.
Arbor Day. Happy Arbor Day, everybody.
I actually will be planting a tree later today.
Oh. What kind?
Gala apple tree, actually.
Ah, beautiful.
Yeah.
Maybe one day you can see the fruits of that decision. It can mature. You can plant the seed. Something like, do you remember last offseason?
We were talking about the core of the Carolina Hurricanes.
When there were a couple of 8-year extensions signed by Logan Stankoven and Jackson Blake.
Yeah.
And That was the seed planted and going, if they play up to their potential, if they reach a few milestones, if they stay on this trajectory, those deals might age like fine wine, especially when you throw in that we knew the impending elimination of even 8-year contracts as a thing. We knew the impending rising of the cap, and that was just the seed being planted, and it was fertilized well, and there was all of the proper space and everything you needed. Well, guess what? They're picking fruits off that tree right now. It is showing the gloriousness of that decision, because that Stankoven line. Call it the second line, call it the Stankoven line, call it the Hall Stankoven Blake line, come up with a nickname for it. I don't care. That line is on fire. As somebody pointed out to me on Twitter, and I can't believe I hadn't hit it, for somebody with oven in their name, he certainly preheats quickly. You turn the oven on, he's like, I'll score a goal. I'll score right now. 3 games, 3 first goal scorers for Logan Stankoven. Became the second player in NHL history, just the second player in NHL history to score the game-opening goal in each of their team's first 3 games of a postseason, joining good old George Armstrong, who was playing with Toronto back in 1956. Pretty impressive, huh? This is the second time last night, the second time in 3 games of this series that the Canes have won while scoring exactly 2 goals, and both goals being scored by the Hall Stankoven Blake line. You ready for this one? I got stats for days.
Go on.
That line combined this year, $4.9 million. Because those extensions don't kick in until next year, so they're still on their entry-level contracts for Blake and Stankoven. $4.9 million for the entirety of that line this year. And just for comparison's sake, Kokeniemi is in press row with $4.82 million. That's an unbelievable set of I don't even know, it's like a heater at this point. They're just playing well, and they've been playing well for months, right? It didn't start when the postseason started. It continued when the postseason started. That's an unbelievable deal. And let's call a spade a spade. When it comes to goal production, it's covering up for some unexpected droughts from some big dogs, right? And I give Ottawa credit for bottling them up, but it is a luxury to have your best goal scorers, your 30 goal scorers, go completely quiet for 3 games and have 22, 23-year-olds, mid-30s-year-olds go, no, it's cool, we got you. You figure it out. We're going to need you, by the way, when you're talking about the Aho Jarvis Svech line, when you're talking about Ehlers as a goal scorer, we're going to need you, right? We can handle first 3 games against Ottawa, but I don't know how long you want to test it. But you figure you out. You're not going to be quiet this whole postseason. While you figure it out, we'll be chilling. It is a massive feather in the cap of that line. Do you know what else is one of my favorite parts about last night, Dennis?
What's that?
Face-offs.
Yeah.
Stahl, 56.3%, 18 of 32. Aho, 63.6%, 7 of 11. And Jankowski, Mark Jankowski, 5 of 6, 83.3%, on their way to winning the face-off battle as a team against Ottawa. And that's what Ottawa does. They are a really, really good face-off team. There is no bigger flex in team sports than looking at your opponent, particularly a good opponent, playoff team, right? Team with some skill, and saying, what do you do best? All right, let's play that way. Right? It's the equivalent of like back in the duel days. We're talking like medieval times of going like, I shall let you choose the weapon of which we duel, right? It's like you want to grab the I don't know, the wooden stick with the chain and then the spiky ball. You want a sword fight. You want to joust. Like, you tell me what you're comfortable with, and I'll beat you at that. That's what I love about that game. There's a stigma. Okay, let's just call it what it is. Not from, people that follow the Canes regularly, but there is a stigma from other markets, national media, that the Canes struggle with toughness, and particularly when it gets more physical in the postseason and everything. It's a stigma. Again, I'm not agreeing with it, but I'm just telling you it exists in places other. I think Ottawa's learning you can't push this team around.
No, you can't.
And if you're doing something pretty darn good in the first two games, and you might be beating them at this or beating them at that, you can't assume that they're not going to fight back in it, right? They're going to work on it. They're going to come back better. And then, you sandbagging son of a Freddie Anderson, those through 3 games, the guy's playing unreal. Yeah, there you go. The guy's playing unreal. And it does bring up a question of, and we'll ask this later in the show, but Dennis, I just want to get a quick thought on it.
Okay.
Freddie's on a heater. Call it like we sees it, right? You winning multiple games with giving up 2 goals or only scoring 2 goals. That's a luxury. It's a luxury. Going 90 minutes in game 2, having him find a way and get a little lucky, but find a way. It's a luxury. Do you play Bussy in game 4, which is tomorrow, by the way? Tomorrow afternoon, you can hear it right here on 99.9 The Fan.
I'd say yeah.
I think so, too.
I'd say yeah. Gut instinct says yes.
I think so, too. And I think you look at Bussy and go, he's passing you a hot net. Don't cool it down.
Yep.
Right? You're good enough. You showed us you were on fire at times this year. Go catch that, right? It's much easier to keep a fire going than it is to start it, right? That's why you only light one birthday candle, and then you light the rest of the candles with the candles. You know what I mean? It's much easier to keep a fire going than it is to start it from scratch. Goodness, Canes are up 3-0.
I'm not going to lie. I predicted this series was going to go 6. I said it's going to go 6. I could see it going 7. I'd be shocked if it was 5 or less. I'm legit surprised that it's 3-0 because it's just how good Ottawa is. I was thinking that they would split in Carolina, they'd split in Ottawa, Canes win Game 5, and then Canes would win Game 6 on the road. That was my prediction for the series.
Greg Wyshynski, senior NHL writer for ESPN.
Friend of the station.
Put out a picture of, I'm guessing, all of the ESPN personalities that made picks. And his caption, this was 10:18 p.m. last night, so we're kind of right after the game. For what it's worth, he says, no one predicted a sweep for the Canes. Not one. They had 27 picks. 4 picked Ottawa. Everyone else, 6. 7, 6, 5, 6, 7, 6, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 7. Like, that's... I don't... Like, if I'm the Canes, I'm using that as all kinds of motivation to go end it in the 4. You were the number 2 seed in the entire NHL behind only Colorado. The number 1 seed in the East. You finished resting like 7 dudes a night and still getting points. You handled your business night in and night out. Everybody looked at you and said, I don't know, you're facing the 6th best team in the conference. They're at least going to take you to your wits' end. Not a single person picked you to sweep. I said a Carolina sweep. I said you're going to win in 5. You're going to give them one on the road. But I would take that as disrespect if I'm them. You're the number 1 seed. Somebody's got to think you're going to dominate. And if not, you should make them regret that they didn't. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That is the Canes getting the dub last night. Next is more about the Canes getting the dub last night in 2 minutes of gold from Adam Gold and the Dean's List. Stick around.
Adam Gold in studio with my friend Ryan Monsine from the Aluminum Company of North Carolina. Because you guys do everything for the exterior of your home, these things can add up. And there are a lot of people who think, I can't afford this. How can the Aluminum Company make it easier?
Yeah, well, Adam, we have plans that are 12 months, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months, which make it super affordable for people to do anything on their home, whether it's windows, siding, doors, roofing, gutters, any kind of exterior home improvement. The Aluminum Company has financing plans that can fit in your budget and make it easy.
So wait a second. I can get everything done, no interest, and no payments for 12 months?
Yeah, and you get a lifetime warranty once the project's done.
I get a lifetime warranty once the project is done?
Yes, sir.
What about my down payment?
No down payment, no deposit.
No down payment, no deposit.
No payment until the project's done.
No payment till the project's done.
Exactly.
Where do I sign up? Aluminum Company of North Carolina, aluminumcompany.com.
It's bow time. Sometimes the craving for Bojangles Supremes is so strong you just gotta have them. Even when your gas tank is on empty and Bojangles is still 10 miles down the highway. Nothing beats the flavor of Bojangles' juicy golden Supremes, especially when they're part of a perfect combo with 4 boldly seasoned chicken Supremes, a made-from-scratch biscuit, fixin', and some legendary iced tea. The only thing that can satisfy your hunger is that delicious southern flavor. So when the craving is supreme, put the pedal to the metal. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that one-of-a-kind Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole breast tenderloin fillets, choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles' legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. I like this analogy I just read. So before we send it to Adam Gold for 2 minutes of gold, all about the Canes' win last night, Roy Ferraro, hockey analyst, ESPN podcast host. Ray Ferraro. He compared the Carolina Hurricanes style of play to playing air hockey.
Yeah, I did see this.
Just the puck is moving. It's flying around a million miles an hour. You never know where it is. And it's in the goal. As somebody that is not good at air hockey, I respect the heck out of that analogy, right? And also, it feels kind of hopeless at times. If you've ever played with someone that's good at air hockey, they're they're like self-passing it off the wall, and it's all over the place. And then all of a sudden, you just hear that familiar little, like it's like a click clunk when it hits the goal. It is a bummer, and that is I think a massive compliment to Carolina. Maybe they'll be able to find a few more goals in the future playing a little air hockey style, but they found just enough last night as they won 2-1 to take a 3-0 series lead against Ottawa. For Adam Gold's look on the game, here is 2 minutes of gold from our very own Adam here at 99.9.
Hey, it's Adam Gold, and I've got 2 minutes for 3 players who deliver 2 goals as Carolina takes a 3-0 lead in the series over the Ottawa Senators in the playoffs. And it's all brought to us by Parkway Sleep Health Centers. They will help you get good rest faster and with the care you deserve. All right, we keep talking about Carolina needs support scoring. Yeah, you know who from? Aho, Jarvis, and Svechnikov. Because the top line of Logan Stankoven, Taylor Hall, and Jackson Blake is cooking with oil, gas, and gravy.
The Canes are moving it forward. Out in front, looking for Stankoven. A nice play for Carolina. Better defense by Ottawa to foil it.
Boy, what a save there. Oh, too many men on the ice for Ottawa. Big save from Omar Lowe.
That one didn't go, but a couple of minutes later.
Oh, the drag shoots. Close save by Omar. He kept on here. Going across the score! Oh, red hot Logan Stankoven
thing. Again, Hall, the Stankoven, gorgeousness. Even on the power play, that crew is dangerous.
Blake with a shot. Rebound on from backhand chance. Allmark makes the save on Hall. Keep in by Nikishin just for the moment. A brilliant effort by Greg to clear.
Taylor Hall's been phenomenal.
And then later on, 1 minute and 23 seconds after Ottawa ties it up, Jackson Blake.
Miller back for Hall. Hall, good skate to stick here. Sent across, looking for it up front. They score! Jackson Blake on a beautiful pass from Keandre Miller. Blake knows it, and he puts Carolina up 2-1.
If Carolina's going to get that from them, and they are those dudes right now, Hurricanes going to be playing a lot of hockey. Oh, by the way, Frederick Anderson, 80 saves, 83 shots against in 3 games. My math tells me that's good. We'll see him, I predict, in Game 4 tomorrow. Parkway Sleep Health Centers. Sound sleep, sound health, sound off for me getting a few days off.
Thank you very much to Adam Gold for 2 minutes of gold, all about the win last night. The game tomorrow, by the way, 3 o'clock here on 99.9 The Fan. Stormwatch, the pregame show will start at 2, and it'll all be right here, right? Just like every other game. Mike Maniscalco, Trip Tracy on the call, and that Adam, that very same Adam that you just heard, will be on Stormwatch. With that being said, let's fire up the Dean's List. All right, here's the Dean's List for today. I'm putting ACC football high school recruiting.
Go on.
First round in the NFL draft was yesterday.
There it was.
Players drafted by conference. There were 10 out of the Big Ten.
Okay. Makes sense.
4 from Ohio State. That helps.
Man, helps.
SEC had 7. Big 12 and ACC tied for 6. And then other being 3. There was a San Diego State and a couple of Notre Dames.
We don't count Notre Dame.
There are others. Now, draft picks in last night's first round by a conference that they started their college career within.
Oh, okay.
ACC Big Ten, 9.
Oh, okay.
Tied at number 1 with 9.
Nice.
Big 12, SEC, and other each had 5. 3 of the 5 picks that did start in the SEC were recruited and played their first year, at least their first year, by Nick Saban at Bama. So if you get rid of the Bama recruits, they only recruited 2.
So.
The SEC, maybe not what it once was.
ACC knows recruiting.
ACC knows recruiting. 3 of the first 6 picks started at ACC schools and transferred out. Fernando Mendoza, Cal. David Bailey, Stanford. Yeah, they're ACC schools. And then the 6th pick was Mansour Delane, who started his career with a nice 3-year run at Virginia Tech before transferring to LSU.
That's right. He was Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
So straight out of high school, ACC knows how to get it done. They just have to come up with the money to keep them once they become good so they don't leave and go take the Big Ten and the SEC money. Think about it. The 6 players... This is just now I did a bunch of research. So I'm going to tell you because I didn't want it to be for nothing. The players that were drafted out of the ACC, very condensed. 3 from Miami, 2 from Clemson, 1 from Georgia Tech. The 9 that started their careers in the ACC, 1 from Cal, 1 from Stanford, 1 from Virginia Tech, 2 from Miami, 2 from Clemson, 1 from Louisville, 1 from NC State, that being KC Concepcion. So they're all doing a decent job evaluating. You just got to be able to afford them and keep them, and it seems like there's only a few teams in the ACC that can afford and keep. And then, of course, Georgia Tech has an offensive lineman because that just makes sense. Do you have some Dean's Listers?
Yeah, everyone that's declaring for the NBA draft, because the NBA draft deadline, or the deadline to declare for the draft, I should say, is midnight tonight. Now, you can designate it, if you want to withdraw from the draft and all that. That's obviously an option for a lot of players, but everyone that's going to go fulfill their professional dreams, including Henry Vasar. So Henry Vasar, Dean's List.
Henry Vasar, go start that NBA journey. along those lines, I'm putting John Shire, the recruiter. Here's a way to say this, okay? Dame Sarr did the opposite of Henry Vesar, right? He said he is coming back to Duke today. The fifth player that they've put out the I'm back graphic for. Still waiting on Cam Boozer. Still waiting. I wouldn't hold your breath, but still waiting. They now have 11 players committed for next year, okay? Either incoming high school players, incoming transfers, or those 5 that are returning. If you count, I'd say their transfer recruiting ranking as their recruiting ranking for Duke, right? Because what do we care what John Blackwell was rated when he went to Wisconsin? We care what he's ranked in the portal coming to Duke now. Of the 11, 9 of them would be at least the 6th best recruit in NC State's 247 rankings history. 9 players committed to Duke for next year would be the 6th best recruit or better in the history of 247 sports ranking classes, which a lot of times grandfathers in some of the old rivals and scout rankings. The 6th best recruit in 247 sports history for state is Anthony Barber from the 2013 class. He was 39th overall. Recruits at Duke right now that were better than 39th overall: Blackwell, Cameron Williams, Duron Rippey, Bryson Howard, Patrick Gungba, Caden Boozer, Caleb Foster, Drew Sharnowski, and Dame Sarr. And just so you think I'm not just picking on NC State, those same 9 would be at least the 27th best recruit in 247 history at UNC. And on the roster now would be 9 of the, basically a third of the best recruits in UNC 247 sports history. Their 27th best recruit is Armando Bacot, 34th overall. That's an unbelievable recruiting job, and 3 different avenues. That's high school, retention, and portal. Now, you ready for the every other fan in the triangle, the mic drop they're going to throw back? What you going to do with it, right? You got a lot of first-round picks, a lot of super high recruits that have come through Duke in the last 10 years, and they haven't left with the national championship and the things that you're really coveting. That's the next deal for Shire. He's got to go do it, or else those jokes are just going to get louder and louder and louder. And louder and louder and louder. And that is the Dean's List here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan. When we return, we will be hearing from Ross Tucker. He's going to tell us, former NFL offensive lineman, media member, podcast host. He's going to tell us all about the draft last night, his takes, and, former offensive lineman. I'm going to guess he can help us out with the how good is Monroe Freeling conversation. Stick around.
Hi, friends. This is Mark Pons with Chapel Hill Tire. At Chapel Hill Tire, we've always been your home for the world's best tire brands. And now we're proud to announce free installation when you purchase a full set of Continental tires. That's in addition to our everyday free installation on Michelin and Pirelli, 3 of the world's most trusted names, installed by the Triangle's most trusted team at no extra cost to you. Experience premium tire service. Book your appointment today at chapelhilltire.com and drive happy.
Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payment, so they're getting nowhere. Hey, it's Dennis Cox for Loan Pronto. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone. With zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows. Act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Stay informed with The Rundown, the daily newsletter from High School OT that delivers high school sports news and insights straight to your inbox. Brought to you by High School OT and powered by our sponsors, Wake Orthopedics, First Carolina Bank, and Smith Douglas Homes. Subscribe to The Rundown at highschoolot.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home.
That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-350-5858. That's 1-800-350-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-350-5858. That's 1-800-350-5858.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
With the 19th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Monroe Freeling, tackle, Georgia.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Last night, you just heard it, NFL Draft. The Panthers, they remained at 19, they picked at 19, and they took Monroe Freeling, the offensive tackle from Georgia, with the 19th pick. To help us break down the draft, the Freeling pick, and more, Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker Pod, CBS Sports, Westwood One Sports, the whole bunch of stuff. You see him all over the place. Also a former NFL offensive lineman. Ross, we appreciate you for jumping on day 2 of the draft today, and we need some help kind of breaking down the first round. I move that not many people actually know how to evaluate offensive line. You are one of them, having played it. So give us the former offensive line take on Monroe Freeling, the tackle out of Georgia that's going to Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm a Carolina Panthers fan right now, I would say I'm ecstatic. I did not think he would last until 19. It's funny because I was at a draft watch party because I do the Eagles preseason games. And when I saw the Eagles moved up to 20, this is before, the Freeling pick had been announced. I thought they were moving up for Freeling. I thought there was a pretty good chance that Freeling would be the first offensive lineman off the board. I mean, they just don't make very many guys with his combination. He's only 20 years old, but he played so well towards the end of last year, really athletic. He does have enough of a mean streak. I just think the sky is the limit for him. I love the Panthers pick. Like I said, I really truly believed that there was a chance. I have a betting podcast, the Even Money Betting Podcast, and I even recommended to people, I said, you might want to try to get Monroe Freeling as the top offensive lineman off the board, because I thought with everything I just told you about the age and the upside and the physical ability and how he played the second half of the year for Georgia, plus like Maui Noah from Miami, he's got the herniated disc, and Spencer Pinot had the shorter arm. But I thought those things would push Freeling up the board a little bit more than he did. And so kudos to the Panthers to be able to just sit there and get a guy that was that highly rated.
You brought up his age, right? He's young. He played less than 2 years as a starter and really came on this past year partway through at Georgia. Do you get the vibe he needs that rookie redshirt year, or is this a guy who's going to be vying to start day one?
I think he'll be vying to start day one. I think that they kind of need him to be vying to start day one. I don't know how long, Icky's injury is or whatever. And by the way, I think there's a scenario there where they would actually at some point, move Icky inside and have Freeling, be the left tackle. I don't think they would have taken him where they did if they didn't think he was going to play this year. And so I will agree with Dan Morgan, who's done an outstanding job so far, that I think he'll be able to play this year. Now, will there be a little bit of growing pains potentially? Yeah, I can see that. I mean, it might not go, he might not be locked down right from the start, but that's usually the case with most offensive linemen. And he played at a really high level of competition the last couple of years. He's not going to be like intimidated by the guys he's going against. So if there's a little bit of growing pains early, okay. But man, it's nice to be able to bet on a 20-year-old in this day and age where so many of these guys are 23, 24, 25, by the time you actually get them. I mean, it's kind of exciting to think about just how much better he can get.
We're talking with Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker Pod. You just heard him mention his Even Money Betting Pod. He's also going to be telling us a bit about myfrontpagestory.com in a minute or two. Ross, I was on your Wikipedia. I'm a sucker for offensive linemen that played high school basketball. I saw some Freeling highlights. He's drop step dunking. I saw on your Wikipedia it said you were a hooper in high school. What does that do for Monroe's athleticism or his ability to make the transition from college to the pros?
Well, it's so funny. The way I always describe it is two things. First of all, you'll appreciate this, but I was such a late bloomer. Like 8th grade, I was 5'6", 145. And then I think I gained, I want to say, maybe 2 or 3 inches and 20 to 30 pounds every year for 6 years. Think about that. So 9th grade, 5'9", 150, 10th grade, 6 foot 170, 11th grade, 6'3", 210, senior year, 6'4", 240, freshman year of college, 6'5", 265, sophomore year of college, 6'5", 290. I mean, it was crazy. I used to go to like Subway and get 2 footlongs with double meat and crush them both. I would get 2 burritos at Chipotle. So the reason why I'm bringing all that up is I was like a point guard wing in basketball. So it was wild. By my senior year, I'm 6'4", 250 during basketball season, and they want me to go down low. I stunk. I had no low post moves. I couldn't drop step dunk. But I think I had like 24 3-pointers. If the other team would press us, I was always the point guard. And so, like, if you ask my high school friends or my college friends, like, yo, your buddy Ross Tucker made the NFL? Like, is he just a freak? And they'd be like, well, he was 6'5", 295, and he was the point guard of our intramural basketball team, And so you get used to moving in space against really athletic people. And if you think about basketball, there's a lot of carryover between having to cover somebody or defend somebody in basketball against a dribble drive. It's like you're pass blocking. You gotta slide your feet, both ways. You can't reach your arms out. But then again, you also can't take a charge. If you take a charge, the quarterback's dead. So I do think there's a lot of carryover, and I like that Freeling has that background.
We're talking with Ross Tucker here on The Drive, joining us on the Heister Automotive Group hotline. The big picture for the draft today. Who do you have as the best player or a couple best players still remaining on the board?
It seems to me like it's D-line and DBs, which is fascinating. You think about just a DB, okay? Nobody would have been surprised if Jermod McCoy or Colton Hood, 2 of the Tennessee corners went off the board, or Avion Terrell, from Clemson. That's 3 corners that all could have gone in the first round and nobody would have batted an eye. And then think about some of the other guys. I mean, at D-line, or Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the safety from Toledo. And then D-line, and I forgot D'Angelo Pons.
Yep.
That's a 4th corner. And then you've got Caden McDonald on the D-line with Cassius Howell and, the kid from Mizzou, Zion Young, TJ Parker from Clemson. So it feels like, interestingly, because most people believe those are super important positions, interestingly, there's still a lot of corners and D linemen that are left on the board.
Well, you love it, right? Because that means all those 7 tackles were just more valuable, right? The offensive line is getting their love.
Well, that's what's so wild about it is that a lot of people think that there's a major drop-off. Like there aren't any offensive tackles that are left that are considered, there's nobody left that thought, oh, maybe he'll go first round. Nope, all those guys went in the first round. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if there isn't a tackle that goes in the second round. I mean, that's how much it was kind of picked clean, and that's why there was that run on them in a row.
And why it was so important that the Panthers got their guy. Ross, before we let you leave, myfrontpagestory.com, what do you got going on?
Oh, my gosh. My buddy started the company, and Mother's Day is 2 weeks away. It is by far the best Mother's Day gift I've ever seen. You literally go to myfrontpagestory.com. You talk to one of their writers for 10 minutes while you're driving home from work, or you can fill out a quick email. They write this incredible story. Looks like it's on the cover of the newspaper. It's framed, beautiful pictures of you and your siblings, if you get it for your mom, or your kids, if you get it for your wife. But as you give it to them, just to be able to say, I want to do something super special for you this year, so I had a story written about you, that sounds amazing. And I get all the videos now because I invested in the business. It's like a 90% hit rate on them crying. Like they cry almost every time, dude. When they're reading the quotes, they just start to tear up. It's incredible to be able to give someone a gift that brings them to tears, happy tears. It's myfrontpagestory.com, myfrontpagestory.com. I would not steer you guys wrong. Moms are everybody's number one pick. So get them the gift they deserve over at myfrontpagestory.com.
Ross, we appreciate your time, and we'll definitely check it out, myfrontpagestory.com. We appreciate it.
Yeah, sounds great. Thanks so much for having me.
It is. I mean, it's true. If you watch the draft, there's like a 50% chance the first person thanked is going to be mom, right? When they're up there, there's usually a good chance there's a God thank you, maybe a teammates, but mom is pretty high up on the list of odds of who's going to get thanked. So, myfrontpagestory.com. It's cool. I'm looking at it right now. They make newspaper articles, so it's like, hey, remember when the local paper wrote the story about grandma and it was about it looks that legit. So pretty cool. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Thank you to Ross Tucker, and we're going to come back to that point. The one that he made about the cliff, the drop-off in tackles. You wouldn't be surprised if none were drafted in the second round. So keep that in your brain. Don't forget it. Back after this.
Warmer weather is here, which means truck time. Take advantage of declaration of deals right now at John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington and get geared up for a great summer. Drive home a brand new 2026 Ram 1500 for 20% off. Plus get 2.9% financing for 72 months. America's best-selling truck comes with a terrific powertrain limited warranty. 10 years or 100,000 miles. Excludes RHO and tungsten. See dealer for details. So get off your keister and get to John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington today.
Canes fans, this is your playoff headquarters, the Dugout Tavern and Grill on Kelly Road in Apex. Catch every Carolina Hurricanes playoff game the way it's meant to be seen. An official member of the Canes Bar Network, the Dugout has the sound on for every game, a massive 16-foot video wall, and bucket specials, plus $4 Storm Surge drinks to keep the energy high all night long. So grab the gang, wear your red, and cheer loud. The Dugout Tavern and Grill in Apex, where Canes fans bring the storm.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Think only current and former smokers get lung disease? Well, before you breathe a sigh of relief, WakeMed would like to remind you that even if you've never smoked in your life, secondhand smoke or environmental toxins can put you at risk. So go to wakemed.org and take our free online lung health assessment. It takes just a few minutes, and who knows, it could keep lung disease from taking your life.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Big truck accidents can cause life-changing injuries, and life-changing injuries deserve life-changing money. I know big truck wrecks, and I know how to fight those big insurance companies. If you've been hurt by a big truck, contact us at ritchielaw.com. I'm on top of it.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio, WCMC HD1 Holly Springs, 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Elizabeth Gardner. Phew, it's a hot one out there. A high of 90 degrees and a couple of pop-up showers, especially from the Triangle area northward through about 7 or 8 o'clock. 60 degrees overnight tonight, and it'll be dry. We start dry on Saturday, but we'll see warm temperatures, a high of 88, and a good chance for rain. Mid to late afternoon into Saturday night. Could affect your plans, but it should at least settle the dust with around a half an inch.
4 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones down 67 points to 49,243.
Let's move the chains. Time for football at 4.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It is time for football at 4 right now. We were about 3 seconds early, but now, 4 o'clock. Football at 4. Obviously, we're going to talk about the Panthers' first-round draft. They took Monroe Freeling. Now, the hard part is, if you are Monroe Freeling, is a good portion of the Panthers fan base was pretty mad at the pick. They didn't love it. But I don't think it has as much to do with Monroe Freeling as it has to do with Monroe Freeling is not two specific guys. Probably around the 10th pick, I think a lot of Panthers fans started tracking Mekhi Lemon, the wide receiver from USC, or Dylan Thieneman, the safety from Oregon. And with every pick before the Panthers that whoever they were rooting for was not drafted, they got more excited. And they, it's the buzzer beater was in the air, and they're hitting their friends, right? They're going, it might happen. And then they were both available with the 19th pick. And they're celebrating, yay, it's there, woo, he's there. And then they drafted Monroe Freeling, and they could have drafted anybody as long as it wasn't Mekhi Lemon or Dylan Thieneman or whoever your number one option in your brain was. If it wasn't that person, they were going to be mad at the pick, which I get. I'm not acting like that is irrational, right? If you had a obvious favorite, you think he's the best player, you thought he was going to help your team, and your team had the opportunity and didn't make the pick, I get the disappointment. What I don't understand is that and that's a very loud section, the group I'm talking about. I don't understand that very loud section of Panther fans acting like the draft is one round long, right? This isn't even the NBA draft where it's like, well, you got one more chance in the second. No, there are 7 rounds to this thing. There are 6 more picks that the Panthers have currently remaining in this. And when you take that into account, you understand why they would go left tackle over the players that we just mentioned or many other players that we could mention as shoulda, woulda, couldas. And I said this yesterday. This is not 2020 hindsight. I referenced the exact clip we're going to play for you in a second, but it was just seconded by Ross Tucker a second ago. Ross Tucker Pod, NFL lineman, talking about the draft. There were 7 offensive linemen. 7 offensive tackles in this year's draft that were head and shoulders above every other offensive tackle in this draft. 7 of them. I'll tell you who they are in a second, but let's hear it from Daniel Jeremiah, who was on the PMT podcast, the draft guru. I'm hearing myself in my headset. I don't know if I'm just hearing voices. I don't think that's Daniel Jeremiah. Do we have it now? Are we good? All right, here's Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network.
To me, the biggest cliff in this draft is the tackle cliff, and I'll tell you where that ends. So I think this is going to go late first, potentially early second round, and I think you'll see some jostling. So if you look at it, I've got Iannaccio from Arizona State is my 31st player. He's the 7th tackle. You got 7 guys there, and then there's a crunch of them. There's 20, 22, 24, 30, 31. So that's the whole clump of tackles. Then after that, the next one is Tiernan from Northwestern, who's the 59th player. After that, it's the 92nd player. You want to tackle and you want somebody that can come in and play next year, there's 7 guys.
If there's 7, better grab one of them if you think you need one. And the Panthers did, and they thought they did. Spencer Fano from Utah went 9th to the Browns. Francis Maui-Goa from Miami went 10th to the Giants. Caden Proctor from Alabama went 12th to the Dolphins. Blake Miller from Clemson went 17th to the Lions. Monroe Freeling, the 5th tackle taken, from Georgia, went 19th to the Panthers. Iannaccio, I apologize if I mispronounced that, from Arizona State, went 21st to the Steelers. And then the Patriots drafted Caleb Lomu from Utah, 28th. The next best player at that position, according to Daniel Jeremiah, is the 59th overall player. And if you miss that one, because it happens, right? If you jockey for the wrong position and somebody jumps you, 92nd best player overall. You're talking a borderline 3rd, 4th round pick. It's simple to me. It was a deeper draft at wide receiver and safety than it was at offensive tackle. The Panthers might agree with you that they need the positions that you think they need, but they thought it was more plausible, more realistic that they could solve those problems in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round because those positions are deeper. Wide receivers that the draft analysts, right, the consensus analysts love that are still on the board. Denzel Boston from Washington. Zachariah Branch, the speedster from Georgia. Chris Brazzell, the tall speedster from Tennessee. Jeremy Bernard from Alabama. I'll give you some wide receivers that I think could fit Carolina very well and are still on the board and could be on the board for a while. Ted Hurst from Georgia State. Skylar Bell from UConn. Dejon Stribling from Ole Miss. Brennan Thompson from Mississippi State. There's options there. You just heard it from 2 different people, Ross Tucker and Daniel Jeremiah. There aren't any more options for offensive tackles. Not if you expect one to be able to play this year or be a legit top-end starter. And how about this? Just going off position, okay? Monroe Freeling's contract, the one that he'll sign, it's all slotted, right? You got to negotiate offset language. That's about it. Averages $4.225 million per year. Pretty good for a guy straight out of college.
Yeah, for real.
He's not even 21 yet. $5.225 million per year.
5.225?
5.225.
Okay.
$10 million around in a signing bonus. But $5.225 million per year. That'll make him roughly little over, like you're talking like the 52nd, 53rd, depending on a few things. Roughly the 52nd highest paid offensive tackle in the league. So think about this. If he's the 45th best offensive tackle in the league, right? If he is the middle of the pack, 2nd best tackle on a team, I call it, tackle 2, right? If Taylor Moton's your better one. If he is middle of the pack, 2nd best tackle on a team in the NFL, you're getting value on that contract. You are getting more in return than you are spending. A safety on the same rookie contract would have to be at least the 25th best safety to return similar value because you're looking at being about the 32nd highest paid safety in the league. So you go from middle of the pack, 2nd best at your position on the team to you got to be a top guy. 25th in a 32-team league, you are above that. That's the difference. Now, let's call a spade, right? Evaluations are different. If you think Thieneman was going to be a top 10 safety, you might get more value there, but it is much more difficult to predict somebody being top 10 at their position than it is to predict them being top 40 at their position. By picking left tackle, you've widened your margin for error. And, oh, by the way, he could be a top 10 tackle too. Like you're not limiting your ceiling at all. You're just lowering the threshold for where the value comes in. Also, let me ask you this. What if Freeling just straight beats out Rasheed Walker and starts at left tackle from the jump? Now, you look at Rasheed Walker, he becomes a relatively normal-priced backup tackle.
Yeah, $4 million.
$4 million base salary. There's probably roster incentives and things. Let's call it like $6-7 million.
I think you can get up to 10.
There you go.
Yeah.
Call that your backup swing tackle.
Which that's backup swing tackle money.
Now you have Taylor Moton making starting right tackle money. You have a first-round pick at left tackle, and you have a relatively normal-priced third tackle, and you're hoping Ike Ekwonu can come back and be what he was or a better version of. You're hoping. Hope's not a strategy. You have to prepare for a dude that has a patella tendon injury and is that big to perhaps never be the same. Hope for the best. Hope he's the best. Hope he figures it out. Hope he has an awakening while he's rehabbing and he comes back a cyborg better. But prepare for the worst.
Mm-hmm.
Prepare for him to come back and have to be slid into guard, or prepare for him to come back and not be someone you keep around because of the health.
I said this last night on Panthers Playbook, myself and Chris Lee, that another option potentially as well is that injuries are going to happen. So obviously you have your own depth, but injuries are going to happen around the league. Someone's going to go, man, we need a left tackle that can plug and play for this upcoming year. Dan Morgan goes, oh, you said you need a stopgap left tackle for a season. I got a guy by the name of Rasheed Walker. You want to trade me a 4th-round pick in 2027?
Maybe. I mean, it's there. It's a possibility. I would be terrified to take away that safety net at tackle.
Fair.
I would go, the moment I make this trade, Taylor Moton's going down with a hamstring. That's going to happen.
Right.
I'd be so afraid of it. But no, I mean, especially if a season looks lost or something like that and you're cashing in, you can absolutely. I'm going to put it even more simply for everybody out there that's yelling and screaming about Mekhi Lemon or Dylan Thieneman or whoever. If you offer me a starting caliber left tackle, I'm going to take it. And I'm going to take it, and I'm going to figure out the rest later. Right? Oh, do I have to get creative at safety? Do I have to really work with Lathan Ransom on his coverage skills? Do I have to figure something out? Okay. Do I have to figure something out at wide receiver 3? Do I have to figure something out at wide receiver 3? I got to pick a guy in the 2nd or 3rd round and make sure I'm picking the most pro-ready guy because they might have to play a big role. I will figure it out. If you offer me a starting caliber left tackle at pick 19 in the 1st round, which you only draft him if you think he is, I take it. I take it and I figure out the rest. Because it would be a deal that is that good. Right? Maybe my wife and I aren't budgeting for a new car, but someone walks up with a car that I like, and I'm a car guy, so pretend I've scouted every car, right? I'm not, but a GM would know what they're trying to negotiate. And they walk up with like a car that's worth $60,000 and they go, I'll give it to you for 15. You're going to go, yep. I absolutely will. And I'll figure out where we get the 15 from, right? I don't know, the kid doesn't got to go to college this year. Like you figure out where the money comes from because it's that good of a deal. A left tackle that can start in the NFL, who's, by the way, he's 20 years old, as you heard Ross Tucker bring up a few times. He's young. So you're budgeting, you're looking for, this could be the start of a really, really glorious long-term relationship with your left tackle. You budget that in, yeah, you make the deal, you make the pick, you figure out the rest later. That's why you're paid the big bucks, to stay up all night tonight, sleep in the office if you get any sleep, and show up today ready to solve the problems that making the pick yesterday created. It's not that difficult for me to look at what they did and build in some assumptions or some reading of the tea leaves for what they felt about Monroe Freeling. I said it yesterday. I've said it a bunch of times. I played college football. I study the draft as much as anybody I know. I watch tape. It's nearly impossible to judge offensive linemen. You don't know what their offensive line coach is asking them. You don't know what technique they're being taught. You don't know how good the guy they're going up against is. You don't know how good the guy next to him is. You don't know if the quarterback walked up there and said, easy, easy, easy. Give me a Falcon 5, when they should have gone Ralph Jet. right? You don't know if the protections were called right. It's such a cohesive position with the rest of the offensive line. It's so dependent on the scheme. You don't know. You don't. So you kind of got to trust your team. I'm not here to say Monroe Freeling's the best player in the world. I'm not here to say I will put my reputation on it. He's going to be a Pro Bowler for the next 10 years. I'm here to say if the Panthers made that pick, they think he's going to be pretty darn good. And if they're that convicted, you kind of got to trust your gut. Do I like Mekhi Lemon? Yep. Am I impressed with Dylan Thieneman's athleticism? Absolutely. Do I know those positions and how to judge them better? Yep. But if my offensive line coach comes in and says this left tackle is 6'7", 315, and he's going to be a stud for the next 10-plus years, I'm going, I'll figure out wide receiver. I will figure that out. Let's draft this guy, and let's be excited about it. Did you hear the call they made to tell Freeling that he was drafted?
Yeah.
Did you hear how he ended it?
Oh, yeah. We actually can play that ending
perfect.
for you. Let me actually bring it up here
So teams have started doing this, I don't know, the last 10 years, where they film the coach and the GM and the owner talking to the player when they say, like, are you ready to be a Carolina Panther? And this year there seems to be a lot of waterworks, a lot of guys fighting back some real emotions as they talk. I want you to listen to the way Monroe Freeling ended his call with Dave Canales, the head coach of the Carolina Panthers.
Well, awesome. Hey, have fun. Enjoy this time with this moment with your family and your friends.
I will.
All right, brother.
All right, love you.
Love you too. Congrats, man.
He threw a love you. He threw a love you.
Love that.
That's just funny. He's like, I was talking with my grandma right before. I got confused. Love you. He also threw like a, I will die for you in the middle of it. He went from I will die for you to I love you in the same call. That's a Jimmy V right there. Laugh, cry, think. That's a full day. That's a full day. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We have the Cup check-in coming up, presented by Carolina Ale House. And do you roll with Brandon Bussey for Game 4 for the Carolina Hurricanes? Think about it. Next.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
All of my life, all I heard from Mets fans were, oh, you Yankees fans, all you do is buy championships. If we had as much money as you, we'd have 27 just like you guys. The New York Mets have the highest cash payroll of any team in baseball. $360 million this year.
Mornings from 6 to 9 on 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
Alice Cooper, LAC's Attic Tour.
No more Mr. Nice Guy.
April 28th, DPAC Durham. The Rock and Roll Hall of Famer returns.
Welcome to my nightmare, 'cause I'm 18.
Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Presented by Live Nation. Alice Cooper, live.
This is Ray Womble Jr. from J.E. Womble & Sons in Lillington. Spring is here and lawn mowing will be in full force. Our new lineup of Bobcat zero-turn mowers are bringing tough to turf, built to give you a professional edge, engineered to last longer and work harder. Come check out the Bobcat ZT 2000 series at a discount of $1,200 with 0% financing. And remember, if J.E. Womble & Sons doesn't have it, you don't need it.
If you're exhausted, not just tired, but worn down, this message is for you. I'm Brandon Giggling, president of Parkway Sleep Health Centers. Across North Carolina, many people wait months, sometimes over a year, just to start sleep care. That wait isn't normal, and it isn't necessary. At Parkway, most patients are seen within weeks, with virtual consultations and home sleep studies that remove unnecessary delays. Sleep care shouldn't have to depend on how long you're willing to wait.
Parkway Sleep, your fastest path to better sleep. Start today at parkwaysleep.com. Sound sleep, sound health.
It's bow time. There's something special about the first bite of a Bojangles Cajun filet biscuit. Like an edible alarm clock that slaps you awake with bold Cajun flavor. The moment you sink your teeth into that soft, fluffy, made-from-scratch biscuit, then strike gold with a juicy piece of fried chicken, you'll know. Nothing beats the first bite. Except the second first bite. Get a Cajun filet biscuit combo today at Bojangles. It's bow time.
It's bow time. Time to satisfy your craving for Cajun with a Bojangles Cajun Filet Biscuit. Enjoy a Cajun fried filet tucked inside a hot made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. Make it a combo and add your choice of fixin' and legendary sweet tea. And remember, Bojangles Cajun Filet Biscuits are served all day, every day. Bojangles Cajun Filet Biscuit. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Miller, back for Hall. Hall, good skate to stick here. Sent across, looking for it up front. They score! Jackson Blake on a beautiful pass from Keandre Miller. Blake knows it, and he puts Carolina up 2-1.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Carolina Hurricanes lead the Ottawa Senators in their opening round playoff series. 3-0. Hard-fought wins, though. Don't get me wrong. Ottawa's making them earn each one.
Oh, yeah. All these games have been close.
But 3-0 is 3-0 is 3-0. Inch or a mile, doesn't matter. Win's a win. It's from the first Fast and the Furious. That's the cinematic classic I quote. Dom Toretto. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. You know the score. You know where the series sits now, 3-0. Now it's time to hear from a Carolina Hurricanes legend in the Carolina Ale House sponsored 99.9 The Fan Cup check-in. Make Carolina Ale House your spot to watch the games, especially the awesome watch parties that they throw for away games. Right? Carolina Ale House in Cary is the area's main official Canes viewing party location. They're going to have an indoor party, or they had an indoor party for last night's game.
Yeah.
It's going to be an indoor/outdoor party.
Oh, let's go.
For the afternoon game tomorrow, game 4, Saturday at 3. Indoor/outdoor. You know they're bringing the party when they /outdoor it. Carolina Ale House will also have jersey raffles with official team jerseys at the other Triangle locations all across the area to spread the hockey love during those games. So, Carolina Ale House, they bring you the Canes Cup check-in here on 99.9 The Fan. Today, Adam Gold checked in with former Carolina Hurricane Sean Hill. Enjoy.
Senators came out fired up. They were hitting everything that had a pulse in the first 5 minutes, and then Carolina scored. Again, by the way, it was Logan Stankoven. All 3 games, he has scored the first goal of the game. How much starch did that take out of Ottawa at that point?
Yeah, I think that's a real kick in the shins for them. They came out and had a great push. Obviously couldn't score, and then for us to come back and get one early, it's that really is an uphill battle mentally, much more than just the score, you know.
Oh, no doubt about it. And, you know, through 2 games in Raleigh, I mean, Ottawa could have been and they would have been very justified to think that, man, we could be 2-0 ahead as opposed to down in the series to 2-0. Even though I think Carolina was the better team, they had more than enough opportunity to impact the game. They had the goal call back in game 1 that would have tied it in the third. Carolina wins the game 2-0. They had so many chances to score in the third period and early in the first overtime in game 2 and didn't. Freddie Anderson probably played his best hockey there. And then you go and you think you're going to do it at home, and then the other team takes the lead. When you take the steam out of the building like that, can you feel the team that you're playing? Can you feel them deflate? How does that work?
Yeah, you can definitely sense a little bit of a change in energy. You know, Ottawa's got some players that are young that don't have a ton of playoff experience, and it's you know, they're probably thinking we played very well, and like you said, they could have had a different fate as far as the first 2 games, but you know, that's what's so hard about the playoffs. It's such a mental battle. Everybody thinks it's such a physical battle, and it really is, but it might be more of a mental battle than a physical battle, especially when you get in situations like this where they've I wouldn't say they've played as well as they could, but they, I think the second game they played really well.
Yep.
And there was times in the second game where they were taking the play to us a little bit here and there. And, I definitely could see it going back 1-1, but that's hard. That's what playoff hockey is, and that's what you're going to be up against when you're playing against the number one seed. So hopefully we see more of the same.
So let me ask you about the Taylor Hall hit on Jake Sanderson, which, I thought was just a play. Unfortunate. It was, I guess, shoulder to the head, and Sanderson left the game eventually. I'm not going to get into the Travis Greene says this and whatever. It didn't look to me like it was a targeting situation. He didn't leave his feet, but it was a hit to the head, and it was a properly called penalty, I thought. Do you anticipate any pushback from Ottawa towards Hall in Game 4?
I'm sure when guys get the chance to go after him clean, they will. I would doubt there'll be anything malicious. Obviously they want to hit hard, but I don't think Taylor Hall's ever been accused of being a dirty player.
Right.
I think he plays heavy for a guy with so much skill, which I think is awesome. He's got a great bit of edge. You can see when things get rugged, he's not afraid to go in there and lay the shoulders. And I think it happens. I don't think he targeted him. Unfortunately, you don't like to see guys get hurt, but it's part of the game, and the game's so physical. It's tough to tell. Sometimes you go shoulder to shoulder, and then your shoulder slides up and hits them in the chin or in the cheek, so it's hard. I think the refs that have done a pretty good job. I would say it was a penalty, and they fortunately their power play isn't really clicking. I don't know if it's that or I think it has a lot to do with our defense.
Yeah.
Not our defense, but our PK and our defense are playing well on the unit as our forwards. That the second period was, what a display of penalty killing.
What a display of penalty kill. Let's start there. Okay, and by the way, shout out to Carolina Ale House for presenting the 99.9 The Fan Cup check-in, and shout out to Sean Hill for passing along that insight to Adam Gold, and by proxy to all of us here in the afternoons. Let's start there. These two teams, and I'm going to try to say this in a way that is not insulting, but just know it's going to sound insulting. The power plays have not been good. Power plays, some might say, the power plays have been bad. Last night, another one. Canes were 0 for 4 on power play. And ready for this? Had the better power play.
Yeah.
Because Ottawa was 0 for 5 and had a little 5-on-3 action that they couldn't convert.
They had a long 5-on-3. It's like a minute 32 or whatever it was. Or minute 28. Either way.
So, in a postseason game where the other team's back is kind of against the wall, to go 0 for 4 on the power play and have the better power play is ludicrous.
Your penalty kill is working when you're at a 5-on-3 disadvantage and the other team's so disoriented they're just throwing passes out of the zone when no one's around them.
Mike
Brady Tkachuk did it. I was like, wow, thank you. Good clear. Clear.
Mike Maniscalco, play-by-play guy who you hear when you listen on 99.9 The Fan, did hit him with the Brady Tkachuk clears it. It was just like, oh, that's pretty good. It's pretty good there, Mike. Because it's exactly what happened, right? Play-by-play guy, you're supposed to just say what you see, right? He did exactly that. Tell the story. It's the penalty kill has been so good that they're actually kind of covering for a power play that hasn't been able to get anything going. And you talk about the top line, right? You talk about the lack of point production from Aho, Jarvis, Svetch. You can attribute some of that to the line that they're skating against, how much attention Ottawa's giving them, how the 5-on-5 game flow is going. There's really no excuse for having all these power play opportunities and not coming away with much, right? And obviously we're talking more game 1, game 3, but it's something to note. And while they've been able to overcome it in this series thus far, You start getting further into the postseason, you're going to need to take advantage of your advantages, right? Your man advantages. You're going to have to score. All right, let's get to the question that we teased earlier today. Dennis, Game 4 becomes a real, what would you do situation for Rod Brind'Amour. Or I guess we all would say, what would we do if we were Rod Brind'Amour? He has a whole bunch of questions, but this one's a fun one for us. Would you start Brandon Bussi in Game 4? Freddie Anderson's been really, really good in Games 1 through 3. He's been fortunate at times, but also, how many did he get just enough glove on the puck, right? And sure, it hit the post or it looked close, but he closed the angle, right? He's been playing well. Freddie's been playing well, and the stats would back that up. But he very rarely plays 4 games straight, right? And you have the luxury of being up 3-0. I'm not saying you ever want to go we'll give him one. No, you wouldn't be doing that by playing Bussi. But you get an opportunity to, get Bussi some run, first postseason start, get it out of the way. You get an opportunity to give Freddie some rest. You give the opportunity for everybody else to either build up or just feed off of Brandon Bussi. Dennis, you said it earlier, but I want everybody to hear you say it again. Game 4, you're rolling with Bussi?
I would say yeah.
And why?
A couple of reasons. One, if you do lose, you go back to Freddie. He's fresh and ready to go for game number 5, if you're in that situation. Also, at some point, Bussi will have to play for you because we also know Freddie's injury history. Last thing I want is Bussi having to sit for a long period of time. So that's also something that pops in my head as well, because I think it'd be good to get Bussi a game. Hey, experience postseason hockey when the stakes aren't quite as high. Hey, we're up 3-0 in the series. It's okay. Just go be yourself. So I would like to see him experience that as well. There is also a little bit of a short turnaround in the sense of you had a 7:30 game last night, and it's a 3 o'clock game tomorrow afternoon, so it's a bit of a quicker turnaround. I know the guys didn't play today. There's no travel, but also Freddie didn't get a lot of heavy work yesterday as well. It's justifiable both ways, in my opinion. Because also you can sit there and say, you're the hottest goalie in the NHL right now. Why are you going to put him on the bench? Especially when you can close a team out and you don't got to play for a week.
True. If you take care of business in Game 4, it doesn't matter if you're tired. You'll be fully rested by the time it comes back. But maybe someone else has made this point. I haven't really heard it. Brandon Bussi was lights out for the first half of the season. What threw a wrench in that system? There was a long Olympic break. And
it was.
And it took him a while to get back to, he was playing better at the very end of the regular season, but the break very obviously threw something off, right? And he worked very hard, and the team worked very hard in front of him, and they got him back, and by the end, the last couple of starts, he was playing good again. You really want that guy to sit for 2.5 weeks? You want the guy that the last time he sat for a few weeks, it ended up being the thing that got him off rhythm? Or do you want to just do what you can because you're up 3-0 to throw him a bone? Just, the way my strength and conditioning coach used to say it, just work up a lather, right? Go out there and feel what it feels like to be there, get the sweat going, feel it. It's postseason hockey. He's never played NHL postseason hockey. And while I haven't either, I've been told by enough people I've interviewed throughout the years, that you can't simulate it. You cannot, all right, today we're gonna really get after it in practice. No, that's not it. No matter how excited he was to play in Madison Square Garden with Henrik Lundqvist watching and all of that, put some pressure on it. Don't get me wrong. It's not NHL postseason hockey. It's just not. I wish you could simulate it, because then you could train for it and you could get better at it and you could do all of that. But if you can't, you can't. I have a few other things I want to talk about for the game last night, and they all contribute to the game moving forward, which is tomorrow at 3. But before we do that, Rod Brind'Amour spoke about the decision on his plate to either play Bussi or stick with Freddie, and this is what he said.
We haven't really made a decision on that yet. We'll kind of talk to him here today, and we'll see where he's at. But obviously he's played well, and so he's given us no reason to think, well, geez, we need to give him a rest. But if that's what he feels he needs, we'll definitely make that decision and talk to him about it. But I'm hoping he feels pretty fresh and we can keep going to him.
All right, we're not going to take callers on first goal scorer today. I apologize, but the game's not till tomorrow, and you guys haven't had your time to feel the energy of the universe. So I'll put it out on Twitter tomorrow morning for everybody to make their first goal scorer predictions at Donnelly Sports. I will tweet that out. You can get your predictions in there. In a few minutes, I will tell you the 99.9 the fan predictions if you want to tail or fade any of us. Victoria and Max both got it right yesterday.
Yeah, Stankoven, chalk at this point.
Best indicator of future results, past results. Logan Stankoven, 2 first goals, boom, a third. So we'll get to that in a minute. But I have a smattering, a grab bag of things that I wanted to make sure we talked about after Game 3. I have 3 defensemen that at different point in time I wrote down in my notes. You got to talk about this guy.
Mm-hmm.
The first one is the most obvious. Keandre Miller. How about that? How about it with the point guard play? The I'm shooting it. Just kidding. I mean, we give all the love to Jackson Blake, and Jackson Blake deserves love. That line deserves love. That one, I mean, you might as well have been a golfer, and somebody put it, the caddy put it on the tee for him. The caddy was Keandre Miller. Walked up there and set it up perfectly. And it was so subtle, right? It wasn't like, I call Shane Gostisbehere pump fake Gostisbehere because he's always with the big wind up and then the push pass and the big wind up, and then he, doesn't have taken the shot. This was just body language, eyes, just made everybody think it was going to be a shot and set it up to Jackson Blake beautifully. And I don't know. I'm a big Keandre Miller fan as far as what I think his offensive potential is. But if you were to have a playmaking draft of the Carolina Hurricanes, he's not in the first couple rounds. You know what I mean? He's down bottom, and he can make that play. Depth. Another defenseman I wrote down, just we should talk about him, and it's the story of his life, right? Jacob Slavin. He was blocking shots. He was doing the Slavin thing where it seemed like the other team might have an opportunity, and then never mind. That anticlimactic, no, Slavin's got it. Poked it away. He was doing that, and it's just we take it for granted, and I don't want to, so I wrote down make sure we talk about it. And then Dennis, I wrote down your guy.
Sean Walker?
I thought Sean Walker had a really good, complete game.
He did.
Hits, blocks, just being where he should be, and sneaking up on people. I feel like Ottawa's always surprised when he shows up. They're just like, whoa. And it's like, yeah, this is exactly where my responsibility is, so this is where I am. It's those 3 guys, but others did good things as well. But those 3 guys compelled me to go to my notes and say, hey, they're doing something that should not go ignored on the show.
Like you said, Sean Walker led the team in hits with 6, played 3 minutes and 55 seconds on the penalty kill. 3:55. The only person with more was Jacob Slavin at 5 minutes and 6 seconds.
5 minutes
PK
and 6
time.
seconds of kill. Maybe that's when I wrote it down. It might have been during a penalty kill when I just there it is. He senses things, right? He senses this guy's confidence is rattled. Let me put a little extra pressure on him. My roommate in college who played college basketball used to just scream at random point in time, if they don't want to play, put the pressure on them. Slavin feels it. Oh, this guy doesn't want to play. Let me press him a little bit. Let me put some pressure on him a little bit. Comes away with the puck. If they don't want to play, put the pressure on them. Can you wax poetic about the Keandre Miller pass? I don't know if I did a good enough job. I didn't write a flowery enough ode.
First of all, the vision to see the pass was outstanding. But the thing that improved me most, Tim, you'll appreciate this. It's like a quarterback looking off a safety. Oh, I'm going to stare right over here. Oh, but the ball's going to this side of the field. That's exactly what he did, because you see how Linus Ullmark reacted, because it looked like he was going to shoot, and when the puck came off of Miller's stick, Linus Ullmark reacted like a shot was coming. And he goes, oh, no, I got to try and dive across all the way over here. And Jackson Blake had a wide-open net. So, yeah, just the look off, everything about it was elite.
You did better than I did. I didn't get the flowery. I wanted it to be more over the top. It was awesome. That's how I'll leave it. First goal scorer. I'll give you everybody from here. 99.9 The Fan.
Ah, yes.
And be on the look for a tweet tomorrow for you to get your predictions in. 99.9 The Fan, perhaps, but I know I definitely will, at Donnelly Sports tomorrow morning. All right, here. Adam Gold, who, by the way, for the first time in a long time in our internal competition, has somebody tied with him atop. Victoria and Adam are now tied in first. Adam went with Gostisbehere in the first. For tomorrow's game, he went with Gostisbehere in the first on the power play. Victoria decided not to change it up at all. She's going for the record. Stankoven in the first, but not in the first 10 minutes.
Okay.
She got Stankoven right last game, and she's going to try to ride that wave. Paul Ihander, the host of Next Up with Paul Ihander, weekday mornings at 9. Jackson Blake in the first, and how about this? Stanky assist.
There you go.
Right. He's going to contribute somehow. Paul's going with the assist. Max Gorin, who produces Next Up, also got it right with Stankoven yesterday and is now solo third, one behind the two leaders. Went with Stankoven in the second. So still Stanky, but a little bit later in the game. And Dennis, you went with?
Taylor Hall in the first.
Give us some
that
more.
line stays hot.
Any other details?
I think also as well is that I think Taylor Hall is going to recognize that he might have some audible players coming after him after that hit on Jake Sanderson yesterday, and he's going to shut them all up.
Shut him up with a goal?
Exactly.
Or
it's like, cool, you want to keep trying to take runs after me? Well, we'll just keep winning.
Or he's going to – actually, first goal, okay, never mind. Still in the mix. Because if he scores like the goal to go up 3 and you see Ottawa's just recognized like – ding, right? The old lady or the what is it? The lady singing?
Fat lady singing?
Fat lady singing, not the old lady. Old lady singing. I guess she could be. As soon as they hear that and he scores the third, I would duck if I were him. Or at least, I don't know, call Nikishin or something. My pick, as it will be until I get it right. And it's a bad time to be playing this game when the top line goes cold. Sebastian Aho in the first. Need that line to go. Get aggressive, be greedy, be selfish, shoot, and find at least make them make saves. At least make them stop the puck. Don't miss wide and let them off the hook. At least, please. I've been stuck with Aho in the first until I get it right for a while now. I need Aho in the first. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Luckily, I can worry about trivial things like who's going to score the first goal and why Aho hasn't done it in a month when I'm making picks. Because I don't have to worry about heating, cooling, plumbing, or electrical because I have Maynard Service Company to worry about that for me. And they want to do the same for you. Heating systems, cooling systems, plumbing, electrical. They should not take up a big portion of your worry pie, right? You got things going on in life. You got family, you got jobs, got hobbies. You have things, real life things that you want to deal with. Heating, cooling, plumbing, electric, let Maynard Service Company take that off your plate. They have their highly trained technicians that are constantly being further in their education and training to make sure they have all the expertise they need when they come in your house. Super respectful, super clean, all of the things you want from those that enter into your domain, right? Your abode. So give them a call if you need a little checkup, little maintenance, or there's a more emergency break situation. Maynard Service Company, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week service, all across the triangle. That's all of Wake County and 50 miles in any direction. The number, 919-361-0993. That's 919-361-0993. Or visit them online, MaynardServices.com. That's MAYNOR Services.com. Up next, real bold predictions. Stick around.
Hey, it's Adam Gold, and after every Hurricanes game, thanks to my friends at the Aluminum Company of North Carolina, we give you the Canes Corner podcast. In-depth analysis on what happened, why it happened, what's going to happen next, which players are those to look out for, and as we get deep into the playoffs, how can Carolina best position themselves to win a Stanley Cup? Canes Corner podcast, brought to you by the Aluminum Company of North Carolina, live on YouTube, and of course available wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Calling all Caniacs, come watch the playoffs at Carolina Ale House as the official Canes road game headquarters. Carolina Ale House is hosting viewing parties for the Hurricanes away games. Join us for indoor-outdoor viewing parties at our Cary location throughout the playoffs. Think of it as a hometown tailgate. You just bring a lawn chair, enjoy food and beers from the outdoor bar, and watch on our enormous TV. Visit CarolinaAlehouse.com/Canes to learn more, or keep an eye on our social media. Ale yeah, and go Canes!
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Few things before we get to one of our favorite games and real bold predictions. At 6 o'clock tonight, so an hour and 15 minutes from right now, if you're tuned into 99.9 The Fan, you will hear NC State baseball at Virginia Tech in Blacksburg. Elevation, home runs. You know how that works. NC State at Virginia Tech at 6 p.m. here on 99.9 The Fan. Enjoy some baseball on a Friday as you're driving home. It should be a fun one. Also, speaking of fun, winning's fun. Yeah, winning's fun. That's what coaches tell you, right? Oh, you want to have some fun? Winning's fun. Working hard is fun. You know what else is fun? Winning a 4-pack of tickets to see the NC Courage versus Kansas City at First Horizon Stadium at Wake Med Soccer Park on May 2nd. And to do that, you have to text keyword BALL, B-A-L-L, to 919-860-5326, and you'll be entered to win. You'll have a chance to win a 4-pack, not just a pair, 4-pack of tickets to the NC Courage game at First Horizon Stadium at Wake Med Soccer Park on May 2nd. Winning's fun. So text in to give yourself a chance to have some fun. Now, shall we play some real bold predictions? I like this. This is dramatic music. All right. The way this works, that's the not bold enough buzzer you just heard. You also will have to familiarize yourself with the bold enough bell. So the way this works, I make a prediction that I think is bold. If I hear the buzzer, I have to make it bolder on the spot. If I hear the bell, I'm good to go. We can go on to the next bold prediction. The reason we've put this in place is because I got tired of watching other sports media shows, other sports radio shows, sports media in general, have these bold prediction gimmicks. And I call it a gimmick because they don't have the checks and balances. And then they say something like, My bold prediction for the first round is Fernando Mendoza goes in the top 15 picks. And then they go, whoa. They're right. They come in the next day. I went 3 for 3 on my bold predictions. It's like, because none of them were bold. You didn't have anybody checking you. So, are you ready? Dennis. All right. First bold prediction. We'll start with some of the bigger stuff. Let's start with the Canes, shall we? Their 3 top goal scorers for the season combined to score at least 1 goal. Yeah, all right. That's a little disrespectful, but it's true. It's a little disrespectful, but it's true. Top line needs to get going, right? I didn't just say it like it. And actually, a up 3-0 game on the road, is there a better time to go, you know what, this is 50-50. Maybe I should shoot. Maybe I should keep moving the puck. Yeah, I'm going to shoot it, right? Like, if there's ever a time to, hey, this might even be 60% I should pass, 40% I should shoot. I'm still going to let it fly because I need to get myself going, right? Like, if you're one of those dudes, those guys I mentioned, and I'd include Ehlers and, right, you can Ghost, right? You can put a few others in that mix. Yeah, it is what's best for the team for you to be a little selfish, right? That's the avocado selfishness, right? Most fats, not good. Some fats, like avocados, they're good. Most selfishness, bad. Some selfishness, like making sure you're playing your role as a goal scorer, good.
By the way, they're not the only team dealing with it right now in regards to their top guys not contributing.
They're also contributing to some of Ottawa's top guys not scoring.
That's true.
They are directly putting another team in the same blender that they've found themselves in a little bit.
But you go example, Colorado. They're up 3-0 in their series against the LA Kings. You know how many goals Martin Necas has? None. You know how many goals Nathan McKinnon has? None. They have 1 assist each. That's it. So they're not the only team that's going through it right now. You have to be able to win with multiple guys contributing in different ways.
It is a sign of a good team that you can win when your studs aren't producing.
Yeah, imagine when they actually start get going.
Should we do a real quick little comparison?
Okay.
So we have Martin Necas, right? And he has yet to score a goal. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he has 1 assist. That's it.
Let me go ahead and bring this up. Perfect. So he has 1 assist, no goals through 3 games of the postseason.
Yep.
Let me pick another random name. What about Mikko Rantanen?
1
goal, 2
Dallas,
assists.
Right?
Yeah,
Dallas,
plays for Dallas. Yep, yeah, exactly. 1 goal, 2 assists in 3 postseason games.
Okay.
Shall we ask the question about one Logan Stankoven?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we could just ask.
We
right?
could just ask.
Just
ask.
All I'm doing is asking the question and going, 3 goals and an assist.
Huh.
Would that be more than the other 2? The same amount of points, but more goals than the other 2 combined.
That's interesting.
Now, if you there was someone else that was involved in some of those trades, right? Maybe the unheralded throw-in from a third team that helped facilitate the trade with some cap space. Maybe a former MVP.
Oh, yeah.
Taylor Hall.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
1 goal, 4 assists.
No. So he's factored in on 5 of the 6 goals the Canes have scored.
I'm doing exactly what I hate when other people do it,
7.
which is just take a super small sample size and make really broad, sweeping, like victory laps. But I'll be darned if it's not fun. Taylor Hall, Logan Stankoven, greater than Martin Necas, Mikko Rantanen, the last and first, like the most recent, 3 postseason games for all 4 of them. Show that beyond a shadow of a doubt. Eat that.
Numbers don't lie.
All right, let's get back to real bold predictions. Real bold predictions. I don't even know how to describe this guy. I'll go with R.J. Keene.
Okay.
Who, by the way, is a transfer commitment to NC State as of this afternoon.
Okay.
Basketball. I'll go with averages less than 5 points per game. But State fans absolutely love him. I don't know how to phrase this the right way.
I mean, I'm just gonna give you the.
All right, thank you. There's a point I want to make here. I'm trying to shoehorn it into the segment.
Boise State.
Yes, coming from Boise State. Tall guy, which is good. I've been talking about how they need length. Evan Miyakawa, a.k.a. evanmia.com, which is one of the top analytics sites in college basketball, back on March 4th, he said, ever want to know the best player in college basketball who doesn't score? It's Boise State's R.J. Keene. He is, whatever BPR is, which is one of his all-encompassing statistics, Keene has the best BPR of any player ever that averages under 1.5 points per game. He was second best in advanced metrics in the Mountain West in defense. So this dude is like 6'8", 6'9", wing, perimeter player, and he's an unbelievable defender, and he takes absolutely no oxygen offensively. No, you take the shots. I'm good. So think about what NC State has done. They brought in a elite defensive big who led the country last year in blocks per game. They brought in 2 undersized but offensive-minded perimeter players, and now they bring a jumbo wing into the equation to play some defense around them. Interesting little yin to yang connection. More bold predictions. Carolina Panthers draft Leigh Steinberg, tight end, Vanderbilt in the second round. That's not bold. Picking one specific player.
I've seen that mocked in a few different places, so I don't know. Consider that bold.
Just getting anything right, on the specific is bold. Well, player that I could guess that would be bold. The Carolina Panthers will draft.
Doesn't necessarily be like. Maybe it's trade up. I don't know. Like include something more to it.
Okay. Well, okay. What about this? They go tight end Leigh Steinberg in the second.
Okay.
And in the third, wide receiver. All right. Offense. Tackle, tight end, wide receiver. Fourth, another tackle. Fifth, running back. Sixth, or they have another fifth. Another wide receiver. Sixth, quarterback. Evero, you got Jalen Phillips, and you be happy. You ask for nothing more. Devin Lloyd and Jalen Phillips, and you, sir, are done. Brad Idzik, what do you want? That's how it goes. Not a ton of bold predictions there, but I made some points I wanted to make. Let's move on. Almost 5 o'clock here on a Friday. And that means you don't want to move on? No? You want to...
I want one more. Give me one more good one here, Tim.
Right.
Come on.
Let's go back to the Canes game.
Okay.
Bussy plays 92 or better save percentage. Yeah, buddy. Get on the bus. Get a lot of bus stops out there. Got a lot of kids on the bus that need to be stopped and dropped off. A lot of bus stops. I hope for Bussy that happens, right? I hope for Bussy that happens. I hope that the little time off here, and it's been a while for him since he played, just in goalie terms and hockey terms. It's been a while. They're not used to 2-week breaks. Hopefully he can, if he plays. I'm not reporting anything. Part of the bold prediction was that he plays. Hopefully he has a good one. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. I mentioned it's close to 5 o'clock. That means it's close to the starting 5. Stick around. We'll be back after this.
I don't care what you got, just give me that. One goal.
Nikishin, Ehlers, scores on the power play. Greene wide open, rebound, and what a save by Anderson.
Hoist Lord Stanley's Cup.
Sebastian Aho in, short hit back in, scores! Oh, talk to me, shorty! Carolina!
The Triangle's official home for the Carolina Hurricanes. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle sports leader.
Canes fans, this is your playoff headquarters, the Dugout Tavern and Grill on Kelly Road in Apex. Catch every Carolina Hurricanes playoff game the way it's meant to be seen. An official member of the Canes Bar Network, the Dugout has the sound on for every game, a massive 16-foot video wall, and bucket specials, plus $4 storm surge drinks to keep the energy high all night long. So grab the gang, wear your red, and cheer loud. The Dugout Tavern and Grill in Apex, where Canes Canes fans bring the storm.
Hi friends, this is Mark Pons with Chapel Hill Tire. Spring is here and it's the perfect time to upgrade your ride. Right now at Chapel Hill Tire, get free installation when you purchase a set of Michelin, Pirelli, and Continental tires. That means expert installation from a team that takes pride in the work so you can drive with confidence all season long. With 13 locations across Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill, Carrboro, Apex, and Cary, there's always a Chapel Hill Tire close by. Schedule your appointment today at chapelhilltire.com and drive happy.
Adam Gold in studio with my friend Patrick Day from the Aluminum Company of North Carolina. A lot of people have work to do on their homes. They need a roof. They want windows, siding. You guys do everything. But people are also, I'm not sure I can afford it. The Aluminum Company is a great place to go. Tell us why.
Well, tons of times I'll go out to people's houses and they're thinking about doing a bunch of home improvements at once. Siding, roofing, windows are a big package, right? And the first thing they think of is, well, I'm going to need to go get an equity line or a second mortgage. One of the things we have is tons of financing options where you don't even need to go to your bank. We can do that in-house for you and run payment options for you. And lots of times the financing that we offer is a better percentage rating than you can get from your bank, and you don't have to go through all that mess to get to it.
I like that. Also, is there 12 months, zero interest?
12 months, zero interest, zero payments for 12 months.
Zero payments and zero interest at the same time for 12 months.
That is correct.
That is a double header right there. Aluminum Company of North Carolina, online, aluminumcompany.com.
What is a pancreas? What does it do? Hey, this is Steve. I worked for Mix 101.5 for 22 years. But last year, I get hit with a gut punch. Pancreatic cancer. There's a great walk this Saturday in Raleigh called Purple Stride, benefiting pancan.org. They're an organization that helps pancreatic cancer patients fight through this, just like me. So please join us for Purple Stride this Saturday, the 25th of April, downtown Raleigh. Go to pancan.org.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Workers' comp can be tricky, but my law firm will be on top of all the complicated paperwork and sneaky deadlines so that all of your I's are dotted and T's are crossed. If you've been hurt on the job, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Kat Campbell. Another hot day with highs near 90. Tonight, we only dip into the upper 50s under mostly clear skies. Finally, some much-needed rain on the horizon this weekend, mainly from Saturday evening into early Sunday. Only isolated rain Saturday afternoon with highs in the upper 80s.
5 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones at the closing bell today, down 79 points to 49,230.
It's 5 o'clock. Time to serve up the biggest sports stories of the day. Here comes your starting five.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. A few things I want to remind you about before we jump into the starting five. We are an hour away from NC State at Virginia Tech baseball, taking over 99.9 The Fan. That game starts at 6 here on the Fan. Also, there's a game tomorrow at 3 some of you may have heard of. It is Game 4 between the Canes and the Ottawa Senators. That'll be right here on 99.9 The Fan. And there'll be a 1-hour pregame show, Stormwatch with Adam Gold. And also, I would like all of you to do a few things. Go to all of your social medias, search for 99.9 The Fan, hit follow. Go to YouTube, search for 99.9 The Fan, subscribe to our channel, and download the 99.9 The Fan app. 3 things, right? All good things comes in 3s. Go to 99.9 The Fan in the Google Play or App Store. Download it, completely free to you, and then give us a 5-star rating. That's it for my assigning you homework over the weekend. Friday at 5, and I'm passing out assignments. I'm basically the kid in class who's like, you forgot. Excuse me, Miss Teacher, Mr. Teacher. You forgot to assign homework. As the bell's ringing and people are already packing up. That's basically me right now. So if you just want to try to remember that and do it on Monday or over the weekend, that's fine as well. Right now, we have to make good on our promise. It's time for the starting five.
Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
On the latest episode
of As the Portal Turns.
Since we last had an episode of As the Transfer Portal Turns, things have gotten a little crazy on Portal Lane. NC State, a couple of commitments. First, it was Washington State transfer Emili Yalaho. Hope I said that right. He is committed to NC State, 6'8" junior, averaged 10.1 points and 5.7 rebounds per game this season at Washington State. Must love the colors red, white, and black, because he went from Texas Tech to start his career to Washington State to NC State. He doesn't care where you are in the country. If you wear red, white, and black, he's willing to play for you. Down south, Texas, cool. Out west, Washington State, absolutely. East Coast, Raleigh, I'm there. I just don't want to have to buy new clothes in all different colors. I like my red and black wardrobe. Good player. This one came out of nowhere for me. This one, like most, you get like the build-up, right? You hear they reached out, made contact. Maybe there's a visit. Maybe there's a coaching connection. So-and-so was coached by an assistant coach 2 schools ago. There's like something that connects it, and then you start crystal ball predictions and things. This one was just like, ha, here it is. Good player and size, 6'8" junior. He's listed as a forward. He can do some wing stuff, not like true big man style. Then today, Boise State. They have, guard, wing, he's a perimeter guy. At 6'7", R.J. Keene has committed to NC State out of the portal. Tallied 8 points and 5 rebounds against NC State in Maui. You know what that is, right? He's not a scorer. The guy averages like 1.5 points, something like that. He's not a scorer, but he's a really good defender, really good kind of do-it-all player for Boise State. Some of the advanced analytics really like him. But you know what happens. You have a way above your average performance against a team, they come get you in the transfer portal. It's been happening in the pros forever.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think anyone at NC State that's there now was there in Maui.
Also true.
Yeah.
Fantastic point. I retract all previous statements. That is hilarious. You would think it was like 4 months ago. You would think somebody would be around. Nope.
No, they're all gone.
That's actually very, very funny. There's like some administrator somewhere going like, no, guys, I promise you, he played well in Maui. Yeah, wherever everyone in the program was, it was like 2 a.m., but he played well. That is very funny. R.J. Keene committed to NC State. There's the story.
Well, you do have, I will say, though, that in the pros, it definitely happens.
Yeah, no, I definitely thought I was onto something, and I stand by the theory. Yeah. Just the execution of that point being made was horrendous.
So I look at, for example, DJ Chark, the former wide receiver of the Carolina Panthers. They signed him to a 1-year deal. Know what his best game was the season before? When Detroit was at Carolina. Oh, yeah, we should go get that guy.
The phenomenon exists. This was just a bad time to bring it up. R.J. Keene going to NC State. That's number 5. How about number 4?
1, 2, 3, 4 all together.
NFL Draft. This is our big picture opportunity here. Removing the Monroe Freeling pick for the Panthers. First round was yesterday. By my count, there were 8 trades.
Yeah, there were a lot.
8. A lot of moving up 4 picks. A lot of shuffling around.
Unless you're Buffalo. I moved down.
They moved down.
Yeah, I moved
3
down
picks,
again.
moved down 3 picks, moved down 3 picks, and now they have 75 day 3 picks.
They have a ton.
And the 35th pick, or whatever it ended up being. Casey Concepcion, former NC State wide receiver, former Texas A&M wide receiver. He was on the board when the Panthers drafted at 19. 24th overall pick of the first round. To the Browns.
Sucks.
I think there's pros and cons. First of all, Todd Monken is their head coach. He was offensive coordinator for the Ravens. Did a good job being creative getting the ball to Zay Flowers, right? And Zay Flowers does a few of the, screeny underneath stuff that Casey Concepcion can be really good at. So there's at least a little history there. Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson. Someone else, maybe? Carson Beck? I don't know. Casey Concepcion's going to Cleveland. He got to be the first round pick. A lot of money there. We've seen what happens to some wide receivers in Cleveland. The biggest story, non-Panthers edition, Ty Simpson, quarterback from Alabama, 13th overall pick to the Rams.
Yeah, that one surprised me. Surprised everyone, I think.
Do you know why it surprised me? Oh, actually, let's take a step back.
Okay.
The guy's made 14 starts in college football. That's not very many. You start looking at guys that have made less than 15 starts in college football and drafted high at quarterback. It's not great. Not great. Especially Cam Newton, some people include on that list, but if you include junior college starts, he would not be on that list. He's a special case. It's not great, okay? Kyler's kind of the high water mark. The low water marks would be Carolina's Mitchell Trubisky, Dwayne Haskins, Anthony Richardson, Carson Wentz, Trey Lance. You start to get to the single-year starters in college, it's not great. Now, he's going to go somewhere. I mean, Matt Stafford could play, 2 or 3 more years?
Maybe.
Could.
2.
That means Ty Simpson will have gone 7 or 8 years, right? Since high school, he'll have made 14 starts. Unless Matt Stafford's getting hurt and things and he's getting spot starts. But it's a weird pick there. And it appears as if Sean McVay didn't want to make it. Are you
really?
I've never seen someone more upset at what you're supposed to be celebrating press conference. Les Snead, the GM, was his makeup and his ability to process and the things he'd been through. And then they asked Sean McVay, is he the number 2? What's the deal? And he was like, he'll compete with Stetson. That's Stetson Bennett.
Yeah.
Who disappeared for a year. 4th round pick.
Yeah, if I'm Sean McVay, I was thinking Mekhi Lemon was sitting right there, Kenyon Sadiq, I don't know, one of these other pass catchers. Maybe a corner that could actually help our secondary as well. I know we traded for guys, but
they are win-win-win now.
Yes.
Ty Simpson is a win-win-win 4 years from now pick. It's strange. I don't know. It didn't make much sense to me. Do you want my conspiracy? A real conspiracy theory?
Go on.
Sean McVay loves Ty Simpson and told them, make him our guy. Give me a year to coach him behind Stafford. Then he'll be ready to go. Make him the pick. But what I need you to do is let me be bad cop or a good cop with Stafford. Because I'm going to go to Stafford and say, I hate it. I don't want him. They're making me. And he's actually overacting in all the press conferences and stuff. He's it's like, oh, okay, we get it. You didn't want to make the pick.
Okay, tinfoil hat. All right.
Yeah.
I like it. I like a good tinfoil hat theory.
On a Friday, just mix it up. Little hey, Sean McVay's doing a wrestling storyline acting job.
And now we're talking.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we got an angle to work. And now we're talking.
Thought that might bring you back. That is number 4. Let's get to number 3.
Looking for Trimble. Instead has to go high post to Vasar. Back to the basket. Vasar's just going to turn and shoot it. Yes! Vasar for 3.
Henry Vasar announced or made it known today that he will be joining the NBA. He will not be returning to Carolina for next season, which is a big deal. And also, it is a decision made by timelines, right? Deadlines get deals done. Deadlines make decisions. Tonight at midnight is the final, actually 11:59 is the last possible minute for the players that have put their name into the NBA draft to withdraw and return to college basketball next year. Can I put an asterisk next to that real quick? Because unless one of them just wants to wait a week and then declare and wants to sue the NCAA will let him in. I guarantee you. But the deadline is supposed to be tonight at midnight. You ready for a real information bomb on the Vasar front from Matt Norlander of CBS?
Oh, yes, go on.
This is from Matt Norlander, CBS, as I just said. By the way, multiple schools tried to lure Henry Vasar into the portal in the past few weeks by offering him at least $6 million.
Damn.
Per multiple sources.
$6 million?
$6 million, and he was never in the portal.
Yeah.
So that's 100% tampering.
Uh-huh.
More from Norlander. UNC's NIL negotiations never approached that range, but the Heels definitely could have cleared $4 million had he opted to stay.
Wow.
I hear a few things. Carolina getting a little big chip stack table at the poker table, right? Somebody else offering $2 million more. Who knows how it is? Again, it's Matt Norlander's reporting. We don't know who. Could mean a few things. Could mean, A, Carolina didn't have it. Could mean Carolina didn't think he was worth it. Could mean Carolina knew he was leaving and they were just like, yeah, go ahead, listen to offers. Either way, the story might be, if they definitely could have cleared $4 million for him, they just got $4 million to spend. That was earmarked for Henry Vesar, and they need a center. And centers don't grow on trees, and sometimes they grow as big as trees.
Yeah, it is Arbor Day. Makes sense.
It is Arbor Day. What a full circle moment that was. There aren't a lot out there, right? The centers were moving quick in the portal earlier, and obviously Carolina couldn't because they wanted to keep every option open to have that money for Vesar. They gotta go do some use their creativity. Perhaps a European market, right? Go find someone playing, in their 6th year in a pro league in Europe who's 6'11" and a back-to-the-basket center rim protector. I don't know. There's options out there, but it won't be Henry Vesar. I'm doing my best on transfer portal stuff to wait until it's all said and done to make any sweeping generalizations. Because actually, another player in the news by the NBA draft deadline, it is, let me get this straight. Yes, Dame Sarr. It was Dame Sarr. Dame Sarr, the player for Duke, who today announced he's coming back to Duke. He is not staying in or going into the NBA draft, despite the fact that he was likely a first rounder, and that became even more so after a few guys elected to go back to college. He's staying at Duke. Remember, he showed up at a weird time for Duke because Cedric Coward was committed to Duke and to be a transfer, and then tried the NBA draft thing, did well at the combine, and ended up staying in the draft and leaving. And then Duke scrambled and found Dame Sarr. Dame Sarr, coming over from Europe, he doesn't even have a 247 recruiting ranking because no one knew he was even available. Maybe there's someone like that out there that's going to really be a crown jewel of a recruiting class, a transfer class, whatever. So I'm doing my best not to make any sweeping generalizations until the dust has completely settled. But Henry Vesar going pro. That's the main story. The next story is what we'll call number 2.
Just the two of us. With the 19th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Monroe Freeling, tackle, Georgia.
Monroe Freeling at 19. If you don't know much about Monroe Freeling, if you're not a college football fan, if you don't live on draft forums, here's the elevator pitch. Young, some would say inexperienced, prototypical NFL left tackle with unbelievable athleticism. That's the elevator pitch right there. That's the log line. If you want more, we'll give you more. Here's Dan Morgan, the general manager of the Carolina Panthers, on what stood out to him about his brand new big ol' offensive tackle.
I think you can take it all the way through the season. You look at a guy that's 6'7", has 34-inch arms, huge hands. He's just an athlete out there, an athlete that can pass protect, he can mirror, run block, get to the second level, he can move the line of scrimmage. He just does so many things well that excited us. And again, he's just the type of person that we want, from a player standpoint, and also somebody we wanted to, bring into that locker room.
Listen. There is something that I say, and it's almost a joke, but there's some, especially if there's a Tetero McMillan situation, right? If Tetero McMillan goes a half without getting a target, and you're watching the game with me, you're watching a Panther game, what you're going to hear me say, I guarantee it because I can't help it, is I go, you know what? Maybe the big, tall, strong, fast guy should get the ball, right? Maybe you look to the big, tall, strong, fast guy, and the reason I say it is because I think everybody complicates it a lot. They like to overthink things. If you're looking for a left tackle, get the big, tall, lanky, strong, quick feet guy. If you get those things, you're probably going to be okay. Right now, that's not to say he's going to go be, a 5-time All-Pro, future Hall of Famer. That'd be ridiculous to predict. But as long as you take the guy who is tall, 6'6.5", big, 315, and if you listen to Dave Canales yesterday, he said that he's still growing into his body. Imagine that, 6'6.5", 315 pounds at the combine, still growing into his body. So let's call him at his peak, a year and a half from now, 6'6.5", 325, big, tall, strong, explosive. His combine numbers were bananas. Relative athletic score, second best among the 1,600-plus offensive tackles that participated in combine drills since 1987. Fast. Like, what else do you need? What else do you need for an offensive tackle? Which, by the way, if you look at even some of the guys above him on the draft, they're not the prototypical, right? Somebody like Francis Mauigoa has a back disc situation that popped up. Fano has a little bit shorter arms, right? Some are saying he might actually be better suited for guard. There's some interesting, non-prototypical things up there. Monroe Freeling, as it stands right now, you look at him and you go, tackle. And then you see his feet move and you go, left tackle. I'll give you, if you need to talk yourself into it, go in like 2022, I think, or 2021. He was in high school. He tweeted out a couple of his basketball highlights. Dunks, pinning shots against the backboard, chasing guys down on fast breaks. If
his older brother played basketball at Queens in
that's
Charlotte.
true. That actually is very true. Competitive family. Like, there's so many ways to sell you on this pick. Monroe Freeling spoke to the media. Here he is talking about how his skill set translates to the league.
I think I'm an athletic tackle, and I think that it's awesome that Bryce can really get in. He can move around the pocket, and I think that I'm gonna do a great job protecting him. But I also think that him running around is gonna help me. So I think I'm gonna fit in pretty well.
I think I'm an athletic offensive tackle. He quite literally might be the most athletic tackle to ever go through combine drills.
Maybe.
I think I'm pretty good. I think I'm pretty athletic. It's like, yep, yeah. Yes, you are, buddy.
I was on his presser last night. We were speaking to the media, so during that whole presser, and he was so giddy.
Yeah.
He was so excited because everyone talked about, oh man, this young man's energy and everything that he brings. It's like, oh, you could feel that even just through a Zoom press conference.
I think his name is Ernest Greene. Was the starting left tackle for Georgia 2 years ago. And with like 4 games left, he gets hurt. Monroe Freeling goes in as a sophomore. Plays pretty well. Solid, right? Greene's dealing with the injury. Monroe Freeling gets the starting job for the next year. Early on, again, playing solid. Just good, not nothing. About halfway through the season, something clicks, right? And maybe it's him recognizing, like, oh, I'm a better athlete than all these guys out here. And plays lights out to finish the season, plays his way into being a top 20 pick in the NFL draft. Guess who's expected to start next year for Georgia?
Who's that?
Ernest Greene.
Oh, there's that.
Finally, this guy showed up, took my job, played his way into a first-round pick, got drafted. Now it's my turn again, buddy. It happened that quick for Monroe Freeling. That's why I think he was so emotional. That's why I think he was so giddy. He's going like, it wasn't that long ago. I was just sitting behind a guy. And Amarius Mims was the other tackle. He ended up getting drafted high. Like, he's thrown into the fire, and then essentially a year and a half later, he's a top 20 pick. That is number 2. How about number 1?
The 1! Now a chance. Kachuk comes in back in. Anderson gets the pad to it. Oh, a huge save there with the right leg.
It is a 3-0 series lead for the Carolina Hurricanes over the Ottawa Senators in the first round of the playoffs. And for more details on Game 3, which took place last night, a 2-1 victory for the Canes, here is our very own Adam Gold from here at 99.9 The Fan with 2 Minutes of Gold.
Hey, it's Adam Gold, and I've got 2 minutes for 3 players who deliver 2 goals as Carolina takes a 3-0 lead in the series over the Ottawa Senators in the playoffs. And it's all brought to us by Parkway Sleep Health Centers. They will help you get good rest faster and with the care you deserve. All right, we keep talking about Carolina needs support scoring. Yeah, you know who from? Aho, Jarvis, and Svechnikov. Because the top line of Logan Stankoven, Taylor Hall, and Jackson Blake is cooking with oil, gas, and gravy.
The Canes are moving it forward. Out in front, looking for Stankoven. A nice play for Carolina. Better defense by Ottawa to foil it.
Boy, what a save there. Oh, too many men on the ice for Ottawa. Big save from Omar Lowe.
That one didn't go, but a couple of minutes later.
Oh, the drag shoots. Close save by Omar. He kept on here. Going across the score! Oh, red hot Logan Stankoven from the sharp angle, and the Canes take a 1-0 lead. It quiets the crowd.
1-0. Again, Hall, the Stankoven, gorgeousness. Even on the power play, that crew is dangerous.
Blake with a shot. Rebound out from backhand chance. Allmark makes the save on Hall. Keep in by Nikishin just for the moment. A brilliant effort by Greg to clear.
Taylor Hall's been phenomenal.
And then later on, 1 minute and 23 seconds after Ottawa ties it up, Jackson Blake.
Miller back for Hall. Hall, good skate to stick here. Sent across, looking for it up front. They score! Jackson Blake on a beautiful pass from Keandre Miller. Blake knows it, and he puts Carolina up 2-1.
If Carolina's going to get that from them, and they are those dudes right now, Hurricanes going to be playing a lot of hockey. Oh, by the way, Frederick Anderson, 80 saves, 83 shots against in 3 games. My math tells me that's good. We'll see him, I predict, in Game 4 tomorrow. Parkway Sleep Health Centers. Sound sleep, sound health, sound off for me getting a few days off.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Thank you to Adam Gold for 2 minutes of gold. 2 minutes of gold every time. That's what it should be named every single time the Canes penalty kill has to go out on the ice. Right? And they've been pretty good. They've been pretty good. Maybe it's because they are really good. Sometimes it works that way. The good players play well. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Up next, we're going to play the numbers game. It is your final chance, at least for right now, to win tickets to see Alice Cooper because quite frankly, the concert is coming up quick. So if you want to play the numbers game and you want to win a pair of tickets to see Alice Cooper, you got to call in now, 919-860-5326. The Alice Cooper concert is at DPAC on April 28th. 919-860-5326. Call in now. We need 2 contestants. 919-860-5326. Numbers game next.
The Adam Gold Show.
When you look at all the Stanley Cup favorites, Carolina's definitely one of them, and they have almost every element you need. They can score like crazy, and they do it with depth. They do it with speed. They're not just a dump-and-chase forechecking team like they've been in the past. They're as good off the rush as almost anybody in the league. The defense, pretty good since the Olympic break, but it'll get better. Can the goaltending hold up?
The Adam Gold Show, weekdays starting at noon on 99.9 The Fan.
Hello, I'm John Heister for John Heister Chevrolet in Fuquay Varina. You know, people are asking us, how are you selling so many cars all of a sudden? Well, did you know that the Beltline has opened up the outer loop? We're only 28 minutes from Knightdale. We're only 19 minutes from Clayton and 15 minutes from Apex. We're now the most convenient Chevrolet dealership to reach in the Triangle. It's just one more reason to get off your keister and come to Heister.
Now at John Heister Chevrolet, get up to more than $11,000 off a new 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 High Country. See dealer for details. Together, let's drive.
For 20 years, the North Carolina Education Lottery has been creating winning moments where dreams become a reality and where hundreds of winners are made every day. Moments that add up to billions of dollars in wins. And we're nowhere near finished. Seize your winning moment with the new 20th Anniversary Scratch-Off and Digital Instance game. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning on the Scratch-Off are 1 in 3.45. Approximate overall odds of winning a prize in the Digital Instance game are 1 in 3.75. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
It's bow time. Sometimes the craving for Bojangles Supremes is so strong you just gotta have them. Even when your gas tank is on empty and Bojangles is still 10 miles down the highway. Nothing beats the flavor of Bojangles' juicy Golden Supremes, especially when they're part of a perfect combo with 4 boldly seasoned chicken Supremes, a made-from-scratch biscuit, fixin', and some legendary iced tea. The only thing that can satisfy your hunger is that delicious southern flavor. So when the craving is supreme, put the pedal to the metal. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that one-of-a-kind Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole-breast tenderloin fillets, choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles' legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It is time to play the numbers game. Our 2 contestants today will be battling it out in the hopes of winning Alice Cooper tickets. Just 4 days from now, the concert's at DPAC, April 28th. The contestants for today are Brian and Raleigh and Adam and Holly Springs. We'll bring each of them onto the show. They will answer the same question. Dennis will pick his favorite answer, and that person will get to go first, and we'll go from there. We'll start with Brian and Raleigh. Brian, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect. The question for today, as it often is on Fridays, is we're looking at a weekend, right? You may have even started your weekend. What are you looking forward to most about this weekend? But because we're a sports show, make sure it is sports-related.
Looking forward to most is seeing more top-tier players commit to NC State basketball.
All right. You're talking portal players?
Yes, sir.
All right. There you go. Dennis, any follow-ups? All right. We'll go ahead and jump to Adam and Holly Springs. Adam, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Same question to you. It is a Friday. We are knocking on the door of the weekend. What are you looking forward to most about this weekend? But because we're a sports show, make sure it is somehow sports-related.
Looking forward mostly to my son's baseball game tomorrow at 10 a.m. Our team, the Pirates, is 5-1 right now.
All right. Son's baseball game. The Pirates are 5-1. Dennis,
strong flex there.
Would he have been that forthcoming if they were 1-5? We may never know.
Well, I mean, let's be honest.
The kids on blast. You don't want to put the kids on blast. You can say we're having a good season, right?
Yeah,
something like that. You can be
having
vague.
fun, developing.
Yeah, exactly. It's about the memories made. Brian and Raleigh went with NC State men's basketball, continuing to add portal commitments, and Adam and Holly Springs went with the Suns baseball game. His Pirates are 5-1.
Based simply off the fact that this young Pirates team might have as many wins as the actual MLB Pirates by the end of the season. I'll probably go with the Pirates going up 5-1 on the season. So I'm going to go with Adam and Holly Springs on this one.
All right, Brian, you have your chance.
At least there's an actual game being played. Transfer portal's like
a lot of refreshing.
Here's a guy.
Refresh.
Yeah,
refresh.
And that might not even happen. You have to wait till Monday.
Yeah, it could just be refreshing for a while. Adam and Holly Springs. I do think they'll add more. I'm maybe not over the weekend. Adam and Holly Springs will go first. Brian, don't worry. You'll have your chance. Just have to sit on hold for a little bit here. Adam, are you ready to pick a category?
Yes, sir.
All right. The categories are NFL, all-time Carolina Panthers, MLB, in-season home run leaders, NBA, play-in round ballers, or NHL, hurricanes throughout history.
We'll go with the MLB home run leaders.
Okay. I will give you the team and the player. Give me the jersey number as quickly as you can. 30 seconds on the clock. One pass if you need it. Do you have any questions before we get started?
No.
All right. Give me 1 second to check a pronunciation here. All right. We appear ready to go. So if you have no more questions, the time will start when you hear the horn. Shea Langoliers, Athletics.
17.
Incorrect. Ian Happ, Chicago Cubs.
14.
Incorrect. Shea Langoliers, Athletics.
Pass.
James Wood, Washington Nationals.
30.
Incorrect. Ian Happ, Chicago Cubs.
11.
Incorrect. Shea Langoliers, Athletics.
23.
Correct. Munetaka Murakami, Chicago White Sox. All right, you got one. You were able to avoid the shutout with the one. You got Langoliers from the Athletics, 23. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Ian Happ with the Cubs, number 8 is what we were looking for. Wood with the Nats, 29 is what we were looking for. And Murakami with the White Sox, number 5. Didn't have much time on that one. But 1 is the number to beat. And it is now time for Brian and Raleigh. Brian, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, the categories remaining for you to choose from are NFL, Panthers only, NBA, play-in-round ballers, or NHL, Hurricanes throughout history.
I'll do the NFL Panthers only.
Okay, I will give you the team and the player. Give me the jersey number as quickly as you can. 30 seconds on the clock, 1 pass if you need it. Do you have any questions before we get started?
Nope.
All right, you need at least 2 for the victory, but keep going for a perfect score, even if you get 2. And since you have no questions, your time will start when you hear the horn. Luke Kuechly, Carolina Panthers.
53.
Incorrect. Trayvon Merrick, Carolina Panthers.
27.
Incorrect. Luke Kuechly, Carolina Panthers.
52.
Incorrect. Trayvon Merrick, Carolina Panthers.
21.
Incorrect. Luke Kuechly, Carolina Panthers.
54.
Incorrect. Trayvon Merrick, Carolina Panthers.
32.
Incorrect. Luke Kuechly, Carolina Panthers.
59.
Correct. Todd Sauerbrunn, Carolina Panthers.
71.
Incorrect. Trayvon Merrick, Carolina Panthers. That's 1. Unfortunately, tie goes to whoever goes first. So you avoided the shutout. You eventually got Kuechly. You kind of tried all the 50s, but you got to 59. So hopefully you had some fun, and hopefully you try again another time.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. That means Adam and Holly Springs, you came away with the victory.
Now pulled it out at the end.
You only needed 1, and by just the whiskers on your chinny chin chin, you came away with the win-win-win. So congratulations, you're seeing Alice Cooper.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you. Go Pirates. Stay on the line, and Dennis will grab the info he needs to make sure you get your money.
If you're going to choose Panthers, and the first name you're given is Luke Kuechly, and it takes you 4 tries to get it, come on now. Come on.
Just because I know that we have a YouTube audience and they could be watching me. If you saw me suppressing a smile, I was not like laughing at the contestant. What I was laughing at was in my peripheral vision, I could see Dennis's reaction as the contestant got more and more confident with each call in the 50s. 54. 50. Like it was like finally it was them going, oh gosh, I'm so foolish. 53. No, 54. As he was wrong every time, Dennis, his body language was making me laugh. And then Trayvon Merrick, he wasn't close either, and that's a pretty important player. Little bit more understandable because it's an unusual safety number and that kind of thing, number 7.
He did say 27 as his first guess. Well, I was like, okay, like he
it rhymes.
He's seeing that.
Sauerbrunn, by the way, number 10, if you're playing at home. But every time he didn't get Kuechly, I was not laughing at the contestant. I was laughing at Dennis being just exacerbated about the flabbergasted.
Just both hands over my face.
It was each time it got a little bit more. So that's what I was laughing at. It was not the contestant. The contestant was doing his best. And as I'll say every single time that we have a contestant that has a rough go, if you haven't called in and tried to play yourself, I think you got to keep it to yourself when you want to tease the other contestants, because I guarantee you there are names that you get when you're in your car by yourself or with a buddy and you're just relaxed, no pressure. You're just throwing them out there. You're like, boom, DeBrickashaw Ferguson, wham, Eddie Jackson over there, boom. You're just making it happen. Then you call in, you get the numbers going, you got the music. I'm yelling at you. It's getting intense. You're worried about who's listening, and then you forget Luke Kuechly for a couple minutes. Now, if you call in, you do better, then you can talk some trash. That's what competition is. But until you call in and try for yourself, I don't know if I can endorse you giving others a hard time. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Few things just to continue reminding you. NC State baseball at Virginia Tech, right? So not a home game. You're not going to drive out to see it. You're probably not going to make it to Blacksburg in time because the game starts in a couple minutes. But you can listen to it right here on 99.9 The Fan. It starts at 6 o'clock. So immediately after this show, you can get your NC State baseball fix here on The Fan. Also, tomorrow there's Canes coverage, 2 o'clock for the coverage start time, 3 o'clock for puck drop as they look to sweep the Ottawa Senators. I said this earlier, not that Rod Brindamore needs my help at all to motivate his guys. Not that the players are professionals and they're a good team. They might not even need Rod Brindamore to motivate them. But if you were looking for some motivation, Greg Wyshynski, ESPN, put out the tweet, and he included a picture, like a notes picture, of 27 ESPN analysts, hockey personalities that made predictions on how many games and who will win from this Canes Ottawa Senators series. 27 predictions, 0 predictions that the Canes would win in a sweep. There was Canes in 5, Canes in 6, Canes in 7. There was Ottawa winning in I believe both 5, 6, and 7 games. There were predictions on every other kind. There were not any Canes sweep predictions.
Oh, shocker. PK Subban chose the Senators.
I mean, there's a few that Canes fans, you know who I'm talking about, and I believe, what is it, Levy has not ever picked the Canes in a postseason series.
Really, Steve Levy? He said Senators in 7.
Yeah, there's a few that are like there's something there. I don't know if it's like me with my first goal scorer prediction, Aho in the first. I'm doing it till it's right. And if you just say like I'm picking against the Canes in the first round until I'm right, you could go 8 years and just always be wrong.
Maybe Steve Levy's still mad that the Whalers left Hartford.
Maybe that is it, actually.
Oh, don't trust me. There's still lingering thing up there at ESPN with that. It's really weird.
No, I'm not being like jokey at all. That might be it. That's funny. But either way, not a single prediction out of the 27 for Canes in a sweep. You have the opportunity to make even the people that acted like they were, no, I'm picking the Canes. No, I'm picking the Canes. Give me Canes in 6, Canes in 7. Even those people, you can make them wrong for not being further supporters of you. Right? If you're lukewarm supporting the Canes, you can be wrong. As a matter of fact, all of them would be.
I mean, I say Canes in 6. I'd be 100% with these people.
You'd be wrong.
Yeah, I know.
I had Canes in 5. I'd be wrong. But really, I mean, the people will be wrong will be PK Subban, as you mentioned, who picked the Senators. Steve Levy picked the Senators.
TJ Oshie
picked the Senators. And there's one more in there somewhere. Oh, no, my eyes aren't working. I'm not going to there's one more. Anyway.
Sackton Shadon?
There you go. Yeah, right there near the top. Senators in 6. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Now that we've found that and it won't annoy me, we can take a break and come back to make some picks to send you into the weekend the right way. Stick around. It's next on The Drive.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
All of my life, all I heard from Mets fans were, oh, you Yankees fans, all you do is buy championships. If we had as much money as you, we'd have 27 just like you guys. The New York Mets have the highest cash payroll of any team in baseball. $360 million this year.
Mornings from 6 to 9 on 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
Warmer weather is here, which means truck time. Take advantage of Declaration of Deals right now at John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington and get geared up for a great summer. Drive home a brand new 2026 Ram 1500 for 20% off. Plus get 2.9% financing for 72 months. America's best-selling truck comes with a terrific powertrain limited warranty. 10 years or 100,000 miles. Excludes RHO and tungsten. See dealer for details. So get off your keister and get to John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington today.
You've got rhythm. Your heart's got rhythm. Then one day your rhythm's off, and you've got AFib, atrial fibrillation. The good news is you've also got an AFib center, where specialists in AFib have multiple treatment options for you. Want more good news? Most of them are minimally invasive. Learn more at wakemed.org. And what do you say you and your heart get the band back together?
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It's almost the weekend for us, and it is a really, really fun weekend for sports fans out there. The draft continues tonight. About an hour and 15 minutes from now it starts up. Starts up a little bit earlier today than it did yesterday because they have an extra round to get to. There's also Canes game tomorrow. There's NC State baseball. You can listen to it right here at 6 o'clock. A lot of cool stuff going on. And unfortunately, for hopefully some of you, I'm not going to be here on Monday. My dad, shout out to Pops if he's listening. I know he does quite often. 40 years with Marriott. He retired just a handful of days ago. We're getting together down in Orlando, which is where they live, for a little celebration, little toast to Pops. But I just want to make sure it's on record that I, on air, talked about how he's, my role model, me and my brother, and he now gets to be Pops to the grandkids and make that his full-time job, which is pretty darn cool. He is retired, and that's where I'm going to be, so I won't be here on Monday, which means if there is a necessary Canes Game 5, Dennis, you'll be out there on the plaza.
That's right, it will be.
Everybody can stop in, make first goal score predictions. Everything's the same, just it'll be Dennis leading the show instead of me. And if there's not a need for a Game 5, which means the Canes swept, I assume Dennis will be sitting in this chair in this studio doing the host thing, mostly just like happy dancing and celebrating because you swept the Senators.
Might take the shirt off. Actually, no, not yet. This tarps off for a Stanley Cup. Tarps off for Stanley Cups.
Very early.
Stanley Cups and gold medals.
And there'll be NFL draft reaction. Don't worry, though. I'm going to be reacting to the draft on Tuesday. I refuse to give that up on air. But he'll obviously get first crack at it. So
we can compare your grades to my grades.
Interesting.
That could be interesting.
And you won't be able to change them because we'll have receipts.
Exactly.
All right, cool. Just if you do them on the show, say beforehand, like, Tim, earmuffs, in case I'm listening.
There
you go. With that being said, speaking of receipts, we need to get some receipts for predictions over the weekend. So let's go ahead, fire it up, and make some picks.
All right, let's actually, since we have coming up here in 13 minutes right here on 99.9 The Fan, NC State baseball is at Virginia Tech. Just give who wins?
State.
Of course, there it is.
Home runs. It's in the there's elevation in Blacksburg.
There is.
Air's a little thinner. It's home run to left. Home run to left.
Just dingers all day. All right, let's actually go to the NHL. There's actually 3 games on the slate tonight. A series that I'm enjoying the heck out of. It's tied 1-1. It's Tampa Bay at Montreal. So the series has now shifted up to Montreal. Let me actually pull up a line here on this one. I want to say Montreal is favored at Tampa Bay's favored minus 118. Montreal on the money line minus 102. So it's basically a pick 'em.
You know what I love?
All the fights.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I love a home dog. I don't care. I don't care if it's a small home dog. You're giving me the underdog, and they get to play in their own arena. Give me Montreal.
Okay. Next one we have.
That's just a gambling rule. I just like home dogs. I like home underdogs.
Next one we have here, the Vegas Golden Knights at the Utah Mammoth. Before we get your prediction on this one, by the way, Vegas is minus 112, Utah minus 108 at home. Talk about home dogs. So when Vegas moved, or became a franchise several years ago, they kind of staked claim in that region of the country as the pro hockey team, which included a lot of people from Utah. So the Utah Mammoth actually had a jersey exchange today. If you brought your Vegas Golden Knights jersey to the arena, they will give you a 2025-2026 home jersey in exchange. Now, no numbers on it, no name. Yep. Obviously, depending on your size, if they have it available. But that's what they were doing. They were doing jersey exchange.
That would be similar to like if a Major League Baseball team came to this area and
Yes.
they did it for like the Braves or something.
Yep.
Where it'd be like, bring your Braves jersey in, we'll give you a Raleigh whatever's jersey. Just because you recognize like you want all the baseball fans in the area to be fans of you. And if they're true baseball fans, they weren't rooting for nobody before you showed up, so they had to pick somebody. It's not a bad move. I respect it from Utah. And you said they are the slightest of home dogs, right?
Yes, they're minus 108. Vegas is minus 112 on the money line.
They're making sense with their community moves. They're making good merch decisions, and they're a home dog. What sound does a mammoth make? Is it like an elephant sounds? Kind of. That's what I'm doing.
I don't know.
Mammoth.
I haven't been around when they've been around.
Cleopatra was.
I know, which is weird.
One of those fun facts that you learn on the internet that might be true, but I've read it on the internet, so it must be.
Maybe. Funny, Cleopatra's been closer to helicopters than she was when the pyramids were built. Explain that.
I can't.
I can't either. Speaking of home dog, so you're taking the Mammoth?
I'm taking the Mammoth.
That, by the way, that place is going to be electric. First home playoff game in that building should be a lot of fun. By the way, everyone I hear has told me that the atmosphere. I actually met a couple listeners just a couple nights ago. They're huge hockey fans, huge Canes fans, and they actually had made a trip out to Salt Lake. And Brett and Megan, shout out to them. They said it was one of the best environments they've ever actually enjoyed in a hockey game before.
I don't know if I'll ever do it where you like. I respect the heck out of the people that are like, I've seen a baseball game in every home park, or like people that just go Max Gorin does a lot of that. He just goes, he's like, hey, I'm gonna go to a game in Rupp Arena, and he just goes.
Yeah, he did against Houston. It's top 10 matchup, sure.
Like, I don't think I'm not a good planner for travel and all of that, but I do think it's cool when you have like a ranking of like coolest and an unusual one works its way up. Like, you wouldn't think Utah hockey is like, but if it is, that's like a cool thing to know firsthand.
All right, next one tonight, the Oilers at the Ducks. That series also tied 1-1. All these series pivotal, Tim, game threes. The Ducks,
you know what they
underdogs.
are. You know what they
They're
are.
Home dogs. They're home Ducks, plus 114 on the money line. Edmonton at minus 135. Connor McDavid hasn't scored a goal yet.
I have another rule here, though. These are rules competing.
Okay. Don't bet against Connor McDavid?
Yeah, pretty much. It's my appreciate greatness rule. Like, I don't always bet on Tom Brady. I don't always bet on Pat Mahomes, but I don't bet against them. So if you're going to make me make a pick, I'll bet on McDavid. It's breaking my underdog rule, but it's like I cut your spade with a bigger spade kind of deal.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me Edmonton. I'll go money line. I'm not going to give the goal and a half and get the positive money, but give me Edmonton.
Okay.
The crazy part is what McDavid still doesn't have a goal or a point, right? That's what you said?
No, at least no goals. I don't think he has a point through 2 games.
He's still minus 155 to have 2 or more points.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
That's funny.
So let's actually go to tomorrow's game. We're going to actually work in reverse order tomorrow's NHL games, by the way. Reverse order. We have the Flyers at home against the Penguins. A chance to sweep the Pens. The Flyers at home are a minus 120. The Penguins, they're cooked. They're plus 100 on the money line.
how desperate can they be is kind of the deal.
Yeah.
How much pride do they have?
Mm-hmm. Crosby.
Yeah, actually, no. Give me Pittsburgh. Give me. I think
Pens fly one more time.
Sid just says, I ain't going out like this. And he turns back the clock. We get an old school Sid night. That's what I'm thinking. And again, that's an appreciate greatness rule. I'm not the massive Sid Crosby fan. I don't have his poster on the wall like Seth Jarvis. But you got to respect the greatness. I don't think he goes out like that.
Okay. By the way, the Hurricanes, when they win their series, will face the winner of the Penguins-Flyers series. Next one.
So Sid can help us out and tire out Philly a little bit. Make him play a couple more games at least.
Take it to 7.
Yeah, why not?
Next one here. The Dallas Stars on the road at the Minnesota Wild. Dallas up 2-1. Won some games in overtime. Minnesota at home, favored at -135. Dallas plus 114 on the road. Road dog.
I want. This is a selfish one. I want that series to go 7. I think it would be a fun series.
Both teams are awesome.
To get to a 7th game, and I want them tired out. I need everyone in the West to do their part for whoever comes out of the West to be exhausted. So, yeah, take it 7. Minnesota wins. Minnesota wins. And you know what? I think this is going to be a series of like Minnesota winning by 5 goals and then Dallas winning by 1 in overtime. And then 5 goals, so it's like the goal differential is going to be hilarious. So give me Minnesota and give the 1.5 to get the positive money. I want the plus money.
Okay. Actually, real quick before we get to the Canes game.
All right.
Your Sixers at home tonight. Take it on the Celtics. Your Sixers. Talk about home dogs. Plus 295 on the money line. This series is tied 1-1, Tim.
Yeah. I mean,
they're 8.5-point underdogs.
They're going to win the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take that plus 275?
Yeah, why not print money? If they're going to give you the option, why not print money? What, are they playing a much better team that's much healthier, that has been much better all year? Yeah. Sixers win.
Playing someone that's good?
Hey, Sixers are good. They're in the playoffs. Let's not get too disrespectful.
Let's not get weird. All right, final one here. The Ottawa Senators at home against our Carolina Hurricanes. Your Carolina Hurricanes out there, people. Canes have a chance to close the door. Ottawa on the money line, plus 105. Carolina money line, minus 125. Carolina favorite.
I'm a bit stuck between a rock and a hard place because I predicted 5 with 1 win in game 3 or 4 for Ottawa. So I kind of want to stick to my guns.
Sure.
But I also would really love a sweep. Give me the Canes.
If-then statement. If this happens, then they win.
If Bussy has over a 90% save percentage, assuming he plays.
We're going Bussy. All right.
What about you? If-then, quick.
If the top line of Aho, Svech, and Jarvis register at least 1 goal, I don't care how it happens.
Just bounce it off a skate. Aho did it once. That's about going to do it for us here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan. I will not be here on Monday, so enjoy the show with Dennis and the crew. Happy Arbor Day. Enjoy the draft. Enjoy NC State baseball. See ya.
Hey, Carolina Panthers fans, it's Dennis Cox from 99.9 The Fan. Join me and my co-host Chris Lee from WRAL TV as our podcast Panthers Playbook rolls on this offseason, presented by Wake Orthopedics. In every episode, we'll keep you up to date on Carolina Panthers news as we break down the NFL draft, insights on free agents and prospects, plus all the inside information on the offseason. Follow and subscribe to Panthers Playbook wherever you discover your favorite podcasts or watch on YouTube.
See if you're a winner every night. Watch live lottery drawings on WRAL TV's 11 o'clock news. That's right, Carolina Pick 3, Carolina Pick 4, and Carolina Cash 5 numbers every night on WRAL TV's 11 o'clock news. See if you're a winner before you go off to bed. Get your lottery numbers live every night.
North Carolina Education Lottery.
Only on WRAL TV's 11 o'clock news.
Canes hockey is back, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Canes on the ice. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, official hard tea and lemonade of the Carolina Hurricanes. Sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-511-3535, 800-511-3535, or biglou.com.
The NBA playoffs are right around the corner, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PASS to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
What is a pancreas? What does it do? Hey, this is Steve. I worked for Mix 101.5 for 22 years. But last year, I get hit with a gut punch. Pancreatic cancer. There's a great walk this Saturday in Raleigh called Purple Stride, benefiting pancan.org. They're an organization that helps pancreatic cancer patients fight through this, just like me. So please join us for Purple Stride this Saturday, the 25th of April, downtown Raleigh. Go to pancan.org.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Getting hurt in a car wreck comes with all kinds of stress and frustration. But when you call me, I'll be on top of all of it. So all you need to worry about is getting better. If you've been injured in a car wreck, I'm on top of it. Contact us at Ritchie Law